Women of Reddit, what was your worst run-in with a creep? A guy who stays regularly at the hotel I work in. All the female staff know to avoid getting caught alone with him. He has a habit of asking us if we know of any adult fun nearby. If you just act like you don't know what he's talking about, he'll say he wants to go to brothels and have a good time without his wife. He'll then progress to offering you various amounts of money for the night and asking you what you like in bed and what you'd be willing to do. He developed such an obsession with one of our staff before she left that security would walk around with her when he stayed because he'd followed her out to her car at one point, making suggestive comments. Got stuck alone with him once as I was behind the counter and he stood blocking the only way out from behind it. He started the usual chat and I told him I wasn't interested. He then moved on to asking me what time I finished, if I lived nearby, if I walked home alone. My male coworker turned up then, but he creeped on me from a distance the rest of the day and watched me leave. I have no doubt he will assault someone one day. Hotel won't ban him because he regularly spends money. Edit. I woke up to so many replies on here. Quite a lot of people are telling me to share the name of the hotel so they can leave bad reviews. The thing is that it's probably already not in the best financial place due to the pandemic, and tanking it that way could result in a lot of people losing their jobs. It's badly managed, but I do have coworkers I don't want to put in that position. I hadn't thought of the police as being useful in that kind of situation, but it's a good idea. Even the mention of reporting to them may force the managers to act. My department's manager, who had a tendency to tell us to suck it up, was replaced just before the pandemic. The new manager is female, so I'm hoping she'll be more sensitive to the situation and push upper management to act next time. Weird Larry lived in my dorm. He unsuccessfully hit on all the girls, which is why he was Weird Larry. It totally ruined his self-esteem. One night, Larry just showed up and invited himself into my room. I was not fully clothed. He took this as an invitation and climbed up into my bunk bed. I asked him to get down and he asked me to come up there with him so we could have sex. When I refused, he took some quarters out of his pocket, put them on my nightstand and said, "What if I paid you? You could do your laundry." I told him that wasn't enough change to do a full load of laundry, and he started crying and getting snot all over my pillow. I had to go wake up the road person in charge of the dorm and have him escorted out. Then he wouldn't stop sending me messages. They became more desperate until they became threats. A trap. I saved the messages and used them to file a restraining order. A few other girls wanted in on it, so Weird Larry was evicted from his own dormitory and had to drop out of school. TLDR. Came into my dorm room uninvited, then gave me some quarters and told me he was paying me for sex. Then he cried when I said no. Wound up needing a restraining order. Lived in a super cheap, super shitty apartment when I was in college. It was a decent city, but the apartment was located in the only bad neighborhood. I was willing to deal with it for $300 per month rent. Because of the price, people constantly moved in and then bailed after a month or two. One of these people was an older, 50s to 60s, veteran. He seemed polite at first, but after he had been there a few days I'd catch him weirdly leaning to watch me from behind a wall when I'd be outside. When my boyfriend wasn't around, he'd wait for me to be outside and then run up to start a conversation. The conversations were usually harmless at first, then would get creepy, like asking what my favorite sex position is and other inappropriate questions. About 2 months in, I was leaving my house at like 10 PM and I saw him stumbling around the parking lot covered in blood. I quickly left and never saw him again. However, a few days later my landlord knocked on my door and was pale in the face. He asked me if I had seen anything unusual with the guy. I explained that I had and asked why. He said that if I ever see him on the property again, I need to call the cops first and then call him. It took some prying to find out why, and he told me that he just went in to clean out his apartment and all that the guy had in his house was a dirty mattress, a broken toaster, and a full-on sex dungeon. I don't know what all that entailed, but he mentioned the place was full of bondage and restraint type things. It still makes my skin crawl to think about it. I have so many to choose from. I had just received my diagnosis from my doctor, incurable autoimmune disorder. Yay, and was at a Starbucks, reading everything I could about this new disease. It was not a pleasant afternoon. Some random guy I have never seen before in my life approaches my table and motions for me to take off my headphones. I thought maybe he needed something, so I took them off, and he says you would look a lot prettier if you smiled. And then he grins at me, as though waiting for me to, I don't know, thank him for the not a compliment. The 20 things I should respond with went through my head. I'm having a bad day. I'm allowed to not smile. I'm not here for your viewing pleasure. It's none of your goddamn business what I do with my face. The only thing I managed to actually say though was fuck off. He did the whole I'm horrendously offended snort and said it was just a suggestion, beach. But he left, so I counted it as a win point. But it gets worse. I'm about to go back to my deep dive of how my life is going to be changed by my diagnosis when one of the mom zombies, at the table next to me taps my shoulder. When I looked at her, she and her friends were all staring at me like I was a stink under their nose. She said that was very rude. Fuck you too, beach. If you're not going to stick up for me, then mind your own faking business. It is not okay for a strange man to approach a young woman with the suggestion that I smile more. It is not okay for a fellow woman to give him permission to do that to me. The blessing of the pandemic is I haven't had strange men to smile once in the last year. When I moved in, the guy in the flat next to mine invited me round for a couple of drinks, and after about half an hour, started having a seizure. I call an ambulance, we are in the UK, and try to get him on his side. Ambulance crew turn up and take him to hospital. I'll let them know I'll lock up and he can pick up his keys when he's better. So next morning, he drops by, super apologetic, asks if he can cook for me as an apology. I was kinda not feeling it, but said yes anyway. So I go round to he's cooked something that smells great. We sit down to eat, and another seizure. Call another ambulance, same thing as last time. Next morning, he explains he's got a drinking habit, and the seizures are DTs. I sympathize, my bro was a recovering alcoholic, but I'm not sure we are gonna make great friends. About a week later, I leave for work and he's fitting in the hallway. I call another ambulance, and halfway through the call, he full on grabs my breast. I tell him to stop a few times, and I hear the call operator say that they are gonna send the police as a precaution. Everyone shows up. I decline to make a statement and give the police the keys this time. Then weird shit starts happening. He suddenly accidentally starts collecting my mail, so he has an excuse to see me. There's a fire outside my window. Someone listening to me in the hall. When I shower, then after a few weeks, his door is wide open and he's fitting again. I call, yet again, and police are sent out as well. He goes to hospital and I actually make a statement this time. I end up putting up a few cameras because I feel unsafe. Then, about a month later, he snaps. Builders next door woke him up, so his reaction was to slash their van's tires, stab the neighbor's dog, and stab one of the workmen in the leg. I get it all on camera. Police come round asking for the footage, and it was the officer who attended his seizures. He pulled me aside and said that both times, once he got into the ambulance, Jen immediately stopped fitting. When he got to hospital, he was abusive to staff who said there was nothing wrong with him and discharged himself. He'd been faking just to get close to me. So yeah, dude went to prison, and I thought it was the end of that. Until I realized he'd put my name, address, and phone number into every low-end hooker site he could find. I had to move out pretty quickly after that. I've got one lol. I was at Pride 2019. My friends and I were watching a drag show. They were sitting in front, but I kept letting people stand in front of me. I'm really tall, and I always feel horrible about blocking people's view, so we ended up pretty far away from each other. Suddenly, this huge dude comes up behind me and goes, "Are you married, my dumbass?" "Know him. Where do you live?" I lied about that, and he goes on to ask me what I was doing after this, and I said I was going home. He goes, "Why don't you come to this club with me? I hear it has great security," which is the #1 weirdest fact to share about a club, but okay. Apparently, my friend's danger senses had gone off, and they came to get me. They grabbed me by the hand, claiming one needs to use the bathroom. The guy goes, "Wait, "Can I talk to you?" Friends give a hard no, and we are off. About an hour later, we are back at the main stage, dancing to some music, when suddenly I feel someone standing really close to me. I turn my head to apologize, assuming my klutzy has bumped into someone, and, you guessed it, it was that guy again, but in different clothes. I booked my ass out of the crowd, and my friends decide it's time to tell security. The security guy says there's nothing he can do, but his husband happens to be the drag queen doing the Lady Gaga concert that day, so I got the satisfaction of seeing that guy getting absolutely chewed out by Lady Gaga. Scary as fact then, but luckily nothing came of it, and now it's a funny story. An ex. Dated him to give him a chance in high school. Broke up with him when he thought it was okay to torture mice before he fed them to his tarantula, and also thought it was no big deal when his friend was drunk and driving. Ran into him at random about 5 years later, and he invited me to a concert because one of his friends couldn't make it. All was okay until it was time for me to go home. He claimed he took some drugs at the concert and didn't want to be in my highly patrolled neighborhood. Said he would come down and then take me home. Get to his place in a bad part of town. He starts off by showing me his gun, which he was legally not allowed to have, and starts insisting I spend the night. I said no and headed to the door. He pointed it at me, and I forgot what he said, but I laughed and walked out. Halfway debated on throwing him down the stairs if he came near me. I proceeded to walk part way home, ran into a friend, and hung out a bit at their place while the worst of the night was over, so I didn't get jumped. Then proceed to walk the rest of the way, nearly 8 miles, home. He ended up driving up behind me and yelling at me to get in his truck. I flipped him off and kept walking. He eventually did an illegal U-turn, peeling out, and drove off. Called me incessantly for the next several days. I didn't know I could block numbers on my phone until I had another friend pose as my boyfriend and shut him down. Then he tried to blow me up on social media through a mutual friend's post, and I blocked him there too. I hope to never see or talk to him again. Never give psychos another chance. TLDR, Psycho X threatened me at gunpoint. Was waiting for my husband, then boyfriend, who was running late during the day, but was on a quiet street, drizzling a little. Have earphones. Car pulls past me, then reverses and parks, and a middle-aged man gets out and asks me for directions, and I tell him I'm not familiar with the area. Starts asking me questions like who am I waiting for, where am I from, his ex-girlfriend was also Asian, etc. He's crowding my space a little, but I have my back against the wall. Ironically, my husband runs a martial arts school, and I was waiting outside of it, and he starts asking if I want to sit in his car to wait out the rain. He'll take me to a bar. I decline politely. He knows I'm waiting for my boyfriend, but I'm alarmed. These are some serious red flags. So I'm texting my husband with one hand, letting him know some dude is trying to get me in his car. Continues so say things like I guess I'm too old for you, but in the next sentence, continues to try to convince me to go with him. No one else is on this street. That's when I realized I had to make a difficult choice. Do I escalate, or do I stall? About a minute, one of the longest minutes of my life. After I send that text, I hear a car just screeching down the road. Leaving the car running, door flung open, my husband jumps out, and the guy takes one look at him and makes a run for it. Husband yells, "Is that him?" And unfortunately I was so shocked that I freeze, and the guy drives away. So I have this thing where I don't really recognize faces, and about 2 weeks later someone is watching class through the window on the same street. I go to the door and ask if they want to watch inside. We usually have people interested this way, and he says no, but then starts saying something, and it dawns on me, due to his manner of speech, this is the same person. I guess all the guys in class sense something is wrong when I turn back to look at them, because they all started converging towards us, which they usually never do, and the guy again makes a run for it. I should have gotten a license plate, and I think about that a lot. We moved shortly after, although in the same neighborhood. Never ran into him again. For context, this happened in 1993. I went on a blind date with a man who was introduced by a mutual acquaintance. I was 28, divorcee. He was a 40 years old handsome, locally known professional man. We had a nice time at a no-scene front restaurant, good food and pleasant conversation. The drive home was also light-hearted, listening to music with the top down along A1A. It was such a wonderful date and there had been zero red flags. He was just a nice guy whose company I enjoyed. So I invited him in for coffee. Now a month before I had adopted a rescue dog. Black Lab Mutt, who for her entire life had lived on a chain in a yard and was abused and neglected by her male previous owners. Sasha was the sweetest good girl ever with me, but she hated men. Which I found out that very night. I unlock the front door and he enters the foyer. As I follow, I turn from the close the door. It opens outward. In the moment it took me to turn around, he slams me against the door, grabs my wrists, and yanks them above my head. I'm 5'8". He was at least 6'3". Then the forced kissing. I was so stunned and terrified I screamed no and struggled, which he seemed to like a lot. At that point I hear Sasha stir in her crate in the next room and I just kind of reacted. I stopped struggling, which got his attention for a second. I managed to give a sexy look and said that I really wanted to see where this would go, but first I had to let my new puppy out to potty. I told him stay right where he was so we could resume. I didn't want him to follow me. I earned an Academy Award in the scenario because he bought it and dropped my wrists and stood aside to smack my butt as I walked to the den. I barely pinched the latch and 80 pounds of fiercely protective fury came bursting out. Dummy was still standing at the front door. She lunged and pinned him in basically the same position I had been in. She was snarling, clawing, drooling. She looked rabid. The high-pitched squeal that emanated from his terrified maw was delightful. I slowly walked over. I may have been smiling. He was definitely bleeding from a couple of deep gashes. I hope that shirt wasn't expensive. I held Sasha's collar so she wouldn't tumble out with him as I reached around and turned the no and said something like, "How do you like it?" As he fell onto the patio I slammed and locked the door. That Porsche left rubber in my driveway, which is impressive. Sasha got extra treats and scritch-ins. And I never invited a stranger into my home again. A few years ago I lived in a tiny condo right next to a few trails in San Diego. I was on a pretty strict running and hiking routine. One night it got dark faster than expected. A man who appeared to be about 6 feet 3 inches and 200 pounds approached me as I was nearing the end of my hike. He told me, with a smirk on his face, to be careful as there are many things that could hurt me when the sun goes down. The next day as I'm exiting my back gate he's standing there, as if he's waiting for me. He introduced himself and admitted he's been watching me for a while. I decided to pretend like I was grabbing something from my car and went back into my house. For the next few days I see this guy circling my condo, looking in if the curtains are open. He was always walking around day and night. I checked the Megan's Law website and surprise, there he was. Multiple charges including rap by force or fear and child pornography. I decided to contact his parole officer and he immediately returned my call, stated he could tell I fit his MO and to use extreme caution. He said he would do what he could to get him out of the neighborhood. After that call I thankfully never saw him again. A couple years ago, I was coming home from having dinner with my parents. I think it was a Friday night, and so I was like, treat yourself, and decided to get some ice cream on my way home. I went to my local Rite Aid, which is just around the corner from my apartment. Grab the ice cream, get in line. There's a guy in front of me in line, and when I walk up, he turns around and smiles at me. He was kinda short and stocky but not unattractive, not my type though, and seemed to be around my age or slightly younger. I smiled back, because politeness, whatever. I buy my ice cream and walk out. As I walk out, the line guy appears and starts following me to my car. The dude waited until I was done and followed me out into the parking lot. He looks at my ice cream and is like, bad breakup. Are you all alone tonight? I'm like, I know, I just like ice cream and kind of want to just get home and chill. Guy can't take a hint, so again, with politeness, I chat with him for a few minutes. He then proceeds to try to convince me to come over to his place and Netflix and chill. He asks me for my number, but I said, why don't you give me yours instead, and took his number and GTFO of there. I realize this is kind of tame and may potentially not seem creepy to people, but the dude not only waited for me in the faking parking lot, he saw what I bought and made generalized assumptions about my faking life as a goddamn pickup line. It didn't just creep me out, it also pissed me off. Needless to say, I deleted that number as soon as I got home, lol. When I was 11ish I hung out with an older, wheelchair-bound blind woman who went to my church. Not at her home, just at church. She was so sweet and very grandmotherly towards me, and since my own were either dead or hated me because I was the daughter of my dad's second wife, I loved the attention. A guy started going to that church, and they ended up falling for each other and getting married. I was the flower girl in their wedding. I never liked the guy. He gave off a bad vibe, and while everyone else seemed to adore him, I didn't like to be near him. He kept encouraging me to come visit and hang out with his wife. My mom, who was a lunch lady at the time and had to regularly check Megan's Law to keep an eye out for creeps, ended up seeing him on the site. Molestation and rap of his own granddaughter. Well, she immediately went to the church elders because I wasn't the only kid he was trying to get close to. They said they knew, and because he said the power of Jesus healed him, they would do nothing. That's the creepiest encounter I've had with a man. The ones that turned a blind eye to a man intent on hurting kids because they didn't want to admit people lie about Jesus. My mom ended up spilling the beans to other couples, and we left that church. I've had a lot, but this by far is the worst. One time when I was 16, I was at the mall with this girl that I made friends with the day prior. I thought that she was cool and really funny. Maybe about 10 minutes into the hangout she said, "Hey, do you mind if I invite some of my friends?" And I thought that was cool, cause I would get to meet more people. The friends she decided to invite were a 27 and 45-year-old man. Both wore clothes and shoes that had holes in them, and obviously did a lot of drugs in their free time. I was very uncomfortable, but at first they didn't pay attention to me, so I thought it was funny. But then we found a sitting area, and this girl started texting me from across the area to sit in the 27-year-old's lap. I kept saying no, and she wouldn't let up. She then starts to sit on the 45-year-old's lap and make out with him. This is in a public mall. I'm freaking out at this point, and I'm trying to keep the 27 years old occupied. Small talk, so he doesn't get any ideas. Finally he sits on the couch and pats the area next to him for me to sit down. He was a big dude, and I didn't want to make him angry, so I just did. He pulls me into him, and this dude literally smells like ass. Extremely pungent. I can't text my friends or my dad because he could see my screen. So I'm stuck. At some point all three of them are coaxing me to come back to their house so that we can do some drugs and have sex, asking me to lie to my parents about where I'm going so that we can have some fun together. I immediately dart up right then because I got a text from my dad and the guy immediately says, "You're not gonna give me a goodbye kiss." I didn't say anything, and I ran out and immediately started crying. We called the police and I filed a report, but nothing came of it, as expected. The girl texted me the next day with just an "I'm sorry, I avoid them all now." I was driving from the Bay Area to small town Oregon, my first time doing a rideshare, driving my own car, and splitting the gas with an older hippie dude. While going through rural Oregon in the middle of the night, I saw a car ahead with no lights on pulled to the side of the road near an embankment. The car was parked a little closer to the road than it should safely be. Since no cars were around, I veered into the other lane while passing, just to give a little room in case there was anyone in/around the car that I didn't see. A couple of minutes after this, a cop car speeds up behind me with its lights on. My passenger was asleep with the seat slightly reclined, and I woke him up to let him know we were getting pulled over. The cop started walking up to the passenger side of my car and I saw a visibly surprised expression for a moment when he notices the guy in my passenger seat. I roll the window down, but he almost seems like he lost his words. It was really weird and uncomfortable from the moment he noticed my passenger, so I ask what's going on, since I knew I'd been driving the speed limit, and he says he saw me veer into the other lane when I passed his patrol car. I explained that his car had been a little too close to the road, so I wanted to give some room in case there were any passengers around. Then he stands there, like he isn't sure what to do, and asks for my license. He doesn't run it, or go back to his car at all, but instead writes my full name and address on his hand, and gives it back. I didn't get any kind of ticket or warning, and that was that point I got back on the road and my passenger, and I sat in total silence for a few minutes, before he says, "You know, I'm really glad I was here with you." Something was not right with that situation, and I could tell he wasn't expecting to see me in the car with you. I don't want to scare you, but I felt very uneasy. It was almost a relief that he said it first, because I had the exact same feeling. We were in the middle of nowhere and hadn't seen anything other than a few semi-trucks for a couple hours at that point. Anything could have happened and no one would ever know. I felt sick to my stomach for the rest of the drive, and I now planned ahead, so any long trips alone through rural areas are during daylight. After this and another very scary rural highway incident, I'd rather be safe than sorry. I worked at a shoe store in a pretty busy mall for a year right after graduating high school. Probably 6 months into working there, a middle-aged man came into the store looking for a pair of Oxfords. At first he seemed like a normal guy. He asked me for help trying on some of the ones I brought out for him, claiming he was old and was having difficulties. I've had to help plenty of customers, especially kids and the elderly, so I thought very little of it. It wasn't until I noticed that he kept squirming around while I helped tie his laces that I thought he was odd. My coworker came and grabbed me suddenly and told me to go to the back room because our manager needed to speak to me. He then told the customer he'd be helping him, and the customer was visibly upset. In the back room, my manager explained that every time I looked down at what I was doing, the man would over the pants fondle himself. I was in disbelief, but the CCTV was proof enough. We reported him to mall security, but he claimed he was scratching an itch. I was furious, but for the next several months he would come into the store and try to engage in small talk with me, and I had to put on my customer service face and be polite when brushing him off and ignoring him. Even though we reported him to mall security several times, nothing could be done about him. He didn't show up every time I worked, but he would only come in the store if I was. Otherwise he'd leave as soon as he noticed I wasn't there. My last month working there, I was closing the store with one other coworker. When we parted ways, I went my usual way to my bus stop and noticed a person walking the same direction as me but a bit behind. It was the creep, and he quickly sped up to grab my shoulder from behind once he established that there was no one in the vicinity. Sucks for him, because I may have seemed timid at work, but I'm not in reality. I started shouting at him and pushed him off. He laughed, called me baby girl, and tried to grab my arm, so I elbowed his face and kicked him in the groin. Called the cops, and he was still crying on the pavement when they picked him up. .edit for spelling mistake. Well, I'll be honest, I guess trigger warning for assault. Some heavy descriptions here. Wildly naive and inexperienced 15 years old me had a crush on a 22-year-old man. We had made out drunkenly at a party once. He added me on MySpace and put me on his top friends or whatever owed to me, and groomed me. Few months later, I was on a trip in a nearby city and hit him up to hang out. He drove out, and I left my group to hang out with him. He'd brought a handle of vodka, and when we got back to his car he passed it to me, and I started swigging. He drove us to another man's house. I remember hanging awkwardly in the entryway for quite some time. Then the guy whose house it was brought me a red plastic cup to drink from. I remember it tasted weird. Then there's a big blank in my memory. Next, I vividly remember being half carried along the sidewalk, seeing my shadow from the city lights, me slumped sideways, being half dragged with no shoes on. Next, I remember we're back in his car. I'm semi-conscious, unable to speak, watching everything, frozen. He pulls down my pants, pulls off my underwear. I still remember which ones. They were too big for me, because I wanted to wear adult panties, but I was tiny. You can guess what happened next. Wish my body could forget the feeling. I remember him saying, "Did I get any on ya?" afterwards. Then he let me out of his car and I staggered alone around the block to my hotel in my socks. Was in the city for a special event, but slept through the entire next day and missed everything. It was my first sexual contact. I blamed myself, told no one, suppressed the memories. 12 years later, something finally shook the memories loose, and I was finally able to understand that I was raped, and it wasn't my fault. I have lots of mutual friends with this person and none of them no point believe survivors. I, 25F, was living in France sharing a flat with 3 guys. 2 of them I had a great friendship with, the other was younger and a bit of a bum. He spent most of his time outside but sometimes invited his odd looking friends to smoke weed and drink to the flat. I never liked it and told him a few times, which meant they'd do it, but simply in his room. One night, I came back home from having drinks with work friends. I went straight to my room, got in my PJs, thank God I put on long trackies, and slept. I never locked my door because I never felt unsafe. Suddenly, I wake up in the middle of the night with a strange feeling. There is someone in my room. As I start to gain consciousness, I realize this person, a guy, is full on groping my ass. When he realized I was waking up, he sprinted out of the room like a fucking coward before I was able to do anything about it. I fully wake up, realize that a fucking creep was groping me in my room whilst I was sleeping and storm out. I hear music coming out of my weird roommate's room, knock loudly. He opens the door and I realize that he is there with one of his friends and immediately know it was his friend who was in my room. I accused him of what he did, but they were both too stoned to come to terms with it. I later found out his friend had done coke and kept telling my roommate that he was going to go take advantage of me or something along those lines, but thought he was joking. Apparently, his friend disappeared for a while, but he didn't think he had actually gone to my room. Fuck that shit. When I was 13, my best friend at the time was seeing a much older guy. I believe he was in his late 20s. My friend was actually a few months younger than I was. She came to my house to spend the night and my parents had our camper in the backyard and we wanted to sleep over out there. She invited her boyfriend and one of his friends to come see us. I knew this was happening and I knew my parents were very strict and I was terrified to get caught, but didn't want to seem uncool. They came. Her and her boyfriend quickly started messing around. This was not my scene. I was very much a tomboy. His friend started messing around with me. I don't remember a lot of the beginning, but I do remember, because I was such a shy kid, I basically said just enough words to him to have a bare conversation. He began kissing me and then ate me out. I was visibly uncomfortable. No movement, no words, no sounds, but I did not ask him to stop. I wasn't scared of him, I was just very shy and very scared my friend would get mad. I felt guilty for a very long time that I didn't ask him to quit, but to be honest I don't know that I really knew how. I haven't fully processed this until now, and it's really the first time I'm telling anyone other than the boyfriend I had at the time. He confronted this person, but he was told that I wanted it, and so I became a liar to him. I found out later that he was 31 years old. I was in a mental hospital for an attempt on my life, and there was this guy, I think he was 17, and I was 14 to 15. It started when we had gym time, and there was a little corner of the room by the doors that had no cameras. He asked me to go to the corner with him so he could see my breasts. I'm a bigger person, so I have big honkers in general. Anyway, we were at this corner because I was a dumbass, and I followed him. He made a motion, and he was like, just do it really quick so I can see them and touch them. I didn't because it was time to go back, and I'm glad I didn't. The second incident was when we were sitting side by side in the living room area. It had a TV and chairs and tables, things like that. We were sitting together, and he touched my thigh. I have bigger thighs as well, unfortunately. I scooted away, obviously uncomfortable, and he scooted closer. He looked at me and was like, I want to try something. So I was like, okay, and he looked around. No one else was in the room, and he brought his arm up and smacked me full force on the chest so he could watch them move from the slap. I quickly covered my chest and was like, what the hell? I scooted away and left the room to go sit in the hall where there were others. The third incident was actually just before he had slapped my chest. He had dropped his pencil on purpose between my legs so he could bend over and get closer. The fourth incident was, well, it wasn't really in Parisi. We were sitting together in the same room a couple of days later, and he had written something on the chair. I forget what it said, but I can remember it was inappropriate and made me uncomfortable. That was the last I would take. I'm not the best at telling people no, and I felt like I couldn't because he was older. I told the staff everything that had happened, and because he was blocking the view of the camera, they didn't have any visual proof. I ended up going to a room with some staff and telling them the things he said and did to me, and they put us on a 10 feet, where two patients cannot come within 10 feet of one another at any time. We were walking in the hall, and I was ahead of him, and I saw him coming towards me. I didn't say anything at first, but he looked pissed off. His face was red, and he just looked all over angry at me. He leaned in and whispered, "Did you say anything?" Scared to say yes, I did say something. For fear of what might happen, I said no. I didn't say shit. One of the staff saw us closer than 10 feet and called out his name and hey, 10 feet. And he backed off. That was my first encounter with a creep when I was 14 to 15. Sometimes I still think about it. I'm 17 now, so I feel like I should have let it slide long ago, and I keep trying to tell myself it didn't happen, or it wasn't a big deal. This was an extremely repressed memory in my mind, and I had almost forgotten about it until now. I've posted this before in another thread a while back, but I'll post again here. TLDR, my Uber driver, M in his late 20s/early 30s, tried to kidnap me and my friends, all F17 at the time, and then followed us into the grocery store we tried to escape to for safety. This happened about 5 summers ago. It was the summer before I went off to uni. It was the, technically, morning of the huge solar eclipse. Y'all know, the one Trump looked up at without glasses. Anyway, my buddy had parties at his house every weekend because his parents would go up to their cottage. The parties were basically a bunch of our guy friends smoking weed, playing beer pong and video games, with me and my 2 girlfriends. I live in the same neighborhood as my friend, just a couple blocks away. Usually 1 or 2 of the guys would walk us back to my house at the end of the night, since they lived around me and didn't want us to walk alone in the dark. But this particular night we chose to Uber because we were too intoxicated to walk home. We were really faded, so my recollection of this story isn't crystal clear regarding all that was said. So our Uber pulls up to my friend's house at around 3 AM, and me and my 2 girlfriends walk up to the car to get in. It was a minivan. We were still holding our coolers in our hands, as we were too gone to realize. I opened the door to the back seat and the driver immediately gave off really weird vibes. He looked at me and had this look on his face, an almost Kubrick stare-esque look, but sort of smiling too. He had long black hair in a ponytail, a beard, and was wearing a neon yellow tracksuit. He also had some type of European accent, but I couldn't tell what kind. Slavic, so I know it had to maybe be Portuguese or Italian or something, because it didn't sound familiar to me. He looked at me and did the elevator with his eyes, saying "I like your shirt," and winked. For starters, I was 17, and this man seemed around late 20s/early 30s. Second of all, I barely had much of a shirt on. I remember I was wearing a low-cut crop top, so my boobs were obviously out again. I was really crossed, so I just brushed it off and laughed. Me and my friends sat down in our seats, and the driver turned back and said to us, "If we get arrested, you guys are going to jail," gesturing at our open drinks. Again, we were really gone and didn't really give a fuck, so we just laughed, and my friend said something along the lines of "Don't worry, we'll be low-key," or whatever. So he drove off, and I noticed that at the stop sign, where I would usually turn left to go home, he turned right. He had a GPS with him, but was clearly ignoring it. I thought he was maybe just cutting through the neighborhood in a different way, so I just went with it. I know the area really good. There's like 5 alternate routes back to my place. Suddenly, we end up on the main road, the complete opposite direction of my house. As we headed under an underpass, I turned to my friends and said, "Guys, has going the wrong way." I looked at my friend who ordered the Uber, thinking she might have put the wrong address or even her own instead of mine by accident, and she flashed me her screen. She had my address as the drop-off point. I guess the Uber driver caught onto us and turned around and said to us, "Do you guys want to go to the school?" We all looked at each other confused. No, we want to go home," said my friend. "But all the kids I drive want to go to the school, you know, the big parking lot. That's where I take them," the man said, with a creepy look on his face. We knew what school he was talking about. It was our high school, just up the road. It's conveniently located in the middle of a huge field, by the way. All the kids go there, he emphasized. I remember the looks of horror on my friends' faces. No, drop us off now, my friend demanded. Even though we were still driving down the main road, there was a 24-hour grocery store coming up. So I panicked and yelled, drop us off at the grocery store right now. He glared at me in the rearview mirror and turned into the plaza. He dropped us off at the grocery store and we didn't even think of looking back to see him drive off. We just ran inside to safety, or so we thought. Minutes later, as we are pacing down an aisle trying to order another Uber. We live in the suburbs, so finding an Uber at 3 AM isn't always easy or quick. We see the Uber driver walk past our aisle. I don't think he saw us, but we immediately made a run for it. He then saw us and began to follow us from afar. Soon enough, he made his way closer and closer and closer. We pretty much sped through almost every aisle trying to get away from him. My friend got a notification that a driver was on his way to pick us up, and he was like 2 or 3 minutes away. We decided to go wait at the front of the store, still inside, by the exit doors. Roughly 30 seconds later, the man comes up to us with a bewildered look on his face. He says, you girls want me to drive you home? We all went pale. No, don't worry about it. We have a ride, my friend said. No, it's okay. I can drive you guys home, he insisted. No, I said, we have a ride, it's on the way. That seemed to anger him. What? You ordered another Uber? What about me? He said. He was standing very close to us too. I don't remember his face completely, as I was so high my eyes were barely open. But I remember the smile he had on his face the entire time he was with us, that eerie nasty smile. We have a drive, my friend snapped. The man walked away. The Uber was 1 minute away, but it seemed to be stuck at the red light at the intersection. To get into the plaza we were in, we were watching the map on the Uber app on my friend's phone in complete fear. This felt like the longest couple minutes of my life, and I was scared as hell. We turned around to see if the Uber driver left the store, but there he was, about 15 feet behind us, standing very close to the one cashier who was standing by a display. The poor kid looked super uncomfortable, but we saw that the driver kept constant eye contact with us as he was talking to the cashier, pointing at us several times. Suddenly, we saw the Uber pull up in front of the store. We sprinted out of the store, not looking back, and hopped in the car, and I yelled, drive, 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 and lock the doors. The new Uber driver gassed it, and we were on the way home safely to mine. He asked us if we were alright. Since we were clearly being frantic, we explained the story, and he told us to report it as soon as we got home, and he would file a report or witness statement, or whatever himself too. He even said he will stay in front of the house until we get inside to make sure we're safe. We thanked the man. We were super scared that the previous Uber driver would follow us, as he had my address from when he was driving us earlier. I made sure we locked all the doors, windows, everything. Once we got inside, I put the security alarm on, and we reported the incident to Uber via email. The next morning we woke up to 5 missed calls from Uber, and an email apologizing, refunding our trips from that night, and a statement saying the driver will be pulled off the road for Uber as they investigate. We never heard back from Uber regarding the creepy driver, but I hope to never see him again. What's really creepy is that a few months after that, a younger girl I work with, she was 16 at the time, told me a creepy guy kept hitting on her and making her uncomfortable. One night, when she was closing alone at the smoothie bar we work at, she described him as early 30s and wearing a neon yellow tracksuit. I felt my stomach drop. I immediately said, black hair, beard, accent, was he wearing a low ponytail? And she shuddered and said, yes. I still get chills thinking about this man. For some reason, when I try not to be a creep, it comes off as very creepy. I'm leaving work one day and tried to help someone out, only to feel like a huge creep. A woman came out of the nail salon by my office and said her car broke down. First creep move, I pull out a few dollars and start to hand it to her before she can even finish her story. It was a long day at work, she says. No, I don't need any money. I just need a ride home before my kids get home, and they are locked out of the house. I asked where she was going, and it wasn't very far, so I told her I would give her a ride. Second creep move, we get on the road and I say, you know, you shouldn't ask for rides from strangers. It could be very dangerous. I was being sincere, but I didn't realize how scary my comment sounded until after I said it. Lots of awkward silence after this. Third creep move. We pull up to her house, and as she is thanking me, I don't know why, but I felt like I need to give her more advice that would come off as threatening. You know, you should have people drop you off at the street, so they don't know exactly which house is yours. Fourth creep move. She got out of the car and thanked me again for the ride, and I felt embarrassed for how everything went down, and finished off with a "see you later," which is a typical parting exchange between friends, not random strangers who you suspect might sneak into your home while you are sleeping. Plenty of creepy guys out there, which is why I try to go out of my way to make women not feel that way towards me, and this nervousness seems to bring out the worst choices of words possible. I've had guys use the crowded conditions of public transit to rub up against me or grab me. I find elbowing them or stepping on their feet the second time helps. With an "oh, I'm sorry" sickly sweet smile matched with "touch me again and you'll regret it" death glare. While saying, "Sorry, the train's really crowded." Though be careful with that one, if they look deranged, it could backfire. Had several instances of being on a subway car while some guy masturbated, but I think that is just New York City. All but once, there were other people on the subway car, and the one time I was alone with a creep, I changed cars to a more crowded one, and learned the always beware of the empty subway car or the car with just one person. It's usually that way, because the air conditioning is broken and or there's a guy masturbating and or someone smells really bad and or someone is deranged. Creeps yelling at me from cars and slowing down to follow me. Starting at 12 until my 40s point in our 20s, my friends and I yelled back at some guys catcalling us on the street. They followed our car and tried to cut us off. Thankfully, there was a DWI patrol nearby when it was legal to set up checkpoints. It wasn't a checkpoint, but I told my friend who was driving to slow down, and the guys would probably be scared off. They were. We would have made a complaint, but my friend was driving a borrowed car on a learner's permit at night when she wasn't supposed to be driving. So that wasn't a can of worms we wanted to open. In my 30s, guy tried to follow me to my home and only stopped when I went to use a payphone, back in the 1990s when cell phones were more expensive. By sheer dumb luck, a muscular tall dude came over to the payphone shortly after. He just wanted to use the payphone and was asking me if I was finished with the phone. I didn't know if the police would respond, so I just dialed my own answering machine to buy myself some time to figure out what to do. And I was standing there trying to figure out what to do next. But from Creepo's perspective, it looked like tall muscular dude arrived in response to my phone call, and Creepo took off really fast. I did say thank you to the tall, muscular dude. I had explained the situation, and he offered to wait with me. Some women feel like getting older, etc. makes them feel invisible, and they're sad about it. In my 50s, I feel like it's a freaking superpower and one of the benefits of aging. Except when some guy tried to cut in front of me in line at a hotel. But I spoke up, assertively, but not obnoxiously, and he tried to give me shit about it. I'm a 45-year-old male. Sorry, not a woman. But after reading a ton of these replies, I have something very serious to say. Parents, your fear and lack of care of telling your children what to do when anybody comes onto them. This is almost criminal. When I was married, my wife never taught her daughter crap. So I asked for this 9-year-old girl to scream. She screamed. It was pathetic, and I told her so. I told her to really scream, let it all out, and then she proceeded to almost blow my eardrums out. I was seriously in pain, but the first part of my job was done. Then we explained to her which parts of her body a family member, friend, neighbor, stranger, teacher, preacher was allowed to touch. Absolutely no part of her body. Thankfully this girl was never molested, nor raped, and is a wonderful human now. My parents beat the crap out of me when I tried to tell them as a child that a trusted church member kept on trying to touch me. I would have ruined my parents' good image in church had this guy been outed, so I got the punishment instead. So a few years later, when another guy at a different church tried to assault me, I kept my mouth and as shut. Screw any of you who do not know how to protect your child from such criminals. Screw you for telling them that they are just making it up. Take your child, Ren, Seriously. They are literally you in a new form. I used to make conversation with the janitorial staff at work, since I'd work late and run into them every few days. One guy in particular would perk up when I would make conversation, but I didn't think anything unusual of it. A few weeks of making small talk had passed when we are talking about a mutual photography hobby. He shyly invites me to go take photos with him at a popular nature reserve an hour from work. I laugh it off and decline, and we go about our days. The next 2 weeks, I have a lot of deadlines and don't make conversation as much, but I'll give the occasional wave or hello. One day, I'm walking to the bathroom at night when suddenly he corners me. His whole body is shaking when asks me why I've been avoiding him and whether he did something wrong. I try to make light of the situation and say I've been busy and that I haven't been trying to avoid him. He reluctantly accepts this answer and I say goodbye. Immediately, I walked to my desk, packed my things, and took an alternate route out of the building to go home. This was around the time I was leaving for another job, so I hadn't seen him again. I don't know whether he had malicious intent, but since that night, I avoid becoming too familiar with men at work. This story is tied with the time a drunk homeless man came up to me at a train station and harassed me. Followed me onto said train and continued to harass me with inappropriate questions for a good 30 minutes. At one point, he asked my age and I lied by telling him I was 15. I was 20, to which he responded, 15? That's young, but I would still. Trailing off his sentence before another passenger on this half-full train got his attention by talking about the local sports team until we reached the next stop and everyone disembarked. A separate passenger kindly walked me towards my destination until we were certain I wasn't being followed. The first was when I took a train home late one night and was stared at by a man who made me so uncomfortable I waited till the last possible minute to get off my train before the doors closed. Evidently it wasn't quick enough as he also got off after me. I was a student with no money and was walking home from station to my house as I couldn't afford the taxi fare and I had no credit on my phone. Back in 2008. He proceeded to follow me on the other side of the street whilst I was acting like I hadn't seen him till I figured out what to do. I stopped and pretended to send a text to make sure he was following. He too stopped and stood back in a doorway, so I confirmed he was definitely following me. I yelled at him that I could see him and that he better fuck off. Then proceeded to run up the road to a late night supermarket where I told them I was being followed. They offered to call the police, but my teenager self started questioning myself about whether he was actually following me, so I hung about in the shop for a while and walked the rest of the way home. The other time was walking to work early in the morning in the dark, and a dude jumped out of the bushes in front of me, dropped his trousers, and starting jerking off whilst staring at me. That was gross and terrifying. I also had a woman who got obsessed with me at my workplace and went a bit stalker for a while, started playing football in the same team as me, would wait for me outside the office, message me weird things on LinkedIn, and would cry to a mutual friend about how she was crazy about me. So yeah, it's not always men. Want a tour of terrible men around the world? The worst is obviously the man here in SF who followed me off a bus and tried to pull me into a dark alley. I was already super nervous about him. He gave off bad vibes, and it felt almost inevitable when he attacked me. Thank God I was wearing a super spiky ring. I punched him as hard as I could, and nearly broke my own finger doing it, screamed at the top of my lungs, and sprinted a few blocks until I reached a brightly lit, crowded intersection. This was exactly 1 week after a totally different man in SF groped me on the bus. Love you Muni. A group of guys literally stalked me around the streets of Florence, Italy. Like 6 or 7 dudes who followed me through winding medieval alleys and streets for like 20 plus minutes. I was straight up crying trying to escape them. For some reason everywhere in that neighborhood was closed, and I couldn't find anyone to ask for help. At one point I thought I'd gotten myself into a dead end, and I was panicking. Then I found an escape route, and managed to get back into a populated area. I went back to my hotel and cried, and I've never been back to Florence. When I lived in Paris, a man on the metro pulled my headphones off of my head to ask me where I was going that night. I stammered that I was going to meet up with friends, jammed my headphones back on my head, and then he started screaming at me that I shouldn't go out dressed like that if you don't want men to talk to you. Another man in Paris pulled up to me during an actual field trip. I thought he was genuinely asking for directions. When he realized I wasn't picking up his insinuation, he said in English, "What is so hard to understand? I want to fuck you." My teacher was standing directly behind me and screamed at him until his disgusting ass scooted away. I was on my way to brunch, literally dressed in an outfit so demure that I've worn it to religious services. I sat on the last car of the train, like an idiot. A man sitting between me and the rest of the train started masturbating. We were the only two people in the car. I had to endure it until we got to a station and I was able to switch cars. To this day, I never sit in the last car of a train. One night during college, I was walking home from work at night and a guy started following me. I knew what was up, so I called my tall, pretty burly boyfriend at the time to meet me and escort me home. The guy kept following us, even after my boyfriend turned around and screamed at him to fuck off. I've got many from growing up in Mexico, where women are heavily objectified. Was walking down the street with a friend. We got catcalled by a bunch of construction workers in the back of a pickup truck. We were around 15 at the time. We yelled back at them to piss off, and the truck made a U-turn. The men in the back started confronting us, telling us we shouldn't be wearing shorts like that if we don't want the attention. Luckily a cop drove by and we tried to wave him down. OFC he didn't stop because Mexican police lol, but the guy's truck drove away. Another time about a year later, I was walking home from a shift at a bar that ended at around 2 AM. I was 16 working behind a bar because once again, Mexico. The roads were pretty much empty since it was so late in a small town and the only thing going on past 10 PM was that bar I was working at. So I noticed when car drove past me going the opposite way. I never saw it turn around, but next thing I know the car pulled into the reactional lane of the road for walking, biking, etc. and blocked my path. The man first kindly asked me if I needed a ride home. I declined, saying that I was about 5 minutes away from home, which was true. He kept insisting, each time getting more aggressive until he yelled, "Just get in the F***ing car." I ran the other way, across the street, and ran the rest of the way home, turning at a bunch of different side streets so I could lose him. I don't know if he followed me or not. It was terrifying, since it was just him and me as far as my eyes could see. The same car thing happened to me a couple of years later in a different city, but this car actually followed me all the way home and watched me go in. Luckily I had 3 hardcore punk male roommates that walked with me everywhere for the next couple of months and wouldn't let us girls answer the door unless we were expecting someone. I have many more. A few years ago, 2015-ish, my husband worked at the liquor store by our house, and after work one night I dropped by to hang out a bit with him and his co-worker. After I decided to buy something, I left and casually walked out the door. A man was entering while I was leaving, but he had a hood pulled over his head, and I didn't get a good look at him beyond that, nor did I think anything of it. Almost immediately after I pulled out of the parking lot and was meandering through the neighborhood on my way home, I noticed a guy in some SUV following too close and following my every turn. I went faster. He went faster. I began making random turns. So did he. I went faster yet, in a winding neighborhood with narrow streets and no sidewalks. I'm pretty sure I hit 50 miles per hour. He was definitely following me and staying right on my tail, no matter where I went or how fast I was pushing it. At first, I had been nervous, but that tinge of fear was slowly melting into rage. If I'd had a gun, I would be in prison today. That's how furious I was getting. I was beside myself trying to figure out the motive, but every possibility I could think of just made me angrier and angrier. It's dumb, but in fight or flight scenarios I'm a fighter, and the odds are never in my favor. I contemplated stopping the car and daring him to try something, but sensibility somehow prevailed. Probably my own lizard brain keeping me alive. I finally went out to the main road nearby, and he pulled into the lane beside me, keeping right next to my car. I saw him motion to roll down my window, but still didn't get a good look at his face. Instead, I slammed on my brakes, since hardly anyone else was on that road, and immediately made a U-turn. I finally had lost him. To be sure, I snaked around the neighborhoods on the other side of the main road until I ended up relatively far away. Then, I went immediately back to the liquor store. I stormed in and everyone could tell something was wrong. There were only a couple of regulars and my husband and his coworker there, and I knew them all. I told them I'd been followed, and I demanded to see what, if anything, their surveillance cameras picked up. You see me leaving, and this guy entering casually. He pauses to check me out while I'm walking away. He dashes to the counter, in a sudden rush, to purchase some liquor from behind the counter, and my husband is the one who gets him what he wants and cashes out his purchase, getting a good look at him, and then runs out the door. At this point in our review of the footage, my husband slams his fist on the counter and says to his co-worker, "I called it. I told you he was a piece of shit." The exterior camera shows me turning my lights on, slowly backing out, and slowly leaving the parking lot. Meanwhile, this white trash failed abortion was rushing to his jeepish looking SUV and threw it into reverse and gunned it for me. About a year later, with this incident not really taking much relevant real estate in my mind anymore, they announced a major arrest in my city of a long-term suspect in a 2007 murder in my city for the much more recent murder of a young woman who was last seen with him. I showed the mugshots easily found online to my husband, since the perp has faking atrocious neck tattoos and awful mid-obscene hair, and has been in the local news for such things as stealing from the tattoo shop who apprenticed him, beating a pregnant girlfriend, killing her kittens, as well as being suspect #1 in that first murder 4 years before finally becoming tied to it legally. I was happy to see him finally face hard time. My husband took a double take and said, "That's the guy who followed you from my liquor store." Was it really? I didn't get a good enough look. My husband did, but there was a year or so time in between him seeing that guy and him seeing the mugshot. Whether it was or wasn't, it was still one of the creepiest things that's happened to me. But if it was, it's just the faking sheet icing on the sheet cake. Eater, reading through this thread, there's a lot of encounters being spoken about happening to minors, especially under 16. If you men are reading these accounts, take them to heart and call out your peers. I was in my early 30s when the story I shared happened, but I had a lot of these same creepy encounters as these other girls as a minor. Unchecked, these predators get worse. Consider yourselves to be enablers if you don't try to correct your friends, acquaintances, relatives, etc. If they talk inappropriately about minors, or divulge violent desires or confessions that aren't part of consensual play. The person who was arrested for the murders of a girl and of a woman that I spoke of had talked openly about abusing women and even of killing the first. Make yourselves accountable. My mother, at 70 years old, had to quit going to the grocery store closest to her since a fellow elderly employee started making unwelcome comments and advances toward her once he found out that my father had died. This never ends for women, no matter their age, and anyone who thinks it's normal, or because a young person dresses provocatively, needs to rethink their understanding of these matters. I got a flat tire on the highway at 11 PM coming back from a friend's house, and my car slid into a dirt embankment. This was in the time before cell phones. I got out and walked to the roadside phone and called for a tow truck, and then went back to sit in my car. To wait. A couple of minutes later, a CHP car stopped behind my car and flipped his lights on. I rolled down my window and spoke with the officer through my passenger window. As I explained to the officer what happened, I could see some guy in my headlights running towards my car. He was yelling, as if to the officers. "She called me. I'm her boyfriend. She called me." The officer next to me quickly asked me, "Do you know him?" I replied, "No," and the officer immediately tensed up, turned at the guy, pointed his flashlight at him, and in a commanding voice yelled, "Go back to your vehicle," yet he kept coming. The other officer ran up in the guy's face and stopped him dead in his tracks and ordered him to go back to his car, and the guy pivoted around the officer and ran at my car again. The officer tackled the guy from behind, put him in handcuffs, sat him on the side of the road. The whole encounter lasted 10 to 15 seconds. I've never felt so scared and also so protected at the same time. I asked the officer if that kind of thing happens often. some random creep coming to help, and he said, at night, more often than I'd like. When I was 22 or 23, I worked at a shop that sold car paint and things like that. Most of the customers were male. One of them, mid-50s, I think, was always happy to see me and to chat with me. After a few days he came in every day to see me. He wanted to talk to me for hours, watched me work, brought me food or other little things. Most of the things I gave away to my colleagues, or at least shared the food, sweets or snacks, with them. They were all male too, except for my boss's wife. One day that customer came multiple times to the shop to see me. He didn't buy anything, he just wanted to spend time with me. I started to feel really uncomfortable and went to the back into the kitchen. I thought he just went away then. But when I looked out the window I saw him watching me. I immediately went to my boss and told him about my feelings. All of my colleagues were laughing and telling me I shouldn't overreact. So, I told the customer to please leave me alone. Afterwards, on another day I saw him in front of the house where I had a flat at that time. His car workshop wasn't far from there, and he obviously knew my car because it was always parked behind the shop I was working at. This really creeped me out. The next day I talked to my boss and one of my colleagues again about the situation and my feelings. This time they took it seriously, I think. Because the next time the customer came to the shop he just said hello politely and left me alone. Apart from that, only buying things for his shop and leaving then. I think my boss made it clear that his behavior was just creepy, inappropriate, and he shouldn't be stalking me. Back when I was like 19, I had joined the Navy, and I was fresh out of boot camp, and I was at my A school, job specific school. We shared a base with Army, Marines, and some Air Force. It was mainly Army, so my friends and I got into our civilian clothing to go to the PX that was downhill. Anyways, my friends and I were in the store getting snacks and other necessities we wanted to keep in our barracks. I love Macup, so yes, I got dolled up to go to the store Sumi, and I had just spent 2 months with no control over how I looked. I put on my favorite lipstick Diva by MAC. So as I'm following my friends around, I noticed these army guys following us around. Every time we went to a different aisle of the store they were right behind us. So I'm crouched down looking at shampoos and I hear, "Hey Lips, I've never seen you around base." I'm not the type to take to pet names, especially by strangers. So I look at him and I'm like, "Excuse me? Do I know you or something?" And he was like, "No, but you will." He grabbed me by my waist and pressed me up against his body. I'm not a big girl, but I'm no Nicole Richie either. So I grab a bottle of shampoo, open it with my thumb, and squirt it in his face. My friends had moved on, but when they heard him yell that his eyes were burning, they ran over to find me squirting the last bit of shampoo on him. His friends came running to help him and wash the shampoo out of his face. As they pulled him away, I heard him call me a crazy bitch, so I threw the matching bottle of conditioner at him and hit him on the back of the neck. The whole store smelled like apples. In kindergarten, I sat across from a boy. I was in the morning class and he went afternoons. He decided for whatever reason that I was the one for him at the ripe age of 5 and starts trying to tell me who to be friends with, no guys, etc. I brush it off and continue my life. He was in separate classes starting in 1st grade because he was tested and found to be on the spectrum, so I only saw him for part of the day for the next few years. However, he still insisted I have no male friends, which confused me. When I refused to stop talking to boys, literally my classmates, I still thought all boys were gross. He started becoming possessive and would lose his shit if he saw any guy talking to me, and would threaten to beat them up if they talked to me again. There were a lot of no contact orders against him from other students. When I was in 2nd or 3rd grade, he started following me home. Granted, I had done my best to give him as little attention as I could. I thought that if I ignored him, he would go away. Nope. One time, he stood on the porch at my house for hours, insisting that I come outside and talk to him. My dad had to get involved, and even after that, my dad had to call the cops to tell him to go home. Guys, he tried telling my enormous father that his tiny self was going to beat my dad up. Then, he started cornering me after school and refused once to let me leave the courtyard to walk home. He pulled me under a set of stairs that was connected to an annex, and my dad found me trying to escape as this creep was trying to get my 3rd grade at this point pants down. My dad got a restraining order against him, which the school didn't enforce because they are just kids. I moved in 4th grade, but took a year in the same high school he went to. As soon as he saw me, everything started again. I made the mistake of telling Creeper once, after he made an offhanded comment about forcing me to have his children, that I would lay him out if he ever tried. He threatened to kill me and started memorizing my schedule / stalking me. I got pregnant the same year and was told by a guy friend that he'd overheard Creeper telling someone that baby isn't mine, so my name can't have it. She's mine. Apparently, Creeper was going to push me down some stairs and cause a miscarriage. I got a no contact again point a couple years ago. I worked fast food on the window and Creeper came through the line. I quit that job shortly after, but found out that a couple days after my last shift, Creeper started working there. My old work friend told me he quit immediately and began trashing the store when he found out I was no longer an employee. Nothing overtly terrible has happened to me, thankfully, but I've had a few moments that made me pretty uncomfortable. I know this is supposed to be like a pick the worst thing, but it feels good to unload. Sorry. I'll add more as I remember them. A mutual friend's dad told my boyfriend he was a very lucky guy after he saw me drink from a straw. I guess he associated it with his P nor my BJ face, which really says more about his girth than anything else, but W/E. We were all 17 and the guy was aware. At my first job we had a regular creep that had come in and see kids movies back to back to back. Literally the same movie 3 to 4 times a day. He was around 65 years old, 6 feet 4 inches, easily 300 pounds, and always looks disheveled and sloppy. Very imposing. He said a lot of faked up things to my coworkers, the worst probably being that he'd wait around for my then 16-year-old coworker to get off so he could show he what he liked to do with butter. My only super negative experience was when I told him I wouldn't refill his popcorn bucket he'd brought back in from the night before. He told me he would come back there and enjoy making me do it for him. I told my boss and he kind of shrugged it off. Same job at the theater, late night, alone in concession. I had a middle-aged guy and his girlfriend or wife come up, already wasted, and ask for free nacho cheese. I said no, sorry. He got mad and started shouting suck my dick bitch, it's faking nacho cheese. I said yeah, and it's a $1.25. So I don't know man, as I was looking for my walkie to call a manager cause F being talked to like that about cheese. He followed up with oh she's a rule follower, huh. Hey, I like good girls, you know. And started nudging his lady. It was faking weird, but my manager showed up pretty shortly after that, and I went to the back to hide basically. At a later job I had a male coworker begin regularly coming into my cubicle, blocking my exit, lean fully into my space, and show me pictures or videos of naked women twerking and getting wild. Zero shame to those women doing what they wanted, but like, I don't want my male coworker showing that to me that at work. We were friendly but not friends. I had multiple different grown men catcall me / friends from their cars when we would be walking around our town as preteens and teenagers. Only learned about this one after my grandma told me to always be aware of my surroundings at 6 years old. We'd just gotten done paying at IHOP and this old man asked her to have me help him look for candy in his car. Had a friend come up from behind me in HS and hug me pretending to be my boyfriend. His hands went up from my hips, under my arms, and right up to my boobs. He gave them a squeeze, and then my boyfriend came around from behind both of us. I guess he was hiding for the joke. I was so shocked that either of them found this funny that I just shook him off and went to class. I worked in a warehouse when I was 21. Didn't drive, so the agency I was with had a minibus service you'd pay like £5 a day to use. One day on the trip home, after working there for about a month, another worker sat next to me. My age. He seemed friendly. We had a chat. Thought nothing of it. He was Spanish, had been in a car accident, and took a hole to recover etc. Now, when we got back to the agency office, he wouldn't get off his seat until everyone else had left, then kept asking if I'd give him a hug. I can't remember if I did or didn't, but I think I did as I felt very awkward. I get off the bus, text my dad to pick me up about 10 minutes away as it's winter, so it's very dark. He continues the conversation and keeps walking with me. I keep mentioning my dad is picking me up etc. point, but he wouldn't leave me alone. All this time he kept begging for a hug and a kiss. I was scared. I knew an alleyway was coming up, and I had to walk through it. He pinned me TK the wall, and tried to kiss me, but I pushed him away, and said back quote no. I laughed it off, didn't want to make him angry as didn't know how psycho he was. I mention again that my dad is almost here. At this point I'd text my day saying hurry up, I'm scared. He wouldn't leave me alone. I turned left, and luckily my dad's car pulled up. As soon as I got in, I started crying, and my dad saw him as he had followed me towards my dad's car. My dad got out and slapped him hard across the face. Next morning I was back on the minibus. I was running late and there were 2 seats left. Luckily I managed to get the seat at the back of the bus with some girls, and not the empty seat next to him. He kept his eyes off me since then, and I only saw him that time on the bus. I went to college in Chicago. My flight home from visiting my sister on spring break was delayed and landed at Midway around 2:30 am. I needed to get to Lincoln Park, which is on the other side of the city, 20-30 minutes. I get in a cab and the driver starts going, and first thing he did, oh the exit is closed to the highway, so I have to take the surface streets. I say, okay but can you charge me a flat rate? Sure. I'm not creeped out yet, a little annoyed, cause I want to go home but also proud of my savvy knowing to ask for a flat rate. Probably $5 minimum. Later he tells me he has to stop for gas. Can you get to Lincoln Park? And without stopping, no, why'd you go to the airport then? Is what I'm thinking, but it's 2:30 am and I can't say that, so I say okay. He went into the gas station and very clearly bought some condoms. At this point I want to get out of this cab, but I'm on the near south side and a white girl with a large suitcase in an area where I'd stick out like a sore thumb, and regardless of where I'm in the city, it's 2:30 am. He then told me how his cab driving life had made him gain a bunch of weight, no women were attracted to him anymore, and he works weird hours. Then asks if I would date him. I tell him I have a boyfriend. I didn't. Of course I didn't, but nice guys won't leave you alone otherwise, and I then had to listen to him slut shame me for the remaining 20 minutes of the drive. It's been 11 years at this point and I can feel the bile in my throat right now. I remember getting out of the cab a block away from my house, cause I obviously wasn't going to show him where I live, lugging my suitcase through the alley, cause the alley felt more safe than having him circle the block and spot me and follow me into my house. I got home and threw up and showered because I get so dirty and scared and like I somehow magically wasn't murdered, even though I felt like I did everything wrong. I was 18 and I had fallen asleep in the train during rush hour. It's a thing I did a lot. In the time that I commuted to uni every day, I became a nap expert. There was this guy in the seat next to me that had a huge sports bag on his lap. The bag was so big that it was partially hanging over my lap as well. But yeah, rush hour, we are all packed like sardines. It's not comfortable to have people in your space like that, but what do? I just closed my eyes, leaned with my head against the window, and dozed off. Next thing I know there's a hand between my legs. Apparently he'd been caressing my things for a while underneath the sports bag, and he'd now gone for the inside of my thighs. I'm super glad I wore jeans that day. I was instantly wide awake, stared at the guy with the sports bag in absolute horror, and bolted. I just fled out of the cafe and out of the train when it arrived at the station, which was right around that time. It wasn't even my stop. I had to wait for the next train point. When I told my parents later, at dinner, they kind of laughed at me in disbelief. I was super pissed off and left the table early. Then 2 weeks later my dad told me he read in the newspaper that they caught the guy with the sports bag. Apparently he took that same rush hour train every goddamn day and had done it to at least 6 other women, and one lady got the police involved, and they literally caught him in the act. The police were asking women to come forward if they had stories. I think that's when it sunk in for my parents and they kind of apologized to me for not taking it seriously. A couple of years back I decided to make extra cash on the weekend by showing open houses in brand new neighborhoods. I had a couple of weirdos come by every once in a while, but the last one made me quit the real estate business for good. It was a rainy winter day, so foot traffic was slow, and since it was almost dusk I decided to go collect the signs down the road and close up early. When I returned to the home there was a beat up pickup in the driveway. I quickly made my way into the home to greet them, but didn't see anyone around. I called out hello, and no one answered. Confused I walked into kitchen, and then heard the upstairs toilet flush. Startled I walked to the stairs, and saw a large disheveled looking man staring down at me. I forced a smile, introduced myself and pointed to a clipboard asking him to sign my visitor's log. Every part of my being was on alert, every hair was standing up, and I've never felt so unnerved in my life. I quickly walked into the kitchen and made sure to put the kitchen island between us. He started asking me questions like, "Do you like working alone?" To which I replied, "Oh, I don't. My partner will be here soon." He started making his way around the kitchen island, and I kept in step with him moving around it as well, so he couldn't get too close. He said it must be scary to be such a small lady in a big house. When it's getting dark outside I reminded him that I wouldn't be alone much longer because my partner was on the way, which was a lie of course. Then after many other creepy questions like, "Do I dye my hair? Like what the fuck?" and zero questions about the house, he asked me to show him the upstairs. I said he was welcome to take another look by himself, but I need to finish packing up for the day. When he went up the stairs I quickly ran to my car, grabbed my mace and texted my husband to please call me. I think I'm in trouble. I then waited outside the house for at least 5 minutes refusing to go back in with that creeper. Finally the man came out looking angry and frustrated. I told him I needed to lock up, and he said he wanted to look at the other houses, so I need to unlock the 2 houses next door and show them to him. I said I didn't have the keys to those houses, another lie, and remembering to never go to a second location, I told him to come back later. Then I got in my car and locked the door. He was muttered something under his breath, then got in his beat up truck and angrily sped out of the neighborhood. I sat in my car for a few minutes trying to calm down, then I closed up the house and grabbed my visitor's log. I looked at the log and I knew for sure my instincts were correct, and he was there for no good reason. He signed in as Bart Simpson. That was the last time I hosted an open house. This is gonna get completely buried, but whatever. Here goes. I'm a body piercer, and when I was new I pierced penises. One dude needed his dick to be pierced by a woman. A lot of creepy but harmless dudes did at the time. It was previously uncomfortable and definitely not something I should have put up with, but I was in my 20s. Also it was a time when as a woman, you were just lucky to get in a shop. So I sucked it up and said okay. I go to pierce his dick, and he's being super creepy and asking too many questions that I just wouldn't answer. He got an erection in the middle of the piercing. Whatever, it had been happening with other people, so I just get it done and get him out of the shop. Point that night I felt weird walking to my car. I thought nothing of it, but that whole hindsight thing. Shoulder known point. So I lived in a garden unit. I'm in bed. After feeling off all night I finally get to sleep. I wake up to a loud crack and hand on my face right after. This dude had popped open my window and was half inside my apartment. I black out at this point, but what the police gathered was I grabbed my CD player I was using as my alarm clock and hit him over the head and then locked him in my room, barricaded the door, and called the police. It's not done. So this idiot, we copied his driver's license when he got the piercing. So I took the cops right to the shop and give them a copy of his paperwork. Point apparently he was a serial rapist they had been looking for. I'm just happy I gave the cops the address on where to find him. Buckle up, this is gonna be a long one. 14 years old, wearing a literal hijab that went all the way down to my feet and was super wide. The only thing you could see was my face, so fuck everybody who blames clothing for shit like assault. Point I was going back home from the mosque because I had forgot money on my dresser and wanted to go back out and buy ice cream, then return back to the mosque. My block is pretty complicated to get up, so there are stairs you take from the train up to my street. Sitting on a step was this man who I originally thought was homeless. He asked for money and me being the person I frowned at him and told him I had none, genuinely feeling sorry. Then out of nowhere he goes, "You're very beautiful." I smile and say thank you, even though it's a really bad habit of mine to smile at men who give me compliments because they always think you want them afterwards. He asks me how old I am. I say 12 too, just to make it seem a little more illegal, just in case he gets any ideas. I continue my walk up the stairs, and in the peripheral of my eye I see that he's suddenly going up the stairs as well. He's just moving locations, I thought, but became hyper aware of everything around me. I walked the short walk up my block to my apartment building. I noticed him coming down the block as well, and went into my building again, trying to think of any other reason why he would be coming down the block, except to follow me. So the thing about my apartment is that there are 2 doors. You go in through one which doesn't have a ringer, and then you're met with a second one which does have a ringer. There's about 6 yards between each door, so there's almost like a waiting room area to get into the actual building. So either way you need a key or someone needs to open the door for you to get into the apartment. So I went through the first door and rang my buzzer for my mom to unlock the door, thinking he was gone. So imagine my shock when I saw him come through the first door and smile at me. My heart literally started pounding out to my chest, but I was still trying to be kind because that's who I am, and I literally can't tell anyone to just fuck off. I smile back at him like a dumbass, and it's just the 2 of us in the little space. He tells me I'm beautiful again, and I smile nervously and say thank you. Now this is where it gets super fucking creepy. He puts his hand out for me to shake, and me being the dumb as I am, I actually shake it. But he won't let go while faking smiling at me. The buzzer rings and scares the shit out me, so I smile at him, almost willing him to let go, and I pull away hard. I finally go through the second door, but he still follows me. Now this is where I start to panic, because now I'm in my actual apartment building with a faking creep, and I'm literally not going to get on an elevator with this guy. So I try and think of an excuse, and luckily I'm quick on my feet and say, "Oh shoot, this is my friend's apartment and I'm going up to meet her, but I don't think she's home." Now the reason why I say this is cause I don't want him to know this is my apartment building in case he decides to ever come back. He goes, "She's not home." Almost like he was sad we couldn't ride the elevator together, so he could probably faking molest me. I say no and literally do not wait to hear what the fuck he says afterwards, and speed walk out of the apartment building, and he still follows me. I start jogging, not caring if I seem frantic or scared anymore, because hello, you're a literal creep. I jog all the way to my deli, where luckily all the grown thugs were, and scream at the guy at the front of the deli that someone is following me. Now the deli guy is my friend, and he knows my family, so he rushes out to there, and what do you know, the wife is standing right there leaning on a street side. All the guys in the stores literally come outside and basically surround him and tell him to stay there while they call the cops. They tell me that they are going to walk me back to the mosque, and I have never felt so protected in my life. These guys, who I didn't know that were considered thugs on my block, just basically saved my life. It was definitely a day to remember, and I always make sure to say hey to them every time I see them playing dice on the block. I was 18 or 19 at my first real job. Overnight cashier at a grocery point. I got on well with my older manager, who was in his 40s at the time. He was engaged, his fiancée was a college faculty member. He invited me to come over on an off evening for dinner and games with some people. It was a regular thing they did, and they thought I'd like it. Some of his fiancée's students came too, who were about my age. I get there. I notice there's no one else there. He says another group is coming. We wait for a little while. He says they must have gotten held up. We can start eating and just save them some. Okay point. So we get about halfway through dinner and it's clear they're not coming point. Oh, did I mention? This guy's fiancée is about my age too. She's not faculty, she's adjunct, which means she's basically a tar. At this point I'm hella uncomfortable. My plan is to finish dinner, say well I guess the games didn't work out for tonight, maybe another time. Then the fiancée gets a headache and is going to go lie down. A few minutes later my boss goes to check on her point. Yep. They tried to trick my 18-year-old self into a 3/some point. I just no-showed the job. I was so disgusted I couldn't even manage to call and quit. Looking back I should have, because God knows how many times after that they tried it. But I was 18. This was my first experience with anything like this. At this point I'd had one sexual partner. I'm really surprised I even caught on to what was going on. Now I look back and wonder if the fiancé consented or if she got coerced and manipulated into it too. Maybe she went into the bedroom because the moves were about to start and she didn't want it. Maybe she was in there trying to get him to reconsider while he strong-armed her more. I did go back into that store a couple years later. Guy I used to work there with was still working there. I asked him about the old boss. He said the fiancé dumped him and he just stopped showing up shortly after. I hope she wised up and got away from this creepy old man for good. It was 1984. I was 14 and flying by myself from Houston to Austin. It was on Southwest, so you could sit anywhere. A man came and sat next to me, and he looked exactly like the stereotype of a 70s pimp. Hat, gold chains, silk suit, everything. He asked me my age, and when I told him 14 he was like, "Oh, you look much older. You carry yourself like you're 19 or 20. He told me how mature and sexy I was. It was super creepy. He started asking me a bunch of questions about my home life, like, did I have a dad? Were we poor? He kept trying to buy me a drink, but I said no. Then he started asking me about my sex life. Did I have a boyfriend? Did he know how to please me sexually? I was super freaked out at this point and just wanted him to leave, but I had no idea how to handle the situation, so I just clammed up and tried to ignore him. The stewardess kept coming by and looking at me like she knew what was up but never offered to move me. He talked non-stop through the flight, telling me what he could do for me, help me have nice things, just constant pressuring about how I needed to come out with him and let him take care of me, trying to convince me that life with him would be so much better than my life now. When we landed my boyfriend was supposed to pick me up. This was back when you could meet people at the gate when they got off the plane. I came down the ramp with the guy right on my heels and my boyfriend wasn't there. I started panicking and went to the payphone to call my mom and this guy's grabbing my arm telling me to come with him. He'll give me a ride. I was about to start yelling for a cop when I see my boyfriend running down the hallway towards me apologizing saying he didn't know he could just come up to the gate. I ran to him and burst into tears and the guy just started jogging towards the front of the airport and disappeared. It was the closest I've ever felt to becoming a scary statistic and the creepiest encounter I've ever had. I just hope he never talked another 14-year-old into that life. I've posted this story before, but it's really good. Forgive the repost your cast. Ek equals entitled creep. Me equals me AD equals amazing dad. My dad. PG equals phone kiosk guy. There was a kiosk right outside the store. Also good to know is that I have ADHD, which means I also have difficulties managing emotions and I take things to heart very quickly. So I worked for a small independent nerdy store. We were like a hot topic in the sense we sold nerdy shirts, accessories, and even belt buckles. There was only 2 locations of the store and one was in a small mall from my small town. When I applied, I was only 16 and looking for work to do part-time because that's what teenagers do. The first warning sign that this was a shitty place to work should have been when they hired me and never wanted a resume or references. They were that desperate for employees. So anyway, work started, and after like 3 days I was opening, closing, and running the store on my own. Again, this should have been warning sign 2, but I had no retail experience and thought this was normal, so I put on a brave face and would do my best. My best friend for the short 3 months I worked there became PG, because when either one of us went to get food, we would watch each other's store and generally keep an eye out. I was never super close with him, but he was chill enough. One Saturday night, Ek comes into the store and looks around. He's at least 40 and a large fat greasy man. I try not to be judgmental at the time and greet him with the typical hello and a smile. He flashed me a grin back and I thought nothing of it. Then he comes to the till. Ek, hey cutie. I wanna get this. Are you a fan of Deadpool? Me, uncomfortable with the nickname and giving an awkward laugh. Aha, yeah, I've read a few of the comics and played the video game for it. He's pretty cool. If you want, I own the insert local cinema. If you ever wanna see a movie like the upcoming Deadpool movie, you could see it with me. That's okay. I plan to see it with my dad this weekend. I'm trying to be polite, but don't have the backbone yet to be firm. Why wait? How about after you close I'll come pick you up, okay? Before I can answer, he takes his stuff, gives me a grimy wink, and leaves. I'm a little shaken at this point, and near tears, because I don't know what to do. I phone my dad and let him know what happened, and my dad says he'll come pick me up, so I don't have to be alone. PG sees me crying, and he got me a booster juice to calm me down, which was really sweet. Closing time comes around, and lo and behold, who do I see sitting on a bench watching me while I close? I'm scared shitless at this point, because I don't know what to do. I didn't know at the time, but PG was calling security at that moment. I'm staying inside the store and not locking up until I see my dad staying a few feet away. I finally close down, and Ek comes up to me. Hey sweetie, ready to see the movie? I freeze in fear as I don't know what to say. My dad walks up behind me. My dad is a big guy. He's a no bullshit kinda dude with others, but very protective of me. Ad. Excuse me, can you leave her alone? Who the fuck are you? I'm taking her to a movie, nothing harmful, lady. I'm her father and you will leave her alone. She's coming with me. If you don't let her come with me, I'll follow you until she agrees to come with me. I don't remember a whole lot, but finally security comes up and gets involved. My dad is yelling at this point, and I'm horrified about what's going to happen. Security eventually tells him he needs to leave me alone, as he's walking away he yells out, that slut smiled at me. She wanted to be hit on. Faking feminist plays hard to get, and gets mad when guys take action. My dad helps escort me home, and I arrived at work the next day to announce I'm quitting, and that this is my last day. Worked at a thrift store when I was 21. I'm running the jewelry/locked case counter on Black Friday by myself, and an older guy comes up. He's maybe late 40s, early 50s, wearing a cowboy hat, well-worn jeans and cowboy boots and a somewhat dirty flannel. He smells sweaty and like dirt. I ask what I can help him with, and he just stared at me with his mouth open. I repeat the question and he said, I forgot what I was looking for after I saw your stunning smile and gorgeous hair. I was not amused and ask what he's looking for. He's no longer interested in the case, but in asking me all sorts of personal questions. Do I have a boyfriend? Can I drink? What's my favorite food? And so on. He keeps saying my name, which unfortunately is on my name tag, but he loves it. Says it's so unique and he can't get over the wonderful spelling. It's also pinned on my chest, so he keeps staring at my breasts, and he licks his lips ever so slightly when he does. I keep ignoring the comments about me and directing him to the counter. He finally asks, so sweetheart, what time are you off? I can come by and take you out to a nice dinner and treat you to a real fine time. I tell him I'm not allowed to disclose that info. He says he'll just go to his car and wait till I leave. What's your number, darling? I don't wanna have to wait till tonight before I can talk to you again. I tell him I don't have a cell number and I couldn't give it out even if I did. I'm looking around for help, and one of the donation attendants I'm close to sees my face and starts making his way over. The man reaches over the counter to try and touch me, and I jump back and look at him with what I'm sure is clear disgust on my face, and he has the balls to look wounded when he says, no need to get in a hissy fit, young lady. I was just trying to see if your hair is natural. My coworker makes it to my side and stands there with his arms crossed and glares at creepy cowboy and asks what he wants and tells him to not touch me. Creepy cowboy says it's time for me to go, sweetheart, but remember I'll be waiting till your shift is over for our date. See you soon, beautiful, and winks. I'm scared to leave the building, and for the rest of my shift my coworker is nearby making sure creepy cowboy doesn't come back in. When it's time for me to go my coworker is also leaving and insists on walking me to my car, and I offer him a ride home as he lives really close by and his family has been helpful to me in the past. We are just about to get in my car when a truck pulls up behind me, and creepy cowboy gets out and said, thought you didn't have a boyfriend, sugar. Then who's this freaky fellow? I just got in my car and Kawaka made his way around to creepy cowboy who puffed out his chest like he was looking for a fight. When Kawaka poked him in the chest repeatedly hard enough, he stumbles back and tells him to fuck off and go before we call police. He finally gets in his truck and continues to stare at us for a few minutes, so I can't back out, then drives off. I start to leave and take Kawaka home when I notice the dude is now following. Kawaka says keep going to his house and he and his family got this. Pull up and his dad is already outside. He is an all-around bug dude and looks intimidating. Creepy cowboy is now parked a few houses down watching. Then Kawaka's 3 brothers come out and the 5 of them start walking towards the truck. Even I can see his panic as he tries to leave before they reach him. He speeds off and we all go inside and have some fireball shots and spaghetti and smoking a few blunts and had a rather enjoyable evening together. I'll never forget you, Gabe, and I'm glad we occasionally still chat years later. When I was in college, I lived at home and would just drive in for my classes. I always made sure to arrive super early because parking was difficult, and also I'm a freak and needed to get to class early to sit in the same exact seat every time. So I'd be sitting in my car for at least 30 to 45 minutes before it was time to walk to whatever building I was going to first. The first time this happened was before an early evening class. I want to say it started around 6 o'clock, and it was the only class I had on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I arrive around 5 o'clock or a few minutes prior and park, and I'm just studying and minding my own business. I suppose I should specify that I went to the University of New Orleans, which is basically smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood and accessible to literally anyone. Anyway, I noticed a red truck entering the parking lot, which was fairly empty, and strangely it approached the space in front of me and backed in. There were many other places to park where such a maneuver wouldn't have been necessary, but this dude backed in right in front of me, so that the end of his truck was a couple feet away from the front of my car. I definitely thought it was weird, and I'm a suspicious person by nature, so I totally had my eye on this dude. After a few minutes I see him start wiggling around in the cab of the truck, almost like he was changing clothes or something. This goes on for a few minutes, and then I see the driver's side door pop open. I don't know what I was expecting, but I can damn sure promise I didn't expect to see what I saw, which was a fully grown man crawling out of that truck wearing nothing but a diaper, with a pacifier in his mouth. I was so stunned all I could do was stare. Dude walked around to the back of the truck, literal feet away from me, opened the tailgate, hopped inside, and proceeded to fetch another diaper from one of those toolbox things you sometimes see in the back of trucks. He returned to the cab of the truck, put the fresh diaper inside it, and began to open it and smooth it out the way you do when you're fixing to change a baby. At that point I decided it was time to get the fuck out of there. I think I may have skipped class entirely that night because of Diaper Boy. And although this was my first encounter with this faking creep, it wasn't my last. I'll tell more if anyone is interested. When I turned 19, I was away at college and all by myself to celebrate my birthday. I didn't really have any friends around at the time, so I decided to take myself to the movies. I walked about a mile off campus to the theater and went to see Silence of the Lambs, like the 7 or 8 p.m. showing. I'm female by the waypoint, so I'm sitting in the theater waiting for the movie to start, and this older man, probably in his 50s, comes and sits right next to me. He had long scraggly hair and looked unclean, like a homeless guy that had wandered into the theater. Starts talking to me like he's my best friend. At first I was like, do I know you? And then I just sort of played along, sure, yeah, just answering his questions, being polite but not leading him on either. He does the creepy thing where he pretended to yawn and then put his arm around me, and I was like no, we are not doing this. And I got up and moved over, and he apologized and said that he was out of line and he wouldn't do that again, and he really just wanted someone to talk to, and is that movie ever going to start? So finally the movie started, and then it was over, and I'm standing up, and he was like, well, it was nice, and I said yes, it was. And I'm walking out, and he's walking out the same way, and dear god he's following me. And he says, oh, the parking lot is just right up here. Oh, okay then. Guess he wasn't really following me. I keep walking back towards campus and now he's in a van, because of course he's in a van. And he pulled up alongside of me and says, "Are you walking back to campus? Because I can totally give you a ride." And I think to myself, of course he can give me a ride. There is no way on God's green earth I'm getting in this guy's van. And he's driving a van, and I'm walking, and it's one of the back streets in Columbia, Missouri, late at night, and he sure is following me, leaning out the window the whole time, asking me to just get in the van, telling me it would be so much faster / warmer / more convenient / etc. to get in his van. He followed me almost all the way back to my dorm. I had a flash of insight and realized I shouldn't tell this guy where I lived and ducked into the student union, which was empty at that time of night. And sometime later I got security to give me a ride over to my dorm. And I sometimes wonder if Dodd's a genuine nice guy in a van or a real serial killer. I have two that I can't choose between, so here goes. I worked at an adult novelty and lingerie shop as a sales expert for a few years, and Halloween was our busiest season. To promote our costumes, management allowed each employee, all females, to choose a work appropriate costume to wear during our shifts for the entire week leading up to the holiday. I chose a tuxedo bunny costume, which was essentially a form-fitting bodysuit long attached pants plus bunny tail and a tuxedo style sleeveless to with a detachable collar plus tie, as well as the ears. I have pretty wide hips and a rather big butt, but I thought it looked nice on me. All was well until Halloween Eve, which was our busiest night for the week and required 4/6 of our employees to be on the evening shift. I'm booping around the floor unlocking dressing rooms for people as well as answering questions and showing our products to our patrons. An older Hispanic guy who just got off work comes in and starts listening to me explain the different types of lubricant we carry to a couple who was shopping. No problem, he wasn't super close and all the other floor employees were busy helping others, except our manager who was at the register. The couple made their selection and went to the cash wrap, but before the Hispanic guy tries to speak to me, a woman looking for a Bluetooth toy asks which one I'd recommended. So I take her to that area and explain my 3 favorites and demo how they work. Hispanic guy has floated out of my peripherals and is standing pretty close behind me, which my manager notices, and when she comes to ask if he has any questions about anything, he finds his voice to ask how much to take home the bunny. This gets not only my attention, but also the woman I'm showing toys to, and he makes eye contact with me, giving me creepy vibes and goosebumps. My manager proceeds to laugh uncomfortably and escort him around the shop, sell him some pills, and then walk him to the door. Once he's gone, and I make it to the register my Bluetooth toy lady, she's like, "Are there cameras in your parking lot?" What a creep, I can't believe that he did that. There is one camera pointed at the entrance you can see some of the parking lot with, just not where I've parked. So my manager stayed until close. She was supposed to get off at 6 PM instead of at 12 AM, just to walk the rest of us to our cars. Same company, different location, morning shift. This middle-aged Caucasian guy, CG, comes in, so I greet him warmly and ask what I can help him find today. Conversation goes like this. Me: welcome to company name. What brings you in today? CG: well, this is going to sound kind of weird. I'd heck if you'll have what I'm looking for. Me: that's why they pay me the big bucks. Why don't you tell me what it is, and I'll see what we can do for you? CG laughs. Well, I'm looking for some nipple clamps that are discreet, nothing too big, or with a noisy chain. Me: actually we have just what you're looking for, I believe. Follow me this way and I'll show you. Walks guy over to nipple rings and I pick up the bull nose rings, which are looped stainless steel ball bearings on the ends and meant to be tight so as not to move. Is this what you mean? CG: those look like the ones. Have you ever used them? Do you know if they'll hurt? Me: I have only ever used the adjustable clamps that are coated with silicone on the ends, so I can adjust the sensation to my tastes. For the mood hubby and I are trying to set, but everyone is different. CG: what a lucky guy. I think I'll take these. I walk him up to the cash wrap and ring up his clamps plus some pills. He pays. I give him his change, and then he asks, "So you have somewhere I can put them on?" I don't want to take the package with me. Not an uncommon request, and we don't allow customers into our restroom, so I unlock a dressing room for him to use. He goes in, and a minute or two later I hear, "Oh yeah, these are perfect." He emerges and hands me the empty package, then asks, "Can you tell I'm wearing them? They're just the right amount of tight, but I have a date later, and don't want her to notice before the time is right." I can't tell anything is different, which I tell him, and he seems happy, thanks me for my expert help, and gets into his truck parked right out front of our doors. My store is now empty, so I finish putting away some items that weren't purchased, then decide to step out for a smoke break. When I do, I notice guy's truck is still there, which I find kinda weird because it took me like 15 minutes since he left to put everything back and fix the items on our shelves. I step a few feet away from the door, smoke my cig, then pop back in to wash my hands and go back to work. Another 15 minutes has gone by and the door rings. I stop what I'm doing and see CG is back. "Me, welcome back, sir. Didn't expect to see you again so soon." CG, "Hey, listen, could you see me sitting in my truck out there?" His windows were tinted quite a bit, so I feign ignorance and say, "Oh no sir, I thought you left. Are you having car trouble?" CG, "Well no, I'm actually an exhibitionist, enjoys having sex in public places, and I sat out there watching you smoke while I was watching Born and masturbating. You never would've known if I hadn't come in to tell you, would you?" I don't remember my response, but I was thoroughly grossed out. Like, "WTF did you feel the need to come tell me that, bruh?" He went away after that and finally left the parking lot, but my coworker heard the end of that exchange and asked if I was okay. I was fine, but just, damn. Don't know if this applies, since I willingly went on a date with the guy, but his behavior was certifiably creepy. I was 18 at the time. He was a few years older than me, and I told him we couldn't see each other anymore after it came out that he had been fired from his position as a teacher at a private school in a different state because he'd been sexting with a student. Breaking things off was awkward. He cried openly and begged me to reconsider. When I told him my decision was final, he seemed to take that as a challenge and attempted to win me back through the most bizarre series of romantic gestures. He knew where I worked, and I would often come out to find letters on my windshield. He also liked to leave letters in my mailbox and called me upwards of 20 times daily. Most of what he had to say was pretty benign, but some of it was sexual in nature, and all of it was terribly uncomfortable. The piece de resistance of his entire campaign still confounds me. The guy knew the path I took for my daily runs, which passed by a retaining wall under an overpass. On that retaining wall, in chalk, he'd clumsily drawn a mural, a landscape peppered with sentiments, apologies, and my name. I was mortified and profoundly upset, but his behavior wasn't illegal strictly speaking, and I didn't feel like there was anything I could do to put a stop to it. One afternoon, the guy ended up pounding on our front door, pissed because I wasn't answering his calls or letters, and used some pretty forceful language. When my dad got home, I tearfully told him everything that had happened. He called the guy and made some pretty illegal threats that he very well may have intended to carry out. My dad's a scary person at baseline, and we have a rocky relationship, but I was never more grateful for his temper than I was that day, which seemed to dissuade the guy. Honestly, I count myself incredibly lucky. So many people who have encounters with stalkers or individuals with stalker-like behaviors go through absolute hell before their ordeal ends. One hotel I worked at was across from an amusement park. The guest was a manager for the entertainment group for that week and only was checking out in the morning. I had told him, "Friend, have a good night." They had been drinking out back. The guest looks at me and says he will be back, walks down the hall, and comes back. He asked me, "What exactly did you mean to say to my friend?" My response was, I told him have a good night. He stands there, looks it up and down, and said, "No, you said," pointed at the elevator and continued, "you would service him later." Just asking him what you mean by that, knowing he was drunk. Needless say, my mind went on full red alert. I looked at him confused, trying not to show my concern. My response, those words never came out of my mouth. All I did was wish him a good night. He asks me why I'm looking at him like that. I told him that I wasn't sure where this conversation is going, but I really need for you to get back to room and just stay there for the rest of the night. The next words out of his, I was not prepared for. I own and manage an entertainment troupe. Because I own them and pay their salary, they have to do whatever I say and want. Just as much as you do, since I pay for the room here that pays your salary. If I say I'm going to fuck the shit out of you, I'm going to fuck the shit out of you. I started to laugh, because now he's just being as. He asks me why I'm laughing and continues. I would love to tie you up and gag that faking mouth of yours with my cork. If we were going by cartoon logic, I would be able to reach around the desk, grab you and throw you up against the wall to have my way with you. That would never happen. He asks why and starts to get angry, so I just had to shut him. If you pay my salary, you definitely don't pay me enough to ever have you fuck me. You're too ugly for me, fuck. You faking beach. And we finally walks away. I made sure that no housekeepers was in that room by themselves without someone else. I reported it to my manager who DNR'd him and reported it back to our customer care. To this day, I really don't know where the cartoon logic came from. When I was 11 I lived in a street where many children of the neighborhood played together because it hardly had any traffic. One day we were playing hide and seek and the older brother of one of the neighborhood kids joined the game. He was about 16 years old and 6,7 feet tall already. I hid in some bushes, and that dude hid in the same spot as I did. He pushed his entire body up against mine. I asked him to back off and find another spot, but he said he couldn't, or he'd be seen. Then I suddenly felt his huge hand around my waist and his other hand on my right breast. I was so shocked I could hardly breathe at that moment. Then he put the hand he had around my waist under my shirt flat on my stomach and moved it around. At that moment I woke up, but I was afraid to really do something or yell, but I was able to grab his arm/hand under my shirt, pushed it away, and I told him not now, hoping that not saying what the fuck keep your filthy hands off me wouldn't make him mad and a sort of promise of another time would be enough to convince him to let me go. It actually worked, probably also because the kid that was trying to find everyone came closer to our hiding spot. Thank God we were found then, and I had the chance to get the fuck away. I went home, and I was so upset and angry, but I didn't tell anyone. Still haven't told anyone in real life about this experience. The weeks after the incident I would have to walk past his house when I would walk my dog, but otherwise avoided him. He didn't like that and would throw rocks at me and my dog every time he'd spot me. Had to endure that for 3 weeks almost every day. Thank God we moved away to another part of town then. Dunno if young creeps count, but anyway that was my worst run-in with one. Elementary school. Creep sat behind me according to alphabetical order. He would harass me by getting really close to me and touching his groin to my back. Teachers would see and do nothing. This went on for at least 2 years. High school, this creep would follow me to and from the bus, stop verbally harassing me because I rejected him the first time he tried to talk to me. This went on for a year until I told my parents. School refused to do anything, so we went to the bus company who banned him for a year. Work, creep at work, would try to hug me every day. Repeatedly told him to stop. He wouldn't stop. I complained 2 hours. Nothing was done. Was told to tell him to stop. Okay. One day he went for a hug and mine somehow made contact with his groin. No idea how that happened but he stopped. Another work creep approached me in the parking lot. He got close and brushed my neck with his hand and said there's a fly on you. It was below 0 and snowing. I said touch me again and my fist will be making contact with your nose. He looked shocked, but he left me alone. Months later at a company holiday party this creep is there with his wife. His wife is very drunk. I'm walking past their table on my way out and Mrs. Creep yells at me, "You can hug my husband if you want." I stop and yell back, "Lady, I don't want to touch your husband and he better not ever touch me again." Embarrassing but effective. Neither of them ever spoke to me again, haha. I've told this story a couple times before. When I had just turned 15 my folks and I went from Toronto to Edmonton, Alberta and back again by train. On the way back, on night 1 of the train ride my dad had met a guy who was a touring musician for a fairly well-known Canadian country music band. The second night I joined him in the smoking car and hung out with the folks there. Initially it was a girl a year older than me and a guy 4 years older than me. After a few hours, the guy my dad had met the previous night showed up with a bottle, maybe two, of alcohol. First couple hours were nothing crazy, we mostly just talked, him, my dad, and the older guy drank a fair bit, the girl a bit older than me, and I were offered some. I don't recall if she had any, she might have had a glass, I think I accepted a glass, but let my dad drink most of it. It was when bottle was empty and the 19-year-old guy asked if he could bring more back, and the touring musician said sure, looked at me, and asked if I wanted to help him carry the bottles, that I probably should have got weirded out. But I didn't, so I went with him. Walking through 5 to 7 empty and dark train cars, to get to their car which was at the very end of the train. About halfway there he asks me, so, have you got a boyfriend? And I, still being fairly naive at 15, am honest and say no. He then asks if I want one. That was about the time I realized I was halfway down an empty and dark train with a strange man, who, did I mention, was 35. Thankfully nothing happened. But the entirety of the next day he spent trying to talk my mom into letting us date, didn't ask me if I was even interested, and was coming up with plans for me to be his date to the CMAs that year, since they were supposed to perform. And I'm sitting there coming up with excuses like, oh, but it's back in Alberta, I live in Ontario, to which he offered to fly me out, oh, but I'm terrified of flying, I've got a bad fear of heights, to which he offered having a limo drive me across the provinces, oh, but it's during the school year, and even if it was a weekend, it'd take 2 days travel each way, so I'd miss too much school. To which my mom, seeing my discomfort, piped in, you're such a good student though, you could afford to miss a couple days. He also was telling her about how he wouldn't pressure me for such, that he would wait until I was ready, and that we would get married when I turn 18, and he'd support me through university. My husband and I recently told my 7-year-old daughter about that experience. It had evolved from a talk about body autonomy and consent to the idea that she shouldn't be made to feel uncomfortable by someone either. If she's not comfortable, they don't have her consent to continue interacting. And she was thoroughly horrified at how creepy the guy was, and also why her grandparents let it go on. Well kiddo, times change, and what was treated as NBD in the past sometimes people realize. Holy shit, it actually is a big deal. I was 17, and on my daily run around my neighborhood with my chocolate lab, Howie, I had done my route about 2 times now, and had enough energy for a third. So, starting up my third round, I noticed an FJ Cruiser around, but it was parked. I started noticing it was the same car when I noticed the driver. As I'm coming up the last stretch to my house, the car pulls up next to me and basically corners me between his car and a neighbor's house. He's an older Hispanic man, very skinny, but at least 60 years old. Hello, he said in very broken English. I didn't wanna be rude, so I said hello back, trying to get back on the road. As I start walking, he throws the car into reverse and starts following me. Where are you going? What's your name? I begin panicking, and I made up a name, Isabella, I said. He asked how I was, and I said 14. This seemed to make him more intrigued than me. I like you. I've been watching you, and I like you. He told me, as if I'm supposed to be okay with this statement. He keeps following me with the car and I start panicking. My dog is standing next to me, staring the dog down, but this doesn't affect the guy whatsoever. Luckily, a car turns onto the street that we are on and the man quickly drives away. I try not to cry and keep from shaking as I remember I have my phone on me, and I call my dad to come pick me up, even though I'm just a few houses down. I know it may not seem as scary as it sounds, but it shook me up and kept me from running alone for a few years. I realized how vulnerable and small I was, and it tore me apart. I have a little sibling, and I'm terrified to let them out on their own without me because of this incident. English not first language. I was 14 and a freshman. I was a cheerleader, and we had practice held at the middle school building, which was across town compared to where my house was. Practice ended, and both of my parents were working. My friend, whose mom was my ride, was out sick, so I was left to walk. Keep in mind, my house was next to the high school. About an hour passes, and I'm nearly home. I stopped for a sandwich. when a boy I grew up with was just biking away from football practice at the high school. I say hi and keep walking, but then he calls my name. I ask him what's up, and he says I never noticed how big yours was, mind you. This was the bottoms we were required to wear for our practice uniform, to make it easier to grip during stunts. I say okay, thanks I guess, and proceed to try and continue listening to music and walking home. Then he goes, "Where ya headed to?" My mistake for answering, and I say home. I just had to walk from the middle school from cheer practice and nobody was home to give me a ride back. A wide grin instantly peels across this dude's face. I then go on to say, "Have a good day, and see you in English class on Monday." He grabs my elbow and says, "Wait, since you're home alone, do you mind if I come over and bang you?" I instantly jump back. He proceeds to tell me about this game him and his friends have where they smash a girl of every race in our school, and the first one to do them all got $50. I would have checked off the mixed race category for him for being black and Asian. I decline and tell him I need to get home to feed my cat. I don't have a cat, and he proceeds to follow me. I start getting nervous because I didn't want him to force himself inside my home and do God knows what. He then loudly says my name, which startles me and causes me to stop walking. He then jerks my hand from around my backpack straps and forces my hand inside his pants. Terror in my eyes, I snatch my hand back, and I'm basically running at this point away from this guy, who left his bike perched upon a stop sign, to follow me on foot. We were in a wild speed walk chase at this point, him pleading with me to have sex with me, and me trying to keep my backpack sitting as low as possible on my back, so it covered my butt from his view. At the last second I made the decision of taking a quick detour to the right and started walking toward the high school football field, where the JV practice was just finishing up. A couple of guys I completely trust, were there waiting for their rides home. I loudly and obnoxiously greet them all, in order to draw attention to me, and the boy following me. They greet me with fist bumps, and then proceed to ask the boy why he was back there, if he had just left to go home. This made him act as if he had forgotten a water bottle at the practice, and he grabs some random bottle, with a name clearly not his scribbled all over it, and tries to dash out of there. You can't imagine the amount of relief I felt in that moment, and I silently thank those guy friends of mine for saving me, though they had, and still to this day don't, have any idea of what was happening. Flash forward to junior year, currently, and this dude has multiple sexual assault complaints against him. I'm thinking about submitting a complaint as well for this incident. I was 7 years old. I was at a place called Health World. It was an exhibit about the human body that was really popular at the time. There was also a large group of high schoolers there with their school at the time. 6 boys tried to gang rape me in one of the exhibit halls when they thought no one was looking. They were all 15 to 17. It started with them making comments about my skirt. "That's a short skirt, little mama," and one of them backed me into a wall. It was a blur from there. I remember someone saying, "Hold her down, make sure she can't fight." And I started screaming for my mom and my cousin. Point the difference of time between my mother stepping away to get my cousin from a trash can she threw up and them trying. This was like 5 minutes. They dropped me before they could get my clothes off, but I remember very vividly how horrible it was. I felt so violated and scared and dirty. I repressed how violent this encounter actually was, until my ex-BFF's mom slut-shamed me, saying, "You must be a little slutched. After all, those boys couldn't keep their hands off you at that museum." And yes, they were punished, but a teacher tried to actually defend them, and tried to say it was my fault. Until my mom pointed to me, sitting on a chair in the corner, in my little pink skirt, my Little Mermaid t-shirt and my pink Winx Club sneakers. He still tried to keep defending it, even when my mom pointed out she's 7 years old. How is it to any of you that trying to gang rape a 7-year-old seems like it was a perfectly appropriate thing? Is this what you're teaching them? That was the worst point. I've posted it before, just copy and pasted, but this was to this day the worst it ever got. It's caused a lot of hang-ups about sex, namely trauma around it, and it's unfortunately something I have to bring up eventually in relationships. My ex-boyfriend wouldn't stop talking about what he'd like to do with me, even after I asked him to stop. It was the main reason we broke up, because that was BS, that I had to deal with that from a man who supposedly loved me. That was unfortunately the second time I was almost rapped. The first I was 6, and it was by a boy I knew in the neighborhood. My dad pulled him off of me before he could do anything, but there's a reason it took me years to try to make friends with boys my age too, because I didn't want to be hurt again. Also, to make this worse, the first Dungeons and Dragons campaign I ever did, the bard sexually harassed my character as a means to punish me because I quit writing for a certain fandom. I had a panic attack because I had flashbacks to this horrible event from my childhood. I know if I had told them about my experiences with this kind of trauma, they would have found a way to add it to the campaign. I have sadly been groped in the street at night and in the bus in daylight and sexually molested by my close family, much like most other women I know. But this post is about my faking senior colleague. He has a wife and a little kid. Started texting me. Initially it was about some book he published and some music video, etc. Then it moved on to jokes. Then he sent me a lewd joke. I told I don't like that. He apologized and started asking more and more uncomfortable things. At one point he mentioned he prefers women with big butts, like me, and asked what I think about when I masturbate. At this point I tell him I don't want to talk about this and stop replying. Shows vain signs of offense and end conversation with I know sex is not on the table, but if it had to happen I will not say no. It took me 2 days to muster the courage to tell him that I was creeped out by that message. He apologized but continued sending me dirty jokes anyway. Why didn't I report him to ours? He is upper management, and ours is management in my company as well. I was 2 months into my job alone in a new city. He is a guy with influence and a spotless exterior appearance, and is quite well known in the circle, and I did not want to be branded as the newbie who made a harassment report, or worse. I spent months in fear that his wife, upper management here as well, would have seen those messages and be resentful. I still avoid talking to him, but we work together, and I have to communicate sometimes. The worst part is, I keep blaming myself. I had a knife pulled on me in broad daylight. I have a shop I work alone out of. I had seen him hanging around the front of my shop, pacing in front of my vehicle, and he kept peeking through my front window. I had such bad vibes that I locked my door and hid in the back room for almost an hour, hoping that by the time I left he would be gone. Finally I plucked up the courage to leave, but not without grabbing a spray bottle full of bright green concentrated cleaner. I glanced through the window and couldn't see him, but as I walked out I realized he had pinned himself against the wall, so I couldn't see him standing directly in front of my vehicle. I eyed him, clenched the spray bottle, and went for my passenger side door to load up my belongings. He asks, "Is this your truck? Isn't this Frank's truck?" As he draws closer, I turn to face him, cleaner bottle in hand. "No, I don't know a Frank." He says something I don't understand and appears to start walking away across the street, but not before I notice him looking directly at my cleaning bottle. I close up the passenger side door and walk around the front of my truck to the driver's side, just as he spins and walks around the back of my truck instead of across the street. Just as I'm opening my driver's side door, he starts fumbling in his pockets when he notices I didn't put the green cleaner bottle down. He is looking directly at me with wide eyes as he fumbles his hand out of his pocket, and in it is a switchblade, but he's so caught off guard by me still having a potential weapon that he drops the knife onto the ground. I have literally never been more terrified in my life. I slammed the driver's side door, faced him down to see what he was going to do, and booked it back inside as soon as he bent over to pick it up. I locked my shop door and ended up calling the cops, where they told me there wasn't anything they could do. Anyway, thankfully I shut down my shop for good, but I'm always going to be petrified that someone is going to come around my vehicle without warning and pull something on me. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't gotten bad vibes and grabbed the cleaner bottle. Stay safe, ladies. When I was 21 I was a chef and worked at a hotel in a touristy beach area, and in the middle of summer, it was insanely difficult to find a car park close to the hotel. Side note, in Australia, whilst you're an apprentice chef you're required to attend TAFE classes, trade school, and take your own knives/utensils with you. This particular night I finished my shift at about 10 PM and had a 5 minutes walk to my car in the pitch black. Since I had TAFE the next day I had all my knives on me in what looked like a fishing tackle box. At one point I became painfully aware that there was a guy walking a few meters behind me, but close enough that I could hear him breathing heavily. I sped up a bit to put some distance between us, and as I got to my car, I hear him half yell, "I could have had you if I wanted." At first I was shocked and scared. I was a young woman walking alone at night, but then that shock turned to rage. Who the fuck did he think he was speaking to me/any young girl like that? I yelled back at him, "See this box I'm carrying? It's full of my chef knives. Come any closer and I'll gut you like the disgusting faking pig that you are." He started to say something else but stopped quickly. A few houses up there were a few guys having drinks on their front porch. They heard the whole exchange and came over to put themselves between the creepy guy and me, long enough for me to get in my car and speed away. A few days later, before the start of my next shift, I left a whole bunch of baked cookies/cakes etc. at their door to thank them. I just got to lighten the mood here. Stopped at a gas station in the Bronx with my fiancé. Fiancé goes inside to grab a drink. I'm standing next to the car. I can feel somebody staring at me, so I look toward the street, and this guy stopped at the red light is staring at me with that creeper smile. His lights on in the car, so I could see him. It was night. Slightly leaning forward to flex his bicep. 2% lean meat, 98% fat. He says something, but I couldn't quite hear. I lock eyes with him for about 3 seconds and flick him off. He's still smiling, and he proceeds to flick me off in return. Cue my fiancé walking out of the gas station. He can see me flicking the guy off and looks in the direction I'm looking. I tell him there's a creep, and he lets out a really loud laugh. That my first instinct was to flick him off. The creep gets mad and is still looking in my direction. I guess he sees the light turn green from the corner of his eye, so he presses the gas. But the taxi in front of him hadn't started moving yet. Taxi driver gets out and starts cussing him out, calling him every insult in English and in Spanish. We could see that the taxi has no damage, but his little piece of sheet had damage in the front. My fiancé and I are still laughing as he drives away, and I know he heard us because his window was down and we were loud. I was going home alone after hanging out with my friends. It was summertime, around 10:30 PM, so kinda dark. I was walking on a narrow path, and then I saw a shadow of a man on a bicycle riding behind me, so I decided to make way for him. I stopped and waited when he'd pass by. Suddenly he stopped, 50-60y.0, and offered to give me a lift on his bicycle, but I refused. SMTH, like, no, thanks. He repeated his words again, but in a more irritated and strict manner. I found it creepy, told him no thanks, keep on riding, and decided to go home by another path with more people and light on my way. After I started walking away I heard that his bicycle fell on the ground. I turned around to check what's going on and saw him running after me. I rushed onto a crowded street, noticed a random guy walking in direction of my home, and I was just walking next to him, not saying a word and just panting. That guy was a bit surprised, but also didn't say a word, and this way we walked for 5 minutes or so. Then the guy went in a bit different from my home direction, and I was left alone again. I turned around and saw that man on a bicycle from afar, but because it was quite dark I wasn't sure if he saw me and if he was still following me. After that I ran so quickly like never before in my life. I was running on purpose through a narrow path with stairways, so it would be hard for him to ride there or run after me. After I got home, I was shaking. I still have no idea what was that and how it could have ended for me if I wouldn't change my route and wouldn't come up with an idea of sticking to a bypassing guy. It's been a couple of years, but I used to be a RASM at a retail store, and I had a customer who was in his late 50s who would frequently come into shop. I was 19 to 20 when this took place. He was a tall, heavier set guy who struggled with lymphedema, so I would always help him so he wouldn't have to walk around the whole store and be in pain. He seemed like a nice enough guy at first, and he would sometimes shop with his wife and son, who I believe was around my age, so he just seemed like a regular customer who liked shoes, if that makes sense. However, as time went on, things got very weird. He was a business owner and he would often invite me to come visit him at his shop. I always declined, because the items he sold were hunting items / equipment, and I told him many times I didn't know how to use those things. He would offer to give me private lessons, and again, I would 120% decline every time. When he found out I wouldn't budge, he did the next best thing and started shopping almost every time I was scheduled, and would ask me all kinds of very awkward questions. Couldn't figure out for the longest time how he knew I was working, but found out later that a coworker pointed out which car was mine. Most of my coworkers though were around the same age as me, and I didn't want to subject them to him, so even though he was creepy AF, I would still help him. My big boss didn't care anyways, and would actually make me help him when we worked together, even after telling her how I felt about him. Things only escalated from there. He would ask me if I considered making X-rated films, if I had a side job as a call girl, and how I thought we would look in matching G-strings, just to name a few. He also called the store many times to talk about his family troubles and tell me what a great person I was and how I deserved better than my then boyfriend. How he even really knew about him was beyond me. Thinking about it now always gives me such horrible goosebumps. It's taken me a long time to get over that. I should have quit much sooner than I did. A couple of weeks ago I was hanging out with my boyfriend. At about 10 o'clock I dropped him off at his house and went to the nearby Walgreens to pick some stuff up. I parked in the spot closest to the door, which happened to be right next to another car. As I exit the car I notice a man sitting in the car next to me. As soon as I get on the curb, the man bangs on his window shouting at me. I look at him, and he asks to talk to me. I say okay. He motions for me to come closer to his car, but I stay on the sidewalk. He asked me if I was married, and I said no, but I had a boyfriend. He asked if he could have my number anyways, and I said no. This has happened times before, but the thing he said next really scared me. He said, okay, I'm going to wait for you to come out and talk to me. I have some more questions. Now he's just told me he's going to be waiting for me to leave this store. He's parked right next to me, and he knows I'm alone. It is entirely too easy to snatch a girl as she's getting into her car. As soon as I'm inside the Walgreens I call my boyfriend to ask him to walk me to my car, and he says he's on his way. I start to walk around the store and another man approaches me. Immediately he asks if I'm married, to which I said yes this time, and he asks if he can have my number anyways. I say no and walk away quickly. My boyfriend found me quickly afterwards and stared them down until they drove off. My parents wanted me to file a police report, but I didn't know how to go about that or really have any identifying information to give them. We think it was a sex trafficking thing. I know it's late, but I got one. I was once a cashier at a grocery store. I wore my curly hair long, and I can't tell you the number of guys that would play with it in the line behind me, or would hold my hand when I gave change back. I had a shitty manager, so she would get on me to wear my hair up so the guys didn't try and touch it, and she wouldn't rescue me from the guys who would wait in my line, pay with cash, insist on me handing back their change so they could grab me / kiss my hand. Luckily I had other co-workers that would point. The worst was my store director, who had actually dated my mom in high school. I was on Express, and one random day he decided to bag for me because I wasn't fast enough. I had the third fastest time in the store, so it was BS. Then he wouldn't let me be relieved or take my break. Just kept apologizing to customers and bagging, insisting I throw all groceries to him. Finally one of co-workers couldn't take it anymore. He closed his line and came over to Express to relieve me. The store director started fuming about how I needed to be punished. My hero said, aloud, "You're bagging for her, so you can try and look down her shirt, you asshole. She's going home, and you should too." I changed out my till and dumped it for the front end manager to count. I didn't even clock out upstairs. I just ran to my car and cried. My hero said the store director left soon after I did, never saying a word to anyone. For the next few months, my boyfriend came to get me at the end of my shift to walk me out. I don't know why I didn't quit. The all-time creepiest and weirdest experience was a rideshare point seedy looking dude showed up in a falling apart Camry. Okay, kinda weird. Usually the drivers have decent put together cars, but I need a ride to get to my interview. I get inside, dude locks the doors, looks at me, and says wow you're beautiful, then starts driving. Okay, some older men have made unwarranted comments like that before, so not unusual. I brushed it off. He looks at his phone briefly and doesn't turn on navigation. I point out the exit he needs to take for the freeway to go to my destination and he goes oh silly me. How nice of you to correct me. I've never met someone so nice before. You gotta be careful. I'm starting to get freaked out. We are on the freeway and he keeps on commenting about how nice girls, like you have to be careful, otherwise bad guys like me will want to do horrible things to you. But you're lucky. I'm holding my bad back and other stuff about all these things he wanted to do to me. I was polite and trying to defuse him, not start something drastic, since he seemed pretty unhinged. I also didn't ask him to pull over because we're in no man's land between two cities. I'm really freaked out by this point. Handle on the door ready to jump out on a freaking freeway. Called my husband letting him know where I was going. Made it obvious to the dude that someone knew where I was. Guy keeps on going on about I should smile for him, need to make him happy. Gross point. Finally get to my destination. As I'm leaving he says, so I'll be seeing you around right? I practically sprinted out. Then follows me a block or two. I went through a few buildings to lose him. Didn't see him after that. Scariest sheet. Legit thought I was about to get wrapped, murdered, and dumped into a ditch somewhere. I called the rideshare company, Lyft, explained what happened. Best they could do was tell him not to talk like that anymore, since it made you uncomfortable. So gross to think that he might be doing this to other women, while the rideshare company couldn't give less of a shit. Ugh. When I was 14 I was at my friend's birthday party, and I was kinda emo, but my group were all very jolly, so when her uncle came, 30s, and liked some rock stuff we were literally just talking about music and movies and I was like nice. Cool guy. Anyways, go upstairs to the toilet after another quick drink and chat. My friend's on my way out, hear someone shout from her bedroom. Turns out it's her uncle. I'm like you good? And sit on the bed cause I'm a bit wobbly, and he shuts the door, sits down, puts his hand on my leg and kisses me. So I jump up, go downstairs, acting weird and I couldn't not tell my closest friend, who tells birthday girl, and then her mum is being nice and patient asking about what happened, but it was super awkward because the man was there with his girlfriend / her mum's really close friend and they ended up arguing and leaving, and I never really went back there and they're still together lol, which is vile. I can't imagine being that scared to be alone. I'd stay with a straight up nonce who kisses kids at parties. And I've been spiked and groped by some weird guy who followed us bar to bar, which was an overall unpleasant experience because I blacked out for hours, and when I woke up the bar was closing. My friend found me and was crying saying she had no idea where I was, and I don't know, I don't remember, don't think anything happened because I remember stumbling away from the guy after he asked me outside, so I think I just passed out. Tucked away in the bathrooms, luckily he didn't come in. I don't know, I didn't feel like I got assaulted or anything different, and I wasn't having a lot of sex, so I would've known or felt it for sure. I've had a few in my early 20s, but I looked younger. I was visiting my then boyfriend in Chicago. This older guy looked at me for a moment before offering me candy. He pulled a Hershey Kiss out of his pocket and held it out to me. It took several moments of no thank you for him to get the hint. Several major incidents. The creepiest being a guy that followed me around the store. It was late evening, but the store was pretty empty. I noticed this 20-something guy in several areas where I was. It was when I headed for books and he tried to strike up a conversation, getting closer and closer to me, that my red alert went into high gear. I left without buying anything and went to a different location point. There was a guy in a different store that trapped me against a display and basically snapped at me when I said I wasn't interested. I had to lie and say my boyfriend was waiting for me and I needed to be outside in 10 seconds or he was coming in. Even then I basically had to push my way past this creep. The worst one I remember happened just 2 years ago. I was driving back from my fiance's place a bit after midnight. I stopped at a gas station in a very safe, well-lit place to fill up. I hadn't even opened my door yet when this guy walks up to my window and stands right next to my vehicle. I crack it enough to talk to him, and he proceeds to tell me this story about how he's going to his friend's house, and he is exhausted, and doesn't know if he can keep walking. Could I give him a ride? I said I was going the opposite way, and he said it was just a couple miles. Could I help him out? Now, that whole be nice socialization starts rearing its ugly head, and I started feeling guilty. But then it's like, wait a minute, girl. You have seen plenty of true crime shows. It's almost 1 AM, and this guy is randomly asking people for rides? Not worth the risk. So I just kept saying no. It took what felt like 5 minutes to get him to back up. He wandered off somewhere, and I drove off in a different direction. Never even got out of the car. I'm employed by a federally inspected manufacturing plant. I want to note that I'm not the CA manager, nor am a member of the CA department in any way, shape or form. The first shift inspector somehow found out that I was a federal inspector early on in my career. So he starts asking me questions instead of the CA manager. I mean actively avoiding the CA manager and seeking me out. He asks me to escort him around the facility. Not necessary. His badge lets him go anywhere in the facility unimpeded. I think he was flirting with me, and I know he was when the shoulder and arm touches started. It should have ended there. It also should have ended when he started texting me. I worked out later that he got my number from the company phone list. I didn't give it to him. Now, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but at this point, I'm actively trying to avoid him. He finds me on the production floor and corners me. He wants to show me one of the lines. I purposefully plant myself next to an employee working that line. The inspector decides that he wants to talk to me next to the line, so he grabs me around the waist and pulls me toward the line. He holds on to me for about a minute before removing his arm from around my waist. I nope out of there and into the CA office so fast. This is when it ended. I went 2 hours in CA because they manage the relationship with federal authorities and reported him to his supervisor. I wish we had went through the district office and not the supervisor, because in retrospect this guy clearly had a boys will be boys vibe. I'm pretty confident I'm not the first person to report him, but I know from personal experience that nothing short of a felony will lose you a job from this agency. Oh boy, here we go. I was 15, working in a grocery store. A late 20s coworker would obsessively hit on me, culminating in him laughing to everyone about how I freaked out and blocked him after he messaged me on Facebook asking my bra size. He messaged me 12 years later, trying to get me to date him and telling me how rude I had been to him when we worked together. He told me I was still a cunt when I told him to piss off. I was 16, working at the same grocery store. I was an emo kid, and I had an eyebrow ring. Some old guy tried to rip it out of my face because it ruined my natural beauty. I wish I had called the police, but I was so shaken that it didn't even cross my mind at the time. I was 22, working my first adult job. I didn't have a car at this point, so I had about a 20-minute walk to and from work. I noticed a guy staring at me as I left work, and I kind of took note of it in the back of my head. 20 minutes later I get to my apartment building. He had driven to my apartment, blocked the front doors with his car, and tried to convince me to date him. I have no idea how long he had been watching me, since he knew my route, home, and work addresses. I called the police, and it turns out he had a long history of domestic violence and stalking. I ended up moving cities. I was 23, on my way to a friend's house, walking past a strip club. One of the patrons smoking outside tried to grab me to force me into an alley with him. The bouncers did nothing to protect me. I ended up breaking free from his grip and sprinting to a brightly lit area. I called the police. There had been a string of rats in the area around that time. I don't want to make this too long, but in the August of 2020 I was 18 and graduated from high school a week ago. I was outside questioning life choices and checking the mail before seeing our old man. We talked and he was surprised that I was 18, despite the fact I didn't look like one. I look young for my age. He invited me over to his house and me, being a lonely girl with zero IRL friends my age, decided I'll pay a visit. I went the next day and we talked on the porch or whatever. After it was time to leave, that's when things were getting sus, since the ugly bastard decided he wanted to hug me and said how fat my pussy was by casually putting his hands down to my area, nearly touching it. And once I walked outside he pretty much tried to offer himself to me, talking about have I ever had an orgasm before and saying creepy shit like I could make you feel really good. Mind you, this was a fat old man in his 70s who needed a cane/walker to talk. What made him think a cute girl fresh out of high school would have any interest in him is beyond me. But after he said that, I immediately walked away and cried. I felt super violated that day and all I did for the past week was cry. Of course my mum was blaming me for the creepy old man for being a creeper towards me, even though I remember her wanting to beat him up. While everyone else tried to calm me down, like my sister and cousins. I'm 19 now obviously, but to this day I sometimes wonder if I was at fault for going to a stranger's house trying to befriend someone. That could be my grandfather. My sister told me I wasn't, as I had no idea he would do that. If I stayed any longer, who knows what would have happened. So there was this dude who I had English class with, and we got stuck in a group project together. This was at the end of senior year, so I and everyone no longer gave a single iota of a sheet, but the project was to do parody act summarizing a Shakespeare piece, so it was a fun little way to wrap up high school. Point anyway, this boy who was apparently failing all of his classes and was only able to pass English through the grace of teacher who didn't want to fail someone in senior year, got stuck in my group. I had purple hair at the time, so I think he pegged me as a feminist. Which is fine, whatever. I think he had a thing against feminist, so wanted to pick a fight about politics, so he's proceeded to tell me about how Hillary Clinton sucked. I agree with him, and he looked at me really confused. Then he told me that women belong in the kitchen, and because I knew he was trying to be an edgelord, I didn't bother acting. I just nodded and asked if we could please get back to the classwork. Then he asked me if I was Jewish, and I said, like an idiot he was just trying to politely get back to classwork, that my grandfather was. He proceeded to go on a rant about how my grandfather should have died in the Holocaust, and Jewish people don't deserve to live, and how Hitler had the right idea, and how I shouldn't be allowed to breed. The whole time he was looking at me and trying to get me to react, and I didn't. Because I knew that's what he wanted, and honestly seeing him through thoroughly confused was really funny. So finally thoroughly baffled, he goes off to the bathroom and does not return for the rest of class, and the rest of us work on an assignment. Point anyway, he doesn't show up for the next class, and on the last one, last day of school, we have you act out the play. And he literally doesn't even read his lines beforehand, and the whole thing turns out terribly, but it's fine, because it was the last day of senior year, so who cares. However, after the play, he walked up to me and asked me out, like on a date. After my only communication with him had been him going on a rant about how me and my family should be dead. So, thinking he was still being an edgelord trying to get a rise out of me, I said no thank you politely, smiled, and walked away. And again, he looked really confused, but this time, rather than staying calmly baffled, he got angry. He yelled across the classroom that I was a stupid hoe, and literally threw a desk in my direction, before storming out of the room. Thankfully it didn't hit anyone, but it was weirded out by the whole experience. I didn't see that guy before or since, so I'm not really worried about it, but it is just insane to me that someone could think I'd say yes after they went on a rant about me and my family should be brutally murdered. This sergeant at my first military duty station targeted me almost the moment I got off the bus. For the next 5 months he would constantly hound me about my uniform being out of order. He would straight up make up regulations. He would tell me my hair color wasn't appropriate and all these other things. He's not even part of my unit, by the way. Then one day he tells me that my boyfriend, who is in a third unit non-related to his, is in big trouble and I need to come visit the sergeant's room that night and not tell anyone. Now I'm only 18, but I'm not faking stupid, so I go to my commander because my logic was, if my boyfriend is in trouble and I'm being held responsible, then my commander probably knows what's up. My commander doesn't know shit, and there's nothing going on, but they say they'll speak to his commander. I don't hear anything, and I don't see the sergeant for a couple days. Then I'm in the gym and the same creep comes up to me and starts berating me for my hair color and demanding that I leave the gym with him that instant and come back to his room. We both knew was trying to rap me. He was livid too. He wanted to hurt me. So I turned to my commander who's standing next to me and go, "Commander, is my hair out of regulation?" Suddenly the creep's commander materializes out of nowhere and loudly says again, "You are still doing this?" Apparently he was known by his commanding officers to target young new recruits, threaten, gaslight and rap them. Repeatedly, he would make up fake bullshit, and because they were young and scared they believed it and let him use them for such. He was a serial faking rapist. They called him Sergeant Bidophile, and the only faking thing that was ever done is they just shipped him back to the United States so he could continue to rap people. If I ever have the chance to get my hands on him again, they will never find his body. He doesn't deserve a funeral. To all those who've posted before, I'm sorry you guys. It sucks that our world is so bloody one-sided. Sharing my story because I got to exact my revenge 10 years later, but like they say, best served cold. I was raised in a small town with a mom who taught in an all-boys school. Effectively, that made me a sister to hundreds of older boys. I have always been a tomboy and knew how to give back as well as I got. I've beaten up many a men for catcalling, touching, etc. My story took a turn when it became a matter of power dynamics. I was barely 20 and was working in a TV production house as a junior assistant. One of the senior creatives told me she will introduce me to a writer buddy of hers since she knew I wanted to be a screenwriter. We met this guy at a coffee shop one evening after work. He was one of the more sought after writers at the time and I knew working with him would open doors. We chatted for a while. He told us about his pregnant wife, etc. He then said he was meeting some friends at a pub and asked if we'd like to join. My senior colleague cajoled me into going. We went in, ordered our drinks, and he kept getting me to drink faster. Once I was a few drinks down, I noticed that he was being a little too touchy-feely. Made me uncomfortable. What he didn't know was that I had a massive drinking capacity. I could be on my feet, walking a line after 4-5 large drinks back then. After my 4th drink, I left the table to visit the loo. As I came out, this guy was standing at the door. The entrances to the loos were in a niche, and the moment he saw me, he grabbed me, pushed me into a corner and started kissing. Can't call that a kiss, he basically jammed his mouth on mine and shoved his tongue into my mouth and feeling me up. I was so shocked, it took me a moment to figure out what was going on. Finally, I shoved him away, ran to the table, collected my stuff, paid for my drinks at the bar and left. I cried all the way home and into my pillow that night. I felt violated and disgusted. I sent an apology text to my colleague telling her I wasn't feeling well. A few days later, my boss found out what had happened because he wouldn't stop texting me everything from lewd requests to threats. She called him from my phone and told him to cut it out. Since she was a major producer, he stopped, but I felt awful about that incident 4 years after. However, over the years it became a faded memory. I went up the ladder in life. 10 years later, I was working in a major digital platform in my country, part of the team in charge of commissioning new projects. My manager, my CEO and I were scheduled to listen to some new pitches one day. We sat through 2 or 3 meetings. After lunch, another team walked in to pitch their show idea to us, and he was one of them. My hackles rose, even before I consciously recognized him. Everyone introduced themselves. Hands were shaken all around the table, except me. I shook hands with the others but not him. I sat way back in my seat, watching as a look of recognition dawned on his face. Everyone noticed the awkwardness, but this time I had the upper hand, and it was time to pay back. So I skewered him with a steady gaze, refusing to look anywhere but at his stupid face. He bumbled through his narration, obviously unnerved. He then tried to play it cool by saying, "Have we met before? You look familiar." I responded by saying, "Yeah, 10 years ago. In so and so pub." He chuckled and said he doesn't remember that far back. I said, "But I do." It was enough to shut him up. They then wrapped up their presentation and left, and my boss immediately turned to me and asked me what that was all about, because she had never seen me behave that harshly with anyone before. I told her the story and my CEO was listening too. At the end, she asked him what he thought of the show. The story wasn't great, but it wasn't bad, and he said, "I don't care about it. We are not working with such people." With that he walked away. Then he came back, looked at me and said, "You sent the rejection letter." I did so happily. Doesn't end there. I got a call from the producer of that show after I sent the rejection, trying to convince me to give them a shot. I politely let her know that their show wasn't bad. The problem was with the writer. She figured out what I meant and didn't argue beyond that. I heard a few days later that he had been sacked from that team. A year after that, he was named by several women in the #MeToo movement, and as far as I know, he hasn't been able to get much work since point. He was the only creep I'd encountered who I hadn't taken to task. Took 10 years, but karma gave me a chance to rectify that, and I'm thankful. Well, it started with him getting a job at the grocery store near my grandmother's. I was 14, he was 15, and would literally tell other baggers not to bag my grandma's groceries because he wanted to do it, and then would stare at me the entire time and not say anything to me. As time progressed, my grandparents noticed if I was with them, whatever aisle we went down, he'd find a reason to come down that same aisle and then stare some more and not talk. Fast forward to when I was 19. These creepy encounters not only continued, but increased in frequency. I was also on a site called My Yearbook, now known as Meet Me, and I love to go on there and find new friends to meet up with. Unbeknownst to me, a guy added me on there, and we started talking and exchanged numbers even. We had a pretty good connection over text, as nothing more than friends, but still, I would try to make plans to hang out, and he kept dodging them. New Year's Eve rolled around, and I invited him, but really didn't think he'd show up. He did. It was the guy from the grocery store. The whole time my friends would try to include him in conversation, as would I. Even though I really wanted him to just leave, I felt rude for thinking that, and he wouldn't acknowledge my friends at all, and barely answer if I spoke to him. It was all one word answers like okay and sure, all while he continued to stare at me. Finally I got so uncomfortable I pretended to go to bed while my best guy friend asked him to leave. He did. That time. So the following me through the grocery store, bagging my groceries or my nana's groceries continued, and then he'd follow me out to my car and put the groceries in even when I declined, and then started asking him not to and to just go back to the other parts of his job. November rolled around, and I was looking for a new job, and he finally speaks to me to tell me to go apply at Target. Basically saying if I used him as a reference, since his sister worked there, I'd get the job. Joke's on him. I applied without any references, just to spite him, got it, and then turned it down, because I didn't want him to know where I worked. He asked why we never hung out. I explained he had made me really uncomfortable, and he apologized, and then asked if we could be friends. I didn't want to, but I was just trying to leave the grocery store, so I said yeah, sure. Time goes on, and I start meeting up with friends at Starbucks. He somehow finds out and starts showing up and hanging out with us. He did this like 3 to 4 times until none of my friends would show up because he made them uncomfortable as well. So when I showed up that night and it was just him and I was trapped. Starbucks announces they're closing, and I think thank God I'm saved. So I get in my car to leave and realize he's following me, so I pull over and he pulls over. He knocks on my window and says, "I want you to follow me. My friends want to hang out." I followed him with no intention of pulling over when he did, but when I showed up I noticed I knew some of the people there and thought, alright, maybe I'll be okay. I get out to find this boy had told them all we were dating when we were very much not. I then had to spend the night embarrassingly explaining to not only the people I knew but his mom. Yeah, he took me to his house, but I didn't know that. To that I wasn't his girlfriend or even his friend. I was just a girl who shopped at his work. Surprisingly his mom knew all about me, where I worked, what my friends' names were, and not the mutual friends or the ones from the New Year's Eve party, what college I was thinking of going to. These were things I never told him about. So how did he know them, and why did he tell her? From there on out I ghosted him. It went well, until I was getting gas, and he shows up, and says I saw your car outside, and thought I'd come say hi. How come you don't answer your texts or calls anymore? I told him sorry I was busy, got my gas and left. This happened a few different times. At the new grocery store I started going to, at school, and even at my friend's house, a friend who's never met him before. It got so scary I hated leaving my house, because I didn't want him to find me. Finally it all ended, when I started dating my now husband. See, his uncle is a biker. Not a 1%er, not an outlaw, he just likes motorcycles, and is probably one of the nicest guys you'll meet. But yes, he does ride with a club, and yes, is big tatted up, and can be intimidating as fuck. His uncle was having a BBQ, and we were there, and this guy was blowing up my phone. Uncle Matt tells me you want that guy to stop bothering you. My friends and I can make him. So I gave him the address and he showed up. First I had my boyfriend, now husband, just talk to him, and say to just leave me alone. That I wasn't interested, and to just stop. He laughed in his face. That's where Uncle Matt and his friend Steve took over. Steve pretended he was my dad, and Uncle Matt introduced himself as my Uncle Matt, and said if they ever heard of him bothering me again he'd have the entirety of the Northern Californian chapters of their club following him, and stalking him to show him what it was like. And if they caught him, he would be lucky to get away. Needless to say, he didn't bother me anymore. I followed him with no intention of pulling over when he did, but when I showed up I noticed I knew some of the people there, and thought alright, maybe I'll be okay. I get out to find this boy had told them all we were dating, when we were very much not. I then had to spend the night embarrassingly explaining, to not only the people I knew but his mom. Yeah, he took me to his house, but I didn't know that. To that I wasn't his girlfriend or even his friend. I was just a girl who shopped at his work. Surprisingly his mom knew all about me, where I worked, what my friends' names were, and not the mutual friends or the ones from the New Year's Eve party, what college I was thinking of going to. These were things I never told him about. So how did he know them, and why did he tell her? From there on out I ghosted him. It went well, until I was getting gas, and he shows up, and says I saw your car outside, and thought I'd come say hi. How come you don't answer your texts or calls anymore? I told him sorry I was busy, got my gas and left. This happened a few different times. At the new grocery store I started going to, at school, and even at my friend's house, a friend who's never met him before. It got so scary I hated leaving my house, because I didn't want him to find me. Finally it all ended, when I started dating my now husband. See, his uncle is a biker. Not a 1%er, not an outlaw, he just likes motorcycles, and is probably one of the nicest guys you'll meet. But yes, he does ride with a club, and yes, is big tatted up, and can be intimidating as fuck. His uncle was having a BBQ, and we were there, and this guy was blowing up my phone. Uncle Matt tells me you want that guy to stop bothering you. My friends and I can make him. So I gave him the address and he showed up. First I had my boyfriend, now husband, just talk to him, and say to just leave me alone. That I wasn't interested, and to just stop. He laughed in his face. That's where Uncle Matt and his friend Steve took over. Steve pretended he was my dad, and Uncle Matt introduced himself as my Uncle Matt, and said if they ever heard of him bothering me again he'd have the entirety of the Northern Californian chapters of their club following him, and stalking him to show him what it was like. And if they caught him, he would be lucky to get away. Needless to say, he didn't bother me anymore. It's sad that I have to sit here and evaluate which creep run-in was the worst, since it's just the reality of being a woman presenting individual in this world, that you will deal with creeps throughout your life. The time I kissed my wife in a dark corner of a club and some dude thought it was an open invitation, so he wrapped his arms around my wife from behind and tried to start groping her. The time I was taking my dog to the bathroom late at night next to my apartment building, and some guy came slowly driving down the street, rolled down his window, and started imploring me to come over and check out his really cute dog collars and leashes. When I refused and quickly picked up my dog to go inside, He rapidly pulled an illegal U-turn on the street and sped off the direction he came from. The time at a different club, a group of older men started harassing us, like our dad's ages, and stalking us, and we had to tell club security to please make sure they didn't follow us out of the building, because we were leaving to get away. Being a woman is a delight. It's so much fun constantly evaluating your interactions and checking to make sure you're safe from all the, largely, men in the world who cannot control themselves and think sexual harassment, sexual assault, or even just violating someone's bodily autonomy with unwanted attention and standing too close is no big deal, and women should just get over it. Do better. Parents, raise better humans. Don't pass this behavior on as acceptable to future generations. My parents never gave me the talk or explained what was right and wrong when dealing with the opposite sex. My parents were incredibly uncomfortable discussing sex due to our culture. I was also taught that discussing sex was inappropriate, so I never went to them when I should have been able to. Years later, I asked my mom why they raised me this way, and she said that was why my parents allowed me to stay in sex-ed school. As a result of this upbringing, I had a number of creepy experiences as a teen that I didn't realize were wrong at the time. At 15, I worked at a grocery store and was regularly hit on / groped constantly, but grabbed / slaps by 3 men I worked with, if I remember correctly, ages 23, 24, and 34. All of whom were also supervisors. I was also hit on by other older colleagues. One of them still works there, and if I ever go there and see him, he still approaches me creepily, and I worked there 17 years ago. When I was a server, I had a regular customer who started stalking me. He was around 55 or so, I was 22 or 23, and he started out nice, but then started asking me out, telling me to dump my boyfriend, asking to rub my feet all the time, and started only coming in while I was working to try and talk to me. I started avoiding him, and he got my number from a coworker and texted me several times until I blocked him. I asked my bosses to ban him, and they refused because he was a good customer. Thanks, bosses. One time I was at a club with friends, and I was followed around all night by a guy who kept groping me and then running away when I turned around to see who had touched me. Eventually I saw the guy clearly and got him kicked out. Lol. I just became a mom a few months ago, and I can't even imagine putting my own embarrassment to discuss something ahead of my child's well-being. Ugh. I'm a housekeeper for a hotel. At my last housekeeping job, I had a run-in with a very creepy man who essentially tricked me into walking in on him naked, masturbating on his bed. Let me explain. This is going to be long, my apologies. So I'm working, making my rounds, and this man comes out to ask me if I can clean his room. He tells me he's leaving for a bit, and I can go in there to clean while he's gone. No problem, I tell him. So about 20 minutes later, I notice his do not disturb sign is off his door, and I head on in there to clean. Of course, I knock on the door several times first, loudly, just in case he's still in there for whatever reason. No answer, so I enter and begin cleaning the bathroom first. Something important to note is that with the way the rooms were set up at this hotel, the bed he was in was not visible from where I was. I entered the room and immediately went to the bathroom, which is directly on the right as soon as you enter the room. He had a 2-bedroom and was in the bed closest to the wall of the bathroom, therefore not visible to me. It's kind of hard to explain, but I hope that's at least somewhat understandable. Anyway, I finished cleaning the bathroom and then round the corner to make his bed, and there he is. But as naked, laptop with porn on next to him, furiously masturbating. I immediately turn around and run out of there. I was so embarrassed, so uncomfortable. I kind of just stand outside of his room for a minute, processing what the fuck just happened, and then it gets worse. He comes out of his room a few minutes later and starts apologizing profusely. He said he had no idea I was in there. But wait, it gets even worse. This motherfucker straight up asks me to come back in and change his sheets. I was faking flabbergasted. I didn't want to be rude because he was still a customer, but I just told him I'd have someone come up and make his bed for him and fled. I was honestly scared at that point. I of course told my manager, and there was no way in hell she was going to send me back in there. She had maintenance go up to make his bed, a big, scary looking bald dude, and the guy ended up taking all his stuff and bolting. Several days before he was supposed to check out. I didn't fully process what had happened for maybe a couple hours after, but it's so obvious that he set it up. He asked me to come clean his room, took his do not disturb sign off, definitely knew I was in the room with him. When I came in to clean, I turned the light on and was not being quiet enough that he wouldn't hear me, and then had the balls to ask me to come back in and change his nasty sheets after the whole thing was just so incredibly creepy and scary. Big sexual predator vibes. I'm glad that it wasn't any worse than a very uncomfortable experience. Late to the convo, but I got a good one. I used to go to a creek to smoke weed. It was still illegal where I lived at the time, so I would duck behind some bushes and relax. This day was beautifully warm, and I was wearing a short dress. Suddenly this lanky filthy man comes clambering down the creek towards me. I was high and hoped he'd not notice me or leave me alone. No such luck. He comes straight for me and asks to come hang out, sits down and pulls out a bag of powder. Before I can answer, I tell him I had actually finished and was just about to head out. He ignores this and starts using my grinder to mix up his powder with creek water. I was intrigued and horrified and kinda just froze watching. He tells me it's some of the best meth around. I decline his offer. After drawing it up in a syringe, he tells me he liked to watch videos while he gets high. Do I mind? At this point my brain in what the faking and I say I'm okay sure. Stupid. Lol. He puts on hardcore born, already loaded on his phone. Should have guessed. Then he stabs his arm like 10 times and tries to inject, forcing the plunger to go down. I'm sure he hit bone a few times. I'd never seen anyone inject before, so I was stunned into stillness. When he unzipped his pants and started to jerk off, my brain finally clicked into gear and I noped the fuck out of there. Ran a zigzag way home because I could see him following me. Still boggles me that I just stood there and let it go so far. I was around 12 years old at the time. I was walking along a busy bus station at peak hour to go to tuitions, and a guy who seemed to be in his 30s approached me and casually started having a conversation with me. I was definitely creeped out as I'm more or less aware of what this could lead to, and I tried as hard as I could to keep my calm. He asked me whether I wanted to go eat something with him, and I tried to seem polite while saying that I was unfortunately in a rush. He asked me if he could give me his phone number, and I was so freaked out to tell him that I just got my phone out because he saw that I was listening to music, so I couldn't pretend that I didn't have a phone. After I typed his number and he asked me to call him on the spot so that he could have my number, and I did, but at the last moment I realized what was happening and I hung up saying that I didn't have enough credit, so the call didn't go through. And I told him that I was in a hurry and I really had to go, and since the building I had to get into was right there, he couldn't really do anything to hold me back, especially since there were people everywhere. In retrospective, the fact that he seemed so chill and actually spoke so well was the thing that creeped me out the most, because I kept asking myself how many girls he's done this to before, and how many of them actually ended up getting trapped. I think I almost was kidnapped on holiday in Romania. It was in 1994. I was 15 and sheltered AF. I got bored of lazing on the beach, so I went for a short walk along the beach and out of my parents' reach. There was a grown man and a young girl around my age doing a photo shoot, and they approached me saying he worked for a famous Romanian fashion magazine and he was talking pictures with his daughter for the magazine, and that my look was just perfect for the shoot they were doing. The girl wore a summer dress over a bikini, as you would on a beach. The girl was really friendly, and for me, who was socially super awkward and had literally no friends at home, was sucking up the attention. I'd been bullied at school all my life for my look, and here was this pretty girl who told me I was the most beautiful girl she had ever met. Yes, I was that dumb. He introduced himself to my parents. My dad insisted on taking a photo of me with them because he'd never met a famous photographer before. Savvy dad. My parents agreed that I could change into a dress and be part of their shoot as long as it was on the beach and within their sight. So I wore the prettiest dress I owned, and the dude must have moved us to 50 different locations along the beach before he said he had a deal with a local hotel to do some shots in the lobby, and then of course in a hotel room. My neighbors was just very flattered and easily overlooked every single red flag and went with them. Thankfully my sister, a year younger than me, had followed us to the hotel. As an adult she says she was jealous that they wanted me to be a model, but as the daughter and I were arranged in increasingly more suggestive poses, she got a bad feeling and decided to come into the hotel lobby just as they were jeering me towards the lift to tell me our parents wanted to pack up and go sightseeing. Me being a very obedient daughter didn't even question it. If my parents said I had to go, that meant the end of my modeling career. I didn't realize that my sister was fibbing, so I just said goodbye to the photographer and went. Obviously my sister just told my parents that we were ready for the sightseeing now, and they just upped and we left. So I suspect that they had planned how to get me away without outright telling me that I was in the process of probably ending up in Russian-born. In hindsight I remember that the photographer had a drink he was offering me on a regular basis, but I refused because I had been told that Romanian people were really poor, so I didn't want them to pay for my drink. I dread to think what would have happened if I had accepted it. Also, the girl, his daughter in the photo my dad took, looks oddly frightened. Her smile is very superficial. Partly blame myself, since in retrospect I was quite naive. Moved to a new city in a totally different part of the country for my first job out of college. Didn't drive back then, used to Uber from work and back. Thought of finalizing one Uber driver for my daily commute and paying in cash so as to cut out the middleman and thereby spending less with them earning more. One guy seemed nice, so we exchanged numbers. Also didn't have any friends in the area as I was new there, so we started texting back and forth. Platonic. He was a nursing student who drove Uber to make some extra money. He told me he was in my neighborhood once and asked if I wanted to hang out. I'm like, sure, let's go out. Come to my place to pick me up. He came by. I thought we were going out, and he said, let's just hang out at home tonight. We were just sitting around and chit-chatting. He was also playing some football game on his phone at the time and seemed distracted. I came closer to check out his game. Out of the blue, he grabbed my breast and squeezed it. I was too shocked to even react. Then he moved closer and started caressing my face. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong. I was scared he would get violent if I tried to resist too hard. I tried to plead with him that I had just moved here and was still trying to get over my ex with whom I had to split up because of the move. He kept telling me to relax and just enjoy the feeling, pushed me in a lying position, and climbed on top. The next hour or so passed by faster than I could imagine. He pinned both my hands on top with one of his, with the other, pulled up my top and bra, pulled down my pants and underwear, and pulled out his thing. I was so scared and couldn't react. Wasn't even completely naked, just with my clothes ridden up or down. He bit me on my chin extremely hard, and it had a mark for the next 3 to 4 days. Even though I was trying to plead with him and reason with him, he forcibly entered me down there. I was not aroused so it hurt a lot, but he wouldn't stop until he was finished. After that, he fell asleep, and I was too scared to react and just trying to process the enormity of what had just happened. I wasn't hurt or injured. There were no marks on my body except for his bite marks on my chin and breast, which also disappeared. I was wondering, did it happen consensually? After all, he hadn't been violent, and I had only weakly resisted him. He went home the next day and texted me, but I told him I didn't wish to see him again, nor did I wish to finalize him as my daily driver to and from work. He tried to justify his actions saying I had been so friendly, and he thought girls of my ethnicity were always shy to express their feelings, so he pushed hard. I deleted his texts and never saw or contacted him again, and thankfully, he never stopped by either. I'm on mobile and English isn't my first language, so please be kind. Some years ago I, 18 at the time, was on the way back home from my boyfriend, who lived about an hour away. It was 9 PM, but already dark, since it was winter. I wanted to take the train, because I can't drive. At the station I was the only person, and when I got on the train, the wagon was completely empty. I sat down on the seats next to the door and headphones in. After 2 stations some older, obviously very drunk man got on, and he didn't sit down, just stood by the door. I thought to myself that he must be very sad, so I minded my own business. Sometime after, he sat down right across from me in the same compartment. I was very uncomfortable with that, since I always had problems with strangers being close to me. But I thought maybe he is just a lonely old man without friends or family. It would be rude to leave. I tried very hard to act as if he isn't there, but after some time I noticed some strange movements from the corner of my eye. Again I just thought don't be silly and put it off as my anxiety. Gladly, I didn't stick to it and looked at him. He had his dick out, looking at me and was masturbating. I was so shocked I didn't say anything. I just got up and left the other way. I walked to the other end of the wagon, shaking and scared he would follow me. Luckily the train then stopped, so I got out and changed the wagon. I walked off it until I saw the first person and sat down near some woman. I was really scared, but he didn't seem to have followed me. After some while I calmed down. The next day I told my reference supervisor, male, who worked at the dorm I lived, about it. He, like every other male person I told, just laughed and thought it was very funny. I was furious how they reacted. Worse, he was my supervisor. He was working there, and his job was to be there for us when we had problems. The dorm was for underage to 25 years old people with mental health problems, and to this day I don't understand how this was an appropriate reaction in his eyes. I don't know what is worse, that something like this happened to me, or that no male person took it, or how I felt seriously. A guy started coming into the restaurant I was working at. He asked my name and number 1 said no, and gave him a fake name point. He kept coming in and talking to me. He seemed harmless, just weird. He started asking for me on my days off too. One day after work I saw him outside my work, and then he started following me, so I got on a random bus and phoned my boyfriend. This dude kept turning up outside my work and following me, so I kept switching where I was going. I eventually left the job and hoped I'd never see the dude again. New job. Around 8 months later the dude comes in and he started doing it again. He remembered my name, asked me why I changed jobs, and started following me and requesting me again. I changed jobs again 2 months later. Next time I saw him was about 1 year ago. He was walking past where I work, and I ducked down, hid behind a counter, and crawled across the floor into the back. My boss was confused as to what I was doing, but I explained, and he was fine. I haven't seen him again, and I hope I don't. I think I got lucky. The guy was clearly a stalker and creepy, but luckily he never attacked me, and I'm so grateful for this. But if I see him, you better believe I'm running. I don't want to give him the chance to attack. Quick side note, don't know how many women have experienced this, but a really common creepy thing loads of guys do is try to kiss your hand when you shake their hand. I'm full on pulling my hand away from their mouths and they hold it in a death grip. Can people not do this? It's creepy, disgusting, and uncalled for, and it probably happens with around 1/2 guys in a bar environment and 1/5 in a normal environment. If we're yanking our hand back, don't grip tighter. I've had too many, but this one comes to mind real fast. I work multiple jobs and was going from one to another on a sunny Sunday afternoon. I'd stopped in at a restaurant to pick up something quickly to go. After putting in my order I was waiting for my food in the waiting area, and this man, mid-20s probably, who had seen me coming and was hanging with his friends, approaches me, starts questioning me about what I'm doing, what I ordered, and stands super close to me. I move away, he moves with me. He tells me I should get the steak, he'll get it for me. He knows this place really well, he has a lot of money, wants to know what are you? You look so exotic, etc. I'm Romani, he is Armenian. I politely deflect, let him know I already ordered, and I'm on my way to work, and don't have much time, have a boyfriend, etc. He doesn't stop asking me questions, and stares quite obviously at my body, tells me I'm beautiful and wants to know why I'm not wearing much jewelry. Is my boyfriend that cheap? He would buy me this or that and on until I get my food and leave as fast as I can. His friends staring and laughing the whole time. I'd parked on a side street next to the restaurant because they didn't have parking, and as I'm walking out to the car, about to open the door and get in, a server from the restaurant, who had watched the whole exchange, calls out for me to wait. He runs up to my car and me, thinking he's coming to check on me to make sure I'm okay, waits for him grateful and wanting to thank him for being kind. When he gets to me, he starts asking me what I do for work, if he can hire me, will I come to his house and give him a massage. When I say no, he asks if he can come to mine, he'll pay me. Up until this point, I thought there was a language barrier because he has a heavy accent. I say no again. He gets annoyed and wants to know if I've ever heard of Backpage.com. Then he finally comes out and asks if he can buy me and for how much. I'll let him know I don't do that kind of work, open my car door, and get in as fast as I can. He's pissed, swears at me, and I get myself out of there as quickly as possible. While this exchange was happening, the first guy was sitting there in his car with his friends staring at me, waiting, and proceeds to follow right behind me. Needless to say, I was late to work from purposefully getting off at the wrong exit twice, just in case. Not the first time completely random men have asked me, regardless of what I was wearing, time of day, or what I was doing, if I was for sale. Another time was at a protest I'd attended where a white ally who was videotaping things and had appointed himself my safety buddy found me on Instagram, sent me photos of him shirtless holding up a Dell laptop and MacBook, trying to negotiate how much money he'd pay me weekly in the aforementioned laptops he'd give me to be his girlfriend. I'd barely had more than minor, very respectful conversations with him until this point. Blocked him. He got called out by organizers as a danger to film protesters soon after. I was one of many he'd done that to. TLDR. After stopping at a restaurant to pick up some food to go, I got harassed and cornered, then followed by two separate men, one after the other, before being propositioned for such work. All for trying to eat between work shifts. Jesus. I worked until recently in public libraries. It made me pretty jaded against old men. Much more than working in a country pub as an 18-year-old did. One instance, I had a man who followed me to different branches. He'd just show up. I assume one of my co-workers just told him why I wasn't at big branch on a given day. He used to corner me and talk about how I'd be so good at burlesque and how he'd take the pictures for me. I mentioned to a coworker that he was doing this and asked if I should write an incident report. She said no, because it wasn't a big deal. At small branch, he got angry that I didn't stop helping another patron to say goodbye to him, so he pulled my ponytail hard. Incredulously, I walked back into the office and kind of tried to laugh it off, and they were horrified and made me write an incident report, which incidentally I really didn't want to do at this point because I had been passed over for a promotion as my manager didn't like me and told hiring that I was a troublemaker and too shy to work well. My manager found out about the report because I didn't know this guy's name, and she told big boss, you don't need to follow this up. I know him. She's overreacting. He wasn't the worst patron I dealt with, but the way it was handled makes it feel like the worst. Also, running joke among us younger librarians was that if an old woman spotted you shelf checking a bottom shelf, she was guaranteed to say, "Oh, pray for me while you're there," and old man was guaranteed to say something else much less religious. Okay, so I work in vet medicine, and I was wearing my actual engagement ring, which I don't do that much at work, but I was in reception that day, so I decided to wear it. Well, it got busy, so I worked up the room and did what I usually do. Then as I'm about to go get the doctor, this guy says, "That's an awful nice ring you have there," and I said, "Thank you. I guess this means that my husband likes me some," and I laughed. Then I walked out. After the exam, the doctor leaves, and I do too. I go back in to go over meds to discharge the patient, and he states, "So when do you leave?" I said an obvious lie, that I left earlier than I would, and he chuckled and said okay, winked at me, then said, "Okay, I might not try to take that from you." I did a nervous chuckle, left the room, and went to go tell the doctor and the practice manager just in case. The doctor said, after I left the exam room, when they were talking, he kept flirting with her too, and said, "We will put an alert that no one can be alone with him, so it wouldn't be that creepy, since it's just a conversation." But he was actually outside when I said I would be leaving. I was closing that night, so I wouldn't be leaving for another 2 hours. He finally left, so I never left alone again just in case he tried to do something to me. I was terrified for a while, and needless to say my husband was not happy about that at all. Thankfully, for some good news, we fired him shortly afterwards, which means we said you are a problem and we will no longer take your business, after he tried that again with another receptionist. So we never saw him again after that second incident, thank God. It wasn't in person, but rather online, but still sticks out above all the others to me. He befriended one of my friends online, but always gave off weird vibes, but I thought, oh, it's not fair to judge him for being a bit weird, I'll give him a fair chance. So I was nice and polite to him for quite a while and largely ignored the red flags, of which there were many. At one point I, being way too naive, confided in him about some issues I had been through in my life. He in turn tells me that he purposefully emotionally abused a girl for years in horrible ways, until she killed herself, and how hard he had it, because people judged him for that. And yet he didn't show a shred of remorse at all for pushing that poor girl to suicide and methodically manipulating her into cutting off all her friends and support network, so that she'd actually go through with it. I told him that was extremely faked up, and I needed time to process what he had just told me. He got very upset that I didn't immediately tell him he was a good person, and started trying to convince me that I was as bad of a person as he was because of what I had confided in him about, which was just that I had been unfair to an ex-boyfriend in a breakup by putting the blame on him instead of taking responsibility for my issues, and was performing crazy mental gymnastics to try and both justify himself and tear me down to his level. He also brought up how he had made purchases for me, and how apparently I had manipulated him by forcing him to buy things for me when he would make purchases, gift them to me, and then refuse to refund them or take them back when I said I didn't want him buying me things. He reasoned that buying people gifts was penance for pushing that girl to suicide, and so it made him a good person if he sacrificed his money for other people's happiness, even if it was unsolicited gifts that weren't asked for or wanted. He also had been saving logs and screenshots of all of our conversations, and was quoting them back to me to try and twist my words and gaslight me into believing I was actually a horrible person who was lucky to know him. I ended up blocking him on everything, and went to my friend to try and talk to her about how crazy he was. She thought I was overreacting at first, but after showing her the messages she blocked him as well. Shortly after that we found out he was cyberstalking us to a pretty extreme degree, including messaging our friends to find out what we were doing and to try and pass messages along, or to try and convince our friends that we had been unfair to him and were abusing him by blocking him. This went on for at least a year, and eventually I kinda just dropped out from that friend group to escape the constant stress of knowing he was stalking me. I changed my profile names where I knew he was stalking me and did my best to cover my tracks so he couldn't find me. Overall, the whole experience scared me a lot more than almost any in-person experiences I've had. I didn't even know where this guy lived and was in constant fear he would find my address and show up one day. There's been other people I've met in my life who were definite creeps, but none were so openly unapologetic and unempathetic as him. The experience really made me more cautious online, and I go with my first instinct if something feels off now, but thinking about how matter of fact he was about intentionally pushing someone to kill themselves still puts me on edge. I think if I had been in a worse place mentally, he probably would have succeeded in gaslighting me, and that terrifies me as well. Things could have turned out so much worse if I hadn't had the experience and introspection to immediately know to shut that down and not listen to him. I have two stories. I was 11 at a Walmart viewing games when this 30-plus-year-old started following me around the aisles until he had me cornered and started asking invasive questions like, "Where do you live? How old are you?" and kept telling me how pretty I was as he eyed me up and down. Luckily my mom was nearby and swooped in when she saw, but the creep glared at her and continued to follow us out to the car until he saw my dad and faked off. Second story, while I still lived in Korea in my early 20s, I was walking back home one night and passed a church. There was a large dude hanging out next to a white van around the church, which wasn't hot at the time. There were usually vans around these churches, and as soon as I passed him he got in and started following me slowly. I tried to speed walk, but he only increased the car speed, so I fast walked my way into a populated alley. Korea has a lot of alleyways with stores scattered throughout that was well lit, so he wound up parking his van nearby and sent out another person to try to follow me. This guy managed to catch up and cornered me to ask questions like, if I had family in the country, what was I doing here? I'm half Korean and look foreign, if I needed or had a job in the country. Common question to foreigners for traffickers, etc. No one passing by was helping, so I eventually turned around and made a break for it, since my apartment was nearby. Never saw them again. Sheet still scares me to this day since human trafficking was an issue there, probably still is. Late to the game, but here are my favorites. My roommate was friends with a guy. He developed schizophrenia and was not medicated. He was accused of raping a girl after agreeing to walk her home. Then he started stalking my roommate. He showed up at our place at like 3 AM. We sent him away. He showed up a few hours later. We sent him away again, and we are freaked out. The next day, it snowed really badly. We were in TN, so everyone lost their minds. He shows up again, starts screaming about drugs on our front porch, peed on our door, and had to be forced off the property by our maintenance men because the cops were so backed up with accidents. Another time, a few years later, I met a guy online. We clicked in that we both enjoyed long conversations. He starts to tell me that he's all I need. He knows he's perfect for me. We are soulmates. Nothing I say can convince him otherwise. I get freaked out and refuse to meet him in person. He sends me essays and essays, graphic and otherwise, to explain that we were meant to be. He didn't get that I was freaked out. Finally, he posted on the website we met this long story about how he met this girl and she was a beach and he was so confused and just wanted to know what happened. I freaked out at him and told him that I was terrified of him. He was stalking me. I'd asked him to leave me alone multiple times and I was scared he was going to find me. He seemed to get it. Then I got some more texts a few months later. Then I got another slew of texts after that. He hasn't messaged me in a year. I'm hopeful the saga has closed. Finally, and I posted on Reddit about this one because it messed me up. Married bro. Married bro was advertising for a LTR/wanted commitment. Painted this sob story of losing his job, leasing his place for cash, staying at his parents, and working off his rent on their farm. Okay. He seemed great. Very doting. Said/did everything right. We made plans for another hangout. Then he didn't text me for like 3 days. So I reached out about a job opportunity at my work. He was kind of weird about it and said we'd talk about it that weekend. Long story short, I got weirded out, investigated, found him on Facebook with his kid, then eventually found the wife and 3 other children. The youngest was born 5 months prior. He blamed it on needing a good parent for his kid/she wouldn't sleep in bed with him, blah blah blah. Thought he could convince me to continue. Nope. He showed up once unannounced too, to try to get me to forgive him. And he texted me a few times begging. Messed up dude. I tried to tell his wife and I think he found the message on FB and deleted it. Fuck you. Release WCP. Your wife deserves better and I hope she leaves your cheating ass. I'm not sure if this is the worst per se, but it's the first thing that comes to memory when I think of having to deal with creeps. Took a college course when I was in my early 20s. It was a very small class and I was the only girl. One of my classmates there remains one of the weirdest people I've ever met. All he ever talked about was being a furry, which is fine, but he was obsessive and how he was bullied in high school. As the weather got nice I got into the habit of eating my lunch in this outdoor court area that was overlooked by hallways with big windows. Over time he began watching me from one of the hallways overhead, right across from me, so I could very clearly see him. Back then I was very quiet and non-confrontational, but I still tried making eye contact with him in a "hey I can see you, you faking creep" sort of way, but he remained undeterred. Soon after he started doing that shit I was working on my laptop in the library, as usual. I finished up what I was working on with some time to spare before class, so I decided to take a quick power nap. Woke up a bit later and headed to class. Creep comes up to me before class starts and starts talking, not even sure what it was about, but he casually dropped that he'd been watching me sleep. I'd already been planning on doing something, but that was the final straw. I took my teacher aside ASAP and told him everything, who then contacted the head of the department. Fortunately they took it seriously right off the bat. Not to brag, but I was the hardest working student in the class by a lot, so I think that helped. One of the security guards from the school actually came to my house and interviewed me about everything and told me he'd be having a very serious talk with him. He didn't bother me after that. I was 20 working my first retail job and an old guy, I'm talking like old, had a walker, easily like 85 to 90, came in about 30 minutes before closing and started chatting about crystals. Nothing too weird at first. My stationery store had a small selection of witchy things, mostly polished semi-precious stones and tarot cards, that type of thing. He then went on to explain the deep spiritual connection he had with crystals and how he had over 3,000 of them. I had to see pictures lol. Look, as a practicing Wiccan, I got nothing against crystals and their collectors. I just don't believe there's any strange vibrations coming from crystals like this wackid. Anyway, he was really pushy and insistent for my number, so much so that I told him my name was Morgan, it's not, and gave him the rejection hotline number. He left shortly afterwards, and I thanked my lucky stars I didn't have to chat anymore. I tell all my coworkers about it, and we have a good laugh. I'm a black belt, so I have very little fear of issues with strangers. Plus, the mall's security is right outside our shop, so I'm set. If he tries anything later, a few weeks go by, and my coworker tells me a strange guy came in asking for a Morgan while I was out on lunch. She told him there isn't a Morgan here. Shit, I forgot to tell her, because she wasn't there that day. Whatever, I figure he's probably got the message and won't be back. A few more weeks pass. My manager tells me she thinks she saw an old man with a big as crystal under his arm stomp angrily through the store looking for something and then stormed off quickly. She was alone stocking at the time. Weird, but whatever. A few more weeks later, a man approached me while I was stocking. To stock, I was sitting on the ground rifling through understocked stationery. I looked up and said hi, welcome. Instantly I recognized him. A faking course. Here we go. He looked over me and said, aren't you Morgan? Very accusatory point and a stroke of genius. I said, no, I'm her twin sister. Now, we had twins working at this store. Not totally unbelievable. Also, it's worth noting that though this was pre-corona, I was wearing a mask as is customary in Asian countries when feeling ill, and I worked at a company that is Japanese. I have severe allergies. I have worn a mask for years. It's great. So not only was I wearing a mask that day, but I also had new glasses. Totally believably my own twin sister. He bought it and then ranted about how he had been trying to send Morgan hundreds of pictures over text and nothing went through because it was some number in Montana or something, and I just went, yeah, she moved there for school, sorry man, can't help you. I'll let her know you came by though. Never saw him again. Thankfully I have had only 2 experiences with creeps, and I count myself lucky. The first was at an anime convention. I was 19, in cosplay, Tsukujijinka if anyone cares, and I was taking a break with my friends. We were up against a wall, and somehow I managed to fall asleep. Next thing I know, I wake up to my best friend yelling at a man to delete the pictures he took of me. He ran off, she reported the incident, and then filled me in. He apparently was trying to stealthily take pictures of me. She got a pic of him doing it and confronted him. He said, oh, I'm sorry, I thought she was a child. As if that excused it. The second time was when I was 21 and on a trip with another friend and her mom. We were staying at a hotel that happened to have a convention hosted nearby. We went down to the hotel's dining room for breakfast, and once I had ordered my food, I went to grab us a table, found a nice booth, and hopped on Reddit. Not long after, some guy in his late 40s walked up and introduced himself, complimented my shoes, they were raggedy old flip-flops, and asked for my name. I gave him a fake name, he said it was beautiful, and asked what brought me into town. The whole time he was talking to me, his eyes were wandering all over my body. It was disgusting. At this point, my friend slides in and gives me a kiss on the cheek. pretending to be my girlfriend, a cover that I had often used to get her out of these situations. This method backfired as he immediately started questioning and ogling her too. Thankfully, her mom walked up pretty quickly and very loudly told him to leave immediately. My friend told me that he had been watching us since we walked in and made a beeline for me the second I split off. I was 14, maybe 15, working a Thursday night shift at a big box retailer for computers. Alone working the service counter buzzer went off, so I went to the counter. I'm male by the way for reference, but a minor/underage point. I answer the counter and ask what I can assist with, returns or computer problems, repairs etc. Point after a few questions she isn't really telling me anything. Then she just says, "Can you turn the account up a few degrees? My nipples are hard since it's cold." Semi-gobsmacked since she was flirting and acting very strangely to a young male at the service counter, I stalled for a few moments and said, "Sorry, I think that is controlled by factors I cannot change or even know how to do, let alone managers, since we don't have access to HVAC and thermostats." Satisfied with my accurate and technical response, she chuckled and said okay and toddled away after a quick flash of her lifting her skirt and giving me as a minor a full frontal shot of her goods. I walked back inside and finished my shift unsure what happened. Word got out after I told one person and my manager went through security footage to find it, since he was keen to see the footage, and found it. A month or two later, she reappeared during my weekend shift. I was serving a problem customer who always returned games after pirating them, and when CD keys were introduced for AAA titles back in the day, like Half-Life and other titles, we couldn't return such games, especially for repeat offenders. The best part, this customer missed the entire show. I was serving him and saying he can't return his $99 game due to CD key, and he can bring his computer in for us to try and make it work. It worked fine. He just wanted to game the system. So as he argues his case, old love from before who was young and twice my age at least, since I'm 14, walks behind old mate having a whinge. Winks at me, licks her lips and rubs her crotch before pulling her top up and showing me her implants that she mentioned last encounter before the air conditioning temperature. I saw all her good from hips up this time instead of hips down, and she gave them a good shake and flourish before slinking off, while the cashier looked at me and was as confused as me, but she knew the show was for me since it was obvious for the next few years. All my birthday cards were signed from Carol with a set of tags, since that was her name. Creepy when you are at your first real job and totally unequipped to deal with it. 2 summers ago I had a guy approach me while I, 18, was alone in a foreign city and asked if I would show him around or something, but I said no, sorry, I have somewhere to be. Untrue. Later I am grabbing food and killing time waiting for my train, and I see someone's head turn as I walk by, and it is him, so I turn on heel and go back the way I came, and he follows me, eventually catching up and being like hey. So then I'm sitting eating froyo as he is standing over me trying to chat, and I'm just looking for a chance to leave. Eventually I tell him I've got to head to the train station to catch my train. Somewhat untrue, I still had like 45 minutes until my train, and I was a 5 minimum walk from the station, but of course he offers to accompany me, and at this point I'm afraid that if I say no he will follow me from afar, so I think it's better to consciously have him come with me. But even as we enter the station and I pretend to be confused that I still have a while until my train, and try to get him to not wait with me, he insists on waiting with me and telling me that he's just gonna catch a train home after mine comes. So then I have to spend 40 minutes chatting with this guy and trying to dodge his questions about where I live, where I'm heading, ways to contact me etc. Until finally my train comes and I can board, and then I spent the 2-hour train ride back scared that he had boarded my same train and was only comforted that I was getting off at a stop after the one that was a big city, i.e. where he probs thought I was going. Needless to say I was scared and anxious and irritated that this creep had basically ruined my day trip adventure. I'm sure I'm forgetting many instances, but a few stick out. Once, when I was getting on a train in Chicago, a guy came out of the train and asked me for directions. I already had my headphones on so that I could specify ignore anyone trying to talk to me on the train, So I just rolled my eyes at him because there were literally hundreds of other people he could ask who were not wearing headphones and trying to get onto a damn train, and I just entered the train. So he followed me back onto the train he had just gotten down from so he could get in my face and yell at me about what a rude bitch I was and how he was going to kill me or something. I just tried my best to look unafraid because I didn't want him to get too much power from my fear. One time a guy was driving me home and he wanted to know if I drank, so I said no, never, I do. I just didn't want to tell him. And he kept bothering me, and when I tried to pay for the ride he said no, I want a kiss instead. I told him to go away several times, but he wouldn't leave, so I told him to come inside and kiss my dad, and started raising my voice and calling him all kinds of names, and he finally left. Recently I was walking my dog and noticed a guy following me. He would come from behind on a motorcycle, pull up in front of me, so I would walk past. He didn't try to speak to me, he just stared. It was very weird. He did this several times. I wanted to go home because I had a meeting in a few minutes, but I didn't want him to follow me. I ran and hid behind a big tree. It was dark out, thank God, and as soon as he drove past I ran as fast as I could to my street, but he was already coming up it from the other side still looking for me. But I saw him quickly enough that I was able to hide behind another tree. I swear to God I felt like I was in a cartoon. As soon as he turned the corner I ran home. Freaky. I do not like men who try to follow me home. Another guy refused to take no for an answer when he asked if he could come over for coffee. I told him I was married. I'm not, but he said my husband wouldn't have to know. I said I tell my husband everything, and he's angry and jealous. He still didn't care. I tried to leave, and he kept begging for my number, and got pissed when I told him no. So I started cussing him out, and told him to fuck off, and only then he finally left. I punched a guy out at a party once for rubbing himself on many women, and then trying to do it to me too. I told him I was watching him, and gave him 2 warnings. I told my guy friends, they thought it was funny. I felt him rub up against me again, and seeing that nobody would help, I punched him, and he fell down on the floor and I just started beating him. They got angry at me for causing a disturbance. Fuck people. 2 guys in a car who followed me when I was walking down a street with a little kid. Scared me to death, because I clearly had a small child with me, so what the fuck are they even trying to do? Many guys who have followed me and said nasty things about my body and what they'd like to do with it. I'm sure there are some that I'm forgetting, because this sheet is just so normal. I used to work in retail and I have tons of creepy stories, ranging from a guy that used to come in every Thursday afternoon week after week to ask me out on a date, or the 50-year-old man who asked me if he could make me breakfast one day. Let's also not forget the dude who told me I had a sexy phone voice and offered to pay me some time off the clock for phone sex. I handled these pretty well and didn't really feel threatened by the men. However, there was this mid-30s, bigger guy that came in one time. I was working the sales floor and we had a gaming section that I was tidying up. He approached me while I was working and got very close to me. I'm talking personal space invaded, looming over me kind of close. I took a few steps back and asked him what I could help with, and he was giving me the most blatant up and down look. You'll know the one, before asking about some game in stock. I took him over to the game in question and he started asking me really personal questions and tried to invade my space again. I was immediately uncomfortable and tried to extricate myself, but he had the audacity to grab me by the front of my belt and was like, "That's a really cute belt." It was Hello Kitty themed and not really uniform standard. I was panicked by this point and jerked away, ready to make an absolute scene in the store, when my coworker walked by and happened to see my face. He knew and came over, wrapped his arm around my waist, and pretended to be my boyfriend, saying that he was wondering where I was, since it was our break time. The creepy dude looked angry and stalked off, not even bothering to buy the game. I'd never been more grateful, but seeing the creepy dude's look of anger and disgust still shook me so bad that I had one of the guys walk me to my car for a few nights after that happened. It wasn't as much what happened to me, but what happened to my older sister, our cleaner. I'm not rich, just someone who comes every couple of months to clean, not tidy, who was the sweetest. Used to bring this shady guy who was always high and smoking, probably in his 50s. It didn't really seem like our cleaner was all that comfortable with him either. He normally wouldn't come in, but my stepdad wasn't home that time. And he was in there on the couch when I got home. I didn't know that Carmen was there, so I immediately ran upstairs because I thought it was an intruder or SMTHN. Saw cleaner, realized mistake. I was walking to the kitchen and he grabbed me by the arms, got real close to my face and said, "What the fuck are you?" Which to this day I still don't understand. Anyways, he just kinda walked away back to the couch and I grabbed my water and stayed upstairs because the house was being cleaned. I was the only one home until my older sister got there. From her explanation, she walked in, said hi to cleaner, and walked back down the hall to go upstairs. Creep walks out of the washroom and looks at her for an excessive amount of time. She must have been 13 or 14 at the time. In leaning towards the former, he said to her, "You'd be pretty if you took off those glasses and put on a wig," and then walked off. Creep goes over and starts petting our dog. My sister gets upset and walks away. He keeps saying yeah while petting our dog. So my sister claims she has to take our dog on a walk, and then the creep argues with her and tells her he's great with dogs and better than her. He ends up grabbing her thigh and my sister just picks up the dog, gets me from my room, walks out, and calls my stepdad while carrying a 40-pound dog. Stepdad comes and yells at Creep. Creep gets upset and screams at cleaner. Then the dude leaves. Like, this is kinda like bare minimum for some people, but I saw him a couple years later, and he was working as a janitor at the rec center. When he notices me, he just smiled. I don't know why, but something about the way he walked around looking at every own stuff, saying he was cleaning, and touching my dog, and having no remorse about it gives me faking shivers. Point edit. Why'd I make this so long? I'm sorry, you can downvote me. This is like 2 faking scrolls TF. In 2003, the time before social media starting getting huge, and dating sites were not apps you could get on your phone. We had phone dating sites. It was a number you would call, set up a voice profile, and then able to talk to complete strangers. I ended up talking to this one guy, who seemed decent from his voice, and was pretty charming at first. Point, we ended talking about what towns we lived in, where we worked, what our schedules were like, you know, small talk. Well, this guy started giving me some creepy vibes. I can't remember what set the bells ringing, but he really gave me the creeps. I then started dodging his messages and calls. Probably not a good idea, considering what happened next. I was working late one night, closing up. There was me and 2 other co-workers shutting down for the night. I was in the middle of washing the floors when I got a phone call. This is how it went. Co-worker: "Hey, phone's for you." Point, me answering the phone. "Hello." Silence. Point, me. "Hello." Silence. Point, me. "Hey, who is this?" Click. About an hour later, we were about to take the trash back when there was an eerie looking guy at the counter. I looked at him and said, "Sorry sir, but we are closed." Point, he then smiled at me and my inside starting twisting into a knot. He said, "It's me, Joe." My heart sank into my butt. I was planning my exit right then and there. Point, I pretended to be happy to see him and told him that I would meet him back up at the counter after I took the trash back. He agreed. I went into the back and told my coworker about him, and I told her I think he was my phone call to make sure I was at work. She told me to go out the back way, even though it was against the rules. She would keep him busy and do it fast. Point, I got out to the parking lot, made sure to keep an eye out for the creeper guy, got to my vehicle, got to my apartment, which was 5 minutes away, got into my apartment, locked the doors, and turned off the lights. About 20 minutes later my phone started ringing, and thankfully I had caller ID and knew it was creeper guy. I didn't answer at all. He left my voicemails, saying how angry he was at me, blah blah blah. After that, I never heard from him again. Until this day, I won't use, call or download a dating app. One of my scariest experiences was at a local bar in my hometown. It's a big college town, but I grew up there, so I wasn't really afraid of it. This incident is the reason I don't really drink anymore. I was 22 and a girl I worked with had convinced me to go out to one of the more popular bars in town with her. She came over and helped me get ready, which included makeup and jewelry. I hardly ever wear those two things because I don't like the attention it usually draws. She also insisted on us dressing for the occasion, if you know what I mean. It was fun, but I was worried I would attract too much attention. As a lightweight and not much of a crowd person, I sat at the bar soon after we got there as she had left to go dance in the crowd. I was sitting there minding my own business on my second drink when a large muscular guy sat down on either side of me in unison. One of them tried to pull me into a close conversation, like he was purposely talking at a volume where I had to turn my head and lean closer to hear him. I don't remember his exact words, but I remember him asking if I was there alone and him commenting on my looks. I turned to look at my drink and take a sip and saw his friend quickly pulling his hand away from my drink. I just looked at him in shock and he put a finger to his lips in a SHHH motion. The first guy then gripped my thigh and said, "Drink it into my ear." I sat there for a moment and they both leaned in closer to me, looming over me, and his hand tightened on my thigh. Being mostly drunk and quite afraid, my bright idea was to take a swig into my mouth but not swallow, then spit it out once they left. It sort of worked, it sort of didn't. I took the sip, and the first guy smiled and patted my leg. Told me he would see me later. Then they left. I spit the sip back into my drink, only when I was sure they were gone. Told the bartender, and he threw that drink in the trash so hard I was shocked it didn't get everywhere. He gave me a fresh drink for free and a glass of water. But whatever they put in my drink had to be strong, because I got seriously woozy and fast. I was slurring words and could hardly walk shortly after that, and everything felt like a dream. I was trying to text my boyfriend about what happened and trying to call my coworker, but I could hardly feel the phone in my hands. I can't remember everything, but I know that my coworker took me to get some food and then dropped me off at my boyfriend's place so he could watch over me. He was so scared and yet so angry. I wish I could have told security what the two guys looked like when they asked me about it. As a bartender, I was not overly sensitive to this kind of interaction, to say the least. But one regular was always more threatening than the rest. He was mid-50s with a real soft voice and always alone. Zero friends. He'd say things like he liked my shiny hair because it meant I was healthy, like when a dog has a wet nose, and I was his favorite kind of stock. Even worse, he would lean over the bar and smell me when I wasn't looking. After a particularly drunken night, I thought he had left over and before. So I locked the doors and finished my closing sheet. 40 minutes. The only other person was the closing kitchen guy who finished up less than 5 minutes before me. Doing my last walk through turning off lights. There he was, hiding in men's bathroom stall. I obviously surprised him when I swung the stall door inward, hard, hitting him square in the face, so it took him a minimum to get his bearings and follow me. When he caught up to me, I had already pressed the alarm, and grabbing the paddle from the ice machine the kitchen guy was warming up his car in the parking lot, heard of a thing and came running, banging the back door, which was locked. So in order to let him in, me and this creep had to like tango across the store a paddle's length. The whole time dude just stared at me with dead shark eyes, saying some derivative of "You're a fast little beach, ain't ya?" and "Hush now darlin'. I'll let the cook in," and bolted, still holding the paddle. He basically just told the guy to get fo and told the security company it was a false alarm. He didn't want cops coming. He was driving on a suspended. My managers refused to ban him because he spent good money there regularly. So 2 days later he was back at the end of the bar 2x a week to harass me and other bartenders until I quit over a year later. When I was a freshman in high school, I made some new friends in my foreign language class. One of these new friends was a guy named Roy, an upperclassman. I think he was a junior, and it became very apparent that he had a crush on me. I had a boyfriend and made sure he understood that I was not interested. Roy said he just wanted to be friends. Cool point. Roy was sitting near me in class and kept getting in trouble for trying to talk to me during class. Our teacher rearranged our seating chart, not related to his antics. The teacher just did this regularly, so he was now sitting 2 rows behind me, still trying to get my attention. Roy couldn't get me to turn around, so he'd follow me all around campus or come hunt me down every break. Then the gifts started. Candy at first, then jewelry, then kinda expensive looking rings. I turned things down, and he would look sad because it's just a gift for a friend. Then he branched out to notes, long multi-page, rambling letters. Ugh. Point after, yet again, having to point out I had a boyfriend. When he asked me to homecoming, I told Roy that I needed space because he was way overstepping the friend only line. He didn't take this well but backed off. I thought. About a week after asking him for space, Roy dropped a note on my desk that said something along the lines of, "Hi cats over flowers. How are you? Lots of niceties and small talk." Then, in the middle of paragraph 2, he suddenly starts spelling out his perfect rap scenario with me as the star. All because per his note, I can't help myself anymore. I made sure I always had friends with me when I went around school during breaks, walked extremely quickly if I was alone, and constantly looked over my shoulder until he graduated. I'm sure he turned out to be a rapist or stalker in adulthood. When I was a freshman in high school, I made some new friends in my foreign language class. One of these new friends was a guy named Roy, an upperclassman. I think he was a junior, and it became very apparent that he had a crush on me. I had a boyfriend, and made sure he understood that I was not interested. Roy said he just wanted to be friends. Cool. Point. Roy was sitting near me in class, and kept getting in trouble for trying to talk to me during class. Our teacher rearranged our seating chart, not related to his antics. The teacher just did this regularly, so he was now sitting 2 rows behind me, still trying to get my attention. Roy couldn't get me to turn around, so he'd follow me all around campus or come hunt me down every break. Then the gifts started. Candy at first, then jewelry, then kinda expensive looking rings. I turned things down, and he would look sad because it's just a gift for a friend. Then he branched out to notes, long multi-page, rambling letters. Ugh. Point after, yet again, having to point out I had a boyfriend. When he asked me to homecoming, I told Roy that I needed space because he was way overstepping the friend only line. He didn't take this well but backed off. I thought. About a week after asking him for space, Roy dropped a note on my desk that said something along the lines of, "Hi cats over flowers. How are you? Lots of niceties and small talk." Then, in the middle of paragraph 2, he suddenly starts spelling out his perfect rap scenario with me as the star. All because per his note, I can't help myself anymore. I made sure I always had friends with me when I went around school during breaks, walked extremely quickly if I was alone, and constantly looked over my shoulder until he graduated. I'm sure he turned out to be a rapist or stalker in adulthood. I started getting catcalled at 14, which sucked. Point. When I was 16, I was waiting by a car park for my mum to pick me up after work. It was around 4 PM on a Saturday in summer, so it was broad daylight and there were plenty of people around. A guy, looking about mid-30s, got out of his car that he'd parked on the street, not in the car park, came up to me and asked for my number. I said what? And he asked again. I said no, and checked the time on my phone to see how long my mum would be. He said, "Oh, do you have a boyfriend?" I said no. Really Sholv said yes, and he asked, "So can I have your number then?" I realized he wasn't going to go away at this point, so I said, "Dude, I'm 14. I figured if I told him I was 16 he might still keep trying to. I decided to head into definite nonce territory then. After that he apologized and got in his car and drove off. When I was 17 I was waiting for a bus to go to my boyfriend's, at the time, house after school. An older man was parked on the opposite side of the road to me and asked what I was doing. I said I was waiting for the bus to go to my boyfriend's house. I didn't realize you had to signal for the bus to make them stop, so it drove straight past me. The guy saw that and offered me a lift. I politely declined, and he kept pushing, saying things like, "Oh come on, I'm not going to do anything to you, and it's better than walking there." I kept declining and crossed the road to go to the other bus stop about 200 meters away. I called one of my friends and told her, and then I shared my location with her. While I was waiting, I saw the guy drive down the road. Luckily there was another woman waiting at the bus stop with me. She signaled the bus when it came, and I got on. I'm 18 now. I was playing an online pool game on my phone and someone had friended me on it. Before accepting their request I searched up the first name they had, and it was a girl's name, so I accepted the request. This person kept begging me to keep playing with them, saying I was pretty, that they loved me, that stuff. A day later I unfriended them on the game, but it turns out they managed to find me on Facebook and sent me a request. It was a middle-aged man. Quickly blocked him and uninstalled the game. Point I was at my boyfriend's, at the time, different one, house. We were in bed, and it was probably about 11 AM. It was pretty warm in his room, so I wasn't wearing anything except my pants. My clothes were on the floor next to the bed. His dad came in and just started talking to his about something, and then started trying to take the covers off us. My boyfriend held onto the covers very tightly, and after what felt like an eternity, his dad laughed and left us alone. I asked what the fuck that was about, and put clothes on for the day. Boyfriend had no idea why he did that. A couple months later, at about 9 PM I was making dinner for the two of us at his house. His dad calls him into the living room to talk about him wanting to move out next year. He would been moving to my city with some of his friends. I'm a little annoyed because the plan was I'd cook while he did some of the dishes, but whatever. I'm about to throw everything in the pan when his dad says that I need to be there too. I was hungry and didn't want to talk to his dad, but I went anyway. At some point, he says that I remind him of my boyfriend's mum, his wife, who was sat right next to him. I'm really confused, because to me, it's saying that it's like his son is dating his mother, or something worse. For the rest of that hour-long conversation, half wasn't even about him moving next year. I zoned out and pet the dog. Point his dad also kept telling both of us that I could do way better than him. This was just mean, and I don't understand why he would say that. Usually to get to my boyfriend's place it took me 2 or 3 hours, trains and buses, but sometimes one of his parents would come down and pick me up or drop me off from my student halls, which was around a 20-minute/half hour drive. One time, my boyfriend said that his dad would come to pick me up the next afternoon. I said thanks, but then he said that he wouldn't be in the car. I asked why, and he said that, since it was during a lockdown, his dad didn't want to have his son in the car in case anyone noticed. This was never a concern before, and I thought it was pretty damn weird that his dad was adamant that it would only be me and him in the car. I thought maybe I wasn't being fair, so I asked my flatmates, 2 girls, 2 guys, and 2 best friends, girls, from before uni. The girls immediately thought it was weird and the guys were on the fence until I mentioned the other stuff in this post. Ultimately I took the lift, since I didn't want to spend £30 to travel in sheet weather. On the journey, his dad mentioned how I wasn't as bubbly and chatty as I always was with his son. I laughed it off and said I was just tired after finishing my first semester exams the day before. I thought that comment was weird because obviously I'm not going to be all flirty around someone who isn't my boyfriend. His dad offered me another lift to go back, but my boyfriend was still sleepy and didn't want to go because he didn't want to talk to his dad on the way back alone. I asked him how he thought I felt, and he said fair enough and came along. Thankfully, broke up about a month after that. We are still friends. He's moving to my city next year. Coincidentally, our housing next year is less than a 10-minute walk from each other. Bit awkward, haha. I hope to God I don't run into his parents when he's moving in. My percussion instructor, 50, when I was a freshman in high school, 14, progressively got creepier to the point my parents were able to get him fired. Starting when we were marching at our first football game. We weren't allowed to be on our phones, however I was sure it was my parents calling me, and I could feel it ring in my front chest pocket. I asked the instructor if I could answer it. He says, how do you know it's ringing? I say it's on vibrate. Him, have you ever used one of those on yourself? A vibrator? I had no idea what to say. I told some of the older members on the drum line, and they said that he's known for being creepy and still has some of the majorettes that have graduated in his office sometimes, and babysitting his children. Another time I was wearing a skirt practicing marching, and a girl on cymbals asked me, "How are you able to wear a skirt and march?" And I lifted up the corner, showing that I had shorts underneath. The instructor comes and whispers in my ear, "How come everyone can see your panties but not me?" He started asking me if I wanted to play show and tell in his office, and would leave notes in my drum kit that said show and tell. He walked up behind me playing the bass and said, "Fuck these nuts." When I looked at him in horror, he said that was some funny lyrics in the song. He took up my phone once and sent pictures of me in my swimsuit to his email. I wish my parents had taken it seriously sooner, because it still bothers me to this day at 27 and married eater, girl on cymbals, not snare. When I was out drinking with friends and I went out to get some air, it was summertime and there was a park across the street. I fell asleep in the grass. A guy picked me up while I was sleeping and carried me to his house. I woke up while he was putting me down on a couch, but still pretended to be asleep. After putting me down, he had to go back and shut his door. I live in the city, so I always carry a knife, and when he walked away from me, I pulled my knife and got up. He was a big guy, 6 feet 2, 250 pounds. I'm 5 feet 2, 130 lbs. When he turned around, I told him that this can go one or two ways. You let me leave, and it doesn't go any further, or you try anything, and I will make sure your DNA is all over me. As I was saying this, I pulled out my phone and took a picture of him and sent it to my friend at the bar with my location and help. He didn't say anything for what felt like forever. Then he tried to convince me he knew me from before. When that didn't work, he asked if I would sleep with him for money. After that, I told him I was calling the cops, and he finally opened the door. I made him go out before me and had him stay a good distance away while I walked out, just in case he was thinking of trying something. When I was finally away, I realized he took my wallet. My guy friends went to his door and got it back. Still to this day, he will HMU on my social media and try to meet up. Even though I have blocked him every time, he just makes a new account. I have no idea how he didn't wake me up when he picked me up. Now if I go out and I need to get some air, I make sure I have a friend with me, so don't put myself in position like that. The guy beside me on the bus kept rubbing his hands on his thighs to the point where I would also feel his hands mildly running up my thighs. The bus was packed and we were sitting closely together, so I just assumed he's not doing it on purpose and gave him benefit of the doubt. Told myself to let it slide, and if he does this for another 10 minutes or so, then I would consider it him doing it deliberately. 15 minutes since it passed, he's still doing it from time to time, to the point where his hands would linger on his thighs for a long time and would also touch a part of mine. I was 16 back then, and I'm so terrified what he would do if I complained to him about it. So I went to get up on my seat, and he's on the aisle side and I have to pass him first before really getting out. He outstretched his legs, so I would have to go over it, and it's especially hard when you're packed inside a bus. Said excuse me a few times and he wouldn't budge, still blocking my path. Luckily one of the lady behind tapped the man on the shoulder, who's blatantly ignoring me, and said I think she wants to get out. Since it's really far before my stop and I already paid my fee, I walked far from my seat at the back and rather stand at the front, behind the bus driver. Looking back, I wish I would stood up for myself. But when you're really in those kind of situations, fear overpowers you, especially when you hear stories of women retaliating to creeps and being beaten up or done something worse to in return. All I wanted to do was to get myself out of that situation. I was 18 and living in a freshman dorm my first year of college. I'm far from home and know no one there, so my anxiety is huge and I'm super alert. The first week of class, we are made to play one of those icebreaker games to learn names. I'll earn some point. The second week of class, the teacher calls on us randomly to contribute to discussion of whatever, but he mispronounces this guy's name. Immediately, I say, it's the correct pronunciation. And that, dear reader, was all it took to signal to the guy whose name was mispronounced that we were meant to be an item point after class. He thanks me for speaking up for him. I say no problem and turn to go, but he is right there with me, not talking, just walking next to me. We are halfway across campus when I ask if his next class is here too. No, he says, he just wanted to show his appreciation. I'm good, it's all fine. I'll see you next class, I say, but he doesn't leave. He actually comes into my next class and sits down next to me in the lecture hall. He insists he is staying to hear the lecture point. At this point, I realize I may have a problem, but I'm not sure it's really something I need help with. I mean, he isn't really doing anything to hurt me, right? So, I just ignore him, take notes, etc. After class, I'm heading to the cafeteria to get lunch, and he is still there. I'm wondering if maybe this guy really is more socially awkward than me. Maybe he's just lonely. I know for sure that I'm not sending him come hither signals, because I find nothing about him attractive, because I'm gay. This was before it was cool to be gay, mind you. And although I'm not exactly hiding that I'm queer, I'm not at the point yet where I'm comfortable wearing the big dyke shirt. We get to the cafeteria doors, and he realizes he can't eat here, since it's the cafeteria for the dorms on the west side of campus and that's not him. Why don't you let me take you out for a nice meal? He says I'm good here. I have a meal plan. Thanks, but I'm not interested. We'd be good together. He says no, I need to study and eat lunch. You should go. He says maybe later. I'll buy you dinner. I can pick you up at 8. I say thanks, but no, I'm not interested. Then, he becomes irate saying he knows it's because he's Jewish. What? How would I even know you were Jewish? Because you knew how to pronounce my last name. There is nothing I can say now that will convince him that I'm not discriminating against him because of his religion. Even the fact that I know how to pronounce his name because of the stupid icebreaker game. Finally, I say that he can believe whatever he wants, but that's not going to change the fact that I'm not interested. There are actual tears now. Big fat tears just quietly running down his face as he sits across from me in the cafeteria. That's when I make my tragic mistake. I tell him it's nothing personal. I just don't date guys. He says he will be the man to change me. I tell him he will not be the man who changes me because I'm definitely into women. Every day of that semester he is everywhere I am. I have no idea when or if he goes to his own classes except the one we share. He has flowers delivered to my dorm daily. He takes notes professing his love for me to the doors of my classes and dorm. He leaves stuffed animals at the reception desk for me. The girls in my dorm think this is romantic and cute. They don't care that I don't know this guy. I find out that he has written letters to my little brother, who is 9, saying he can't wait to meet the family. Here's the thing, this is way before social media was available. I have no idea how he found out where my home was, or that I had a brother. He starts appearing in his car as I'm walking on campus, driving 5 miles an hour begging me to get into his car so we can make up. Finally, the sheer volume of his words and actions force me out of my reluctance to engage. I have studiously avoided him since the first day in the cafeteria. I stop one day and I talk to him from the curb because there is no way in hell I'm getting in his car. I tell him we aren't going to MacUp because we aren't a couple. We are nothing. He can't love me because he doesn't know me. I don't know him. This following me around is creepy and disturbing and has got to stop. He follows me in his car to the campus police station. I go in and tell them about it. They say he hasn't really done anything wrong yet. I point out that the yet shows they know he is going to do something really wrong and they know it. So what can they do to prevent it? One officer asks why I don't just give the guy a chance. I leave campus police. He is not outside waiting for me. I'm relieved, thinking maybe he got scared when I went in the station. That night as I'm coming back from dumping my trash can in the dumpster behind our dorm, he grabs me. It's dark and he's managed to press me into a heavily landscaped corner that hides the garbage disposal area. His hand is covering my mouth and pressing the back of my head into the brick wall. I'm trying to get away, which causes my head to crash into the wall a couple times. It hurts. I stop struggling to listen to what he is saying because he has been talking really low this whole time. He's saying all I wanted was a chance, but you couldn't give me that. He's grinding his pelvis into me. There is nobody I can see around. I realize he is about to try to take what I wouldn't give, and I get really still. His face is nearly touching mine now, and I shake my head no. The minute he moves his hand, he replaces it with his mouth, and he's using both hands to keep my head still, trying to shove his tongue in. I open my mouth, let him stick his tongue in, then bite down for all I'm worth. He stumbles backward, but keeps his grip on my head, so I go with him. He's got a clump of my hair wrapped around one fist, and he smacks the side of my head with the other, trying to get my teeth to let go, but I'm in shock, I guess. I can't let go. Then suddenly it's like I wake up and understand what's going on. When we fell, I ended up on top. I unclench my jaw, and he lets go of my hair to feel his tongue and mouth. I'm able to spring up, and I use my position to kick him in the balls, because that's what hurts, guys, right? He curls up to protect his junk, and I kick him in the head and run. I don't run back to the police. They didn't seem to want to help. I run back to my dorm. I can feel a limp on the back of my head and the whole side of my face is swollen. I get all the way to the bathroom of our suite before I spit out the half-inch of his tongue. I flush it down the toilet. I shower and scrub like my life depended on it. I brush my teeth and brush my teeth and brush my teeth. The next week, he doesn't show up for class. In fact, I never see him again. But for years, I waited for the other shoe. For probably a whole decade I was sure he'd pop up somewhere. I carried a knife. I wore a big heavy ring. I cut off all my hair, and sometimes I wonder who I might have been if I had not had that experience. I was waiting for the train one day. It was about 15 minutes away, and there weren't too many people around. Something wasn't sitting right with me as this man comes up to me and asks if I have a spare dollar, and I say I don't. I'm sorry, but I'll keep him in my prayers. He gets all taken aback and goes, oh my. Well, isn't that nice of you? What's your name, miss? I tell him my name is Mary, which is true. It's my first name, but it's not the name I go by. I go by Michelle, which is my middle name. He goes, Mary. Wow. Well, isn't that something? Your name is Mary, and you're going to pray for me? You're like a saint or something, huh? You're like the Virgin Mary, huh? He is real close to me now. I'm just smiling politely at him now and saying, that's my name. Other people on the platform are looking out of the corner of their eye at us. Then he says, you know, Mary, as he gets real close on me. He puts his face an inch from mine as he is moving side to side. His eyes are wide, and spit comes at my face as he speaks. I'm a gangbanger, Mary. I'm a crip, and oh man, he says smiling. Do you know what I've done, Mary? I say no, just standing there frozen. He backs up and starts to swing at me and then stops in midair. Then he laughs. I don't flinch. He says he's done some shit, that he has killed people, that he has been in and out of prison. He tells me the cops around here know him well. I look out of the corner of my eye, and still the people on the platform have decided not to do anything to help me. I just nod at him and say something like, is that so? And then glance up at the time left for the train to arrive. Maybe another 7 minutes. The man then asks me if I know what people like him to do, girls like me, if I'm aware of what he could do to me right now, as he is licking his lips. I say nothing, but he fills me in on all the details, but then displays some type of internal conflict, almost as if he shouldn't do this to me. Suddenly my phone starts ringing. Thank God my boyfriend is calling. I tell him I need to take this. I don't tell him who it is, but he makes an assumption. I pick up the phone, and I walk a few feet away, and talk in a low voice. My boyfriend detects something is going on. He asks if I'm okay, when suddenly the man comes up next to me, and again presses his face against me, this time against my phone, and he starts talking to my boyfriend. He says something like, you got yourself the Virgin Mary here, nigga. You realize what you got all to yourself? You're lucky I don't take this beach right now. He yells a bunch of stuff into my ear at my boyfriend, and then he whispers that it's time to go to me, and he walks away. I don't turn my back, but he leaves, and I never saw him again. This is the worst of my experiences, but I definitely have to say this isn't the only one I've had like this. How much time you got? At 1 to 2 years old, when I was still in diapers, my uncle would make me sit on his lap, and then he'd put his hand inside my diaper. At 3/4 years old, he ended up orally rapping me multiple times and making me give him blowjobs. I'd get toys out of the deal. He'd buy me a toy, then expect me to let him give me oral or give him oral. I now no longer can accept gifts from anyone. At 427, my grandfather would take me to the shed where he'd give me virginity checkups that I thought was normal until he rapped me at 8. At 7, I discovered my aunt had been drugging her kids to sleep and consequently me also when I slept over. I didn't drink the milk she prepared for us because I saw her putting something in the drink. I didn't tell her I didn't drink it, I just sneakily threw it out. I woke up to my other grandfather on my mom's side with his hand down my pants, thinking I was asleep. The next night, I made a show of not taking the milk. I threw it out in front of both of them and said the milk had made me sick the night before. I stayed awake all night that night and witnessed him molesting my cousin instead of me. Starting at 6, my other uncle started molesting me and making me grind on him when he was naked. If I didn't do it, he choked me until I was unconscious. At 9 years old, my sister babysat for a kid and his older sister. The kid was my age. Sometimes I'd go with her to play with the kids. The boy ended up pinning me and trying to rap me until his sister walked in and stopped him. Reminder, we were both 9. This behavior started young for him apparently. Makes me wonder what the fuck was going on at home. Starting at 12ish, I started getting constantly catcalled on the street. I'd walk down the road and get grown-ass men in their cars honking and yelling at me anytime I went walking. At 16 to 17, my mom moved in a man who was a friend of my older sister. My sister warned her that he was kinda creepy, but my mom didn't believe her. I told her that he was creepy and gave me a bad vibe, and she, again, didn't believe me. She thought it was just my CPTSD kicking in. But I'd woken up to him trying to get into my room multiple times. I'm now a very light sleeper, and anyone coming anywhere near my door makes me wake up immediately. I told her this, she brushed me off. He kept trying to convince me to go into the woods with him. I went into the woods a lot as a kid, always armed with knives, and spent all my childhood out in the woods. He wanted me to give him the knives so he could protect me and leave without any of my knives on me at all, because it was better if he had them. I said no, but he kept trying to follow me into the woods. However, I'm amazing in the woods and always ended up losing him in the woods by climbing trees or ducking into caves that only I knew were there. Until one day, while he was visiting his brother, my mom cleaned his room because it stunk. He had a journal hidden under his mattress where he planned out taking me to the woods, rapping me, killing me, and then rapping my sister and he then 4-year-old daughter, because he was convinced he'd get away with rapping and murdering me. He'd also stolen several pairs of my underwear and kept them stocked in his room, and also had several pairs of my then 4-year-old niece's underwear in his room too. At 18, my mom moved in my cousin. He ended up rapping me and pretending he was possessed by a ghost so he couldn't be held accountable for it. I still blamed him for the rap and still do because I knew then and know now that was a bullshit ass excuse. When I confronted him about it years later, after he kept trying to get my mom to bring him to our house about 2 years ago so he could see me and my kids, he told me to stop fighting about it and let it the fuck go because it was a long time ago. I told him because he refused to stop trying to come see me and my kids, and because he obviously has no remorse for what he did, I was going to expose him on FB, and I did. At 17, I was at a carnival. A grown-ass man stalked me all through the carnival and only stopped after I made eye contact with him and called for backup in front of him where he could hear me and told the person on the phone what he looked like. There were too many people around us when I did this, so he ended up leaving me alone, and I still remember how angry he looked when I did this. At first, he was utterly shocked that I made eye contact with him, like he thought he'd been so smooth, but then he got angry when he realized I knew he'd been following me for the past 2 hours. This man turned out to be a fairly famous rapist. I was stalked by my small town serial killer, and he got a job where I worked so he could stalk me more. He tried to talk me into going home with him, and I told him no multiple times. I told him to his face that he was a serial killer. Shockingly, I was faking right. I was 24 then. At 21, I got with one of my best male friends. He ended up getting me pregnant and beating me at 8 months pregnant. At 25, I got with another of my best friends. He was great at first, until he eventually started to forbid me from doing anything at all. I was only allowed to cook, clean, and take care of my son and his son and him. I wasn't allowed to listen to music, use my phone, talk to anyone, read, write or leave the apartment. Ever. I also wasn't allowed to ask him questions or tell him no to sex because God told me what you like, even if you don't know that you like it. He says you'll know if you just submit and do it. I know your body better than you do because God told me what to do. He told me you like this and you're just lying. You don't know what you like and I'm supposed to show you. Only I have rights to your body. You have no rights over your body because your body is mine, not yours. Nobody will love you, nobody, except me. Everyone has abused you except me. He never laid a hand on me, but one day, during an argument, when I looked into his eyes, I saw nothing and sensed death. I then found out he was routinely choking and slapping his then 4-year-old son, and I got out, called CPS on him, and he has, from my knowledge, lost his son, and is now on crack, living in a shitty apartment in the shady part of town. He's in a cult. Yay. My experience with men has been pretty much nothing but creeps. Fayo. Isn't that lovely? Bonus points. My biological father tried to kill me. Met up with this guy from a dating app at a restaurant. Was already a bit paranoid because he was a cop, but wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. We sat down, and when the waiter came to get our drinks, the cop immediately began being incredibly rude to the waiter. He was making fun of his hair and calling him a girl right to his face. Couldn't even wait for the guy to walk away. As if that wasn't enough, he barely looked at me the entire time we were there, played on his phone constantly, bragged big time about how he supposedly beat up some druggie so badly that he put him in the hospital and now the guy will be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He gladly produced awful pictures of this person as proof. He told me all about how he had a female friend that was a complete hoe, and he is mad at her for standing him up on some trip they were supposed to take, and how because he was mad, he went out to a bar, picked up some really drunk girl, and brought her back to the house, and had sex with her, and then made her do his dishes, and kicked her out. Cop then proceeded to ask me if I wanted to go on this weekend excursion with him in like a month. This was our first time meeting, and when I gave him a hard no, he started putting down my job and side project. Waiter comes back, and he is again rude to this guy. Cop then starts asking me my last name, and I gave him the wrong one, and asks where I live. I wouldn't give him more than the city that was already listed on my dating profile, and just keeps talking about how women are hoes, and how if I'm still dating at my age, 35, then I must be all used up and skanky. Asked for a box for my food, and when the waiter brought the check, I grabbed it and went to pay for the food immediately, as I thought the cop may grab my card to see my info. He followed me out, and as I was getting in my car, he grabbed my hand and tried to convince me to go home with him midday during the week, also because I must be a total hoe, and I was like, no, I gotta get home and walk my dog. I got lucky and a couple of Mexican Americans were cutting through the parking lot and having a squabble, and he being such a great cop decided to pursue them on foot, in plain clothes bragging about his gun. I took the opportunity to get in my car and peel the fuck out of there as fast as I could. Not going to say every cop is bad. I know they aren't all nasty whatevers like he is. This guy is just one of them that helps them get their sterling names. I don't know if this is my worst, but it's my favorite one to tell. So I work part-time at a frozen yogurt shop, and one time this guy came in, white, not very tall, about college age. He looked completely exhausted. He came in and got a raspberry sorbet with a bunch of toppings and a water bottle. He moved very slowly and stumbled around a lot. I was working alone, so I was really uncomfortable. I'm an anxious person, so I tend to tell my intuition off. He came up to the counter and his total was 7 something. He gave me 2 crumpled singles, a dollar coin, and some other random change. It wasn't nearly enough, but I really didn't like his vibe, So I told him he was all set and to have a great day. But then he didn't leave. He just stood there and stared at me. So I asked if there was anything else I could help him with. He said I was pretty cute, a compliment I hate, and asked me to go out with him, and I said no. But then he told me to call him and just slurred out a bunch of numbers really fast, which I did not write down. He stumbled out, and I figured that was the end of that point. But then the motherfucker came back like 5 minutes later. Our shop has huge glass windows and I could see him in the intersection right outside the shop, waving at cars and weaving clumsily through traffic. When the light was red, he knocked on a car's window until they cracked the window. A brief conversation ensued, and when the light turned green the car sped off faster than normal and the guy threw the bottle of water he bought at the car. He wasn't on our property, so I wasn't planning to do anything other than keep an eye out. So naturally he came back onto our property. Our outdoor seating area is right outside the entrance and he started talking to a family, 2 parents and their 2 preteen kids. I was watching them real close, but I looked away for maybe 10 seconds to speak to a customer, and when I turned back around the guy had pulled out a homemade flamethrower, some kind of big lighter, and an aerosol can. And the dad was throwing chairs at him in the parking lot. Immediately I ran out to rush the family inside, and the guy ran as the father pulled out a knife he'd been carrying in his pocket. We watched him run into a construction site across the intersection as I phoned the police. The police never followed up with me about it, so I have no idea what happened after that. Wow, this is my thread point. I'm disabled, right? I walk with a cane. Back in 2011 or so, I lived in London. And one day, a man started following me around Trafalgar Square. At the time I was a grad student and I lived quite nearby in student dorms. If I tried to go home I'd lead him to my door, so for 2 hours I led him on a very slow foot chase around the area. Through multiple shops. In and out of a 2-level bookstore. I was terrified. He would not stop stalking me, and every time I turned to look he was just staring at me, smiling, unblinking, like something out of a horror movie. Waiting for me to slow down or give up. My whole body was really starting to hurt from all the walking he was forcing me to do to get away from him, and I still couldn't go home, and he wasn't giving up. I was beginning to limp. Finally I stopped in the middle of the square in a big knot of people not far from some police and asked him what he wanted, even though I knew. He asked if I'd whack him with my cane. I think he was actually drooling. I remember him leering in my face. I remember his hot breath, and how visibly horny he was, his invasive body language, how his eyes were too wide. This time I turned and walked away through a group of police and he stopped following me, and I went back to my dorm. It remains one of the most frightening things that's ever happened to me. If we hadn't been in a public place he would have rapped me. I have no question on my mind. I know he got his rocks off just doing what he did, but he clearly wanted more. I'm lucky police were out that day, though I can't remember why they were. I have always been a bit outgoing. I used to make friends with a lot of strangers. About 10 years ago I was living by myself in a studio apartment in an old mansion. There was a nice, friendly guy about my age in the hallway, who was in the process of moving in. He had a big box of tea, and he was with his mother. A conversation started, and we decided we might hang sometime and have a cup of tea. So then I'm walking around town with him one day, just adventuring and getting coffee, light shopping, etc. And I notice things start to get quiet when we walk into an establishment, and he is seen. This happened in a couple different places. People seemed kind of super aware of him or uneasy. I thought, okay, this is weird, but couldn't really understand why it was happening. So sometime shortly after that he's over at my apartment with me alone, and he just says something like, wow, your place is so cool. It's crazy that you invited me over, just the 2 of us. You just met me. I could stab you and leave you to bleed out. I was like, okay, this is uncomfortable. Shortly after that he started asking me questions about my period and what it felt like, and what period products I used. I just felt like things were getting kind of weird, so I cut him off completely. It was difficult when he came to my door and would just knock, because I lived in a studio and had literally nowhere else to hide. I heard some rumors that he had exposed himself to someone in public, and that's why people were really uncomfortable. I had a mutual friend reach out after a while asking if I had heard from him because he was unreachable and not doing well, I guess. I had no intel to share. I didn't hear about him again after that. I moved away and haven't been back to that town much since, and I'm happy about it. I sure learned my lesson not to bring strangers home. I hope this was just a misunderstanding of sorts, and that he's a good guy who just said some kind of off-putting things, but you can't be too careful, I guess. Was doing laundry in our community laundry room in my first apartment building, 19 years old. I'm sitting there with my laundry going the entire time, because sometimes people do shit like take your wet laundry out and dry this on your dime or quarters. This guy, who seems not much older than me, comes in and asks if I'd seen his brother. Has a thick foreign accent that I couldn't place, but clearly not from around here, and gave a convincing description. Said he was concerned because his brother was slow. I suggested he call the police. He decides not to because his brother will probably show up. He then asks if I know anything about computers. Thought myself a little savvy, so I said yes, and he asked me to help with something with his laptop. Went back to his apartment presumably to get his laptop, and I actually did help him figure some stuff out. He's asking personal questions and I'm giving vague answers because he seems nice enough, and I'm convinced I could take him if needed. Again, was 19 and still thinking I was invincible, but it still feels weird. I tell him my boyfriend will be home very soon, even though he's not due back for a few more hours. My laundry finishes, I fold it, go to leave with my basket. He offers to carry it for me multiple times, even tries to grab it, which I refuse. Follows me 4 flights up to my apartment. Then as I'm trying to unlock my door and squeeze in, he offers to come in and keep me company, which I decline of course. Suddenly he gives me a hug and whispers I have money. And I'm like, I'm all set. Thanks anyway for such. No thank you, I've gotta go. And just shut the door in his face. Never saw him again. Moved out promptly after, and refused to do laundry by myself ever again after that point. Another time that creeped me out a lot more. I came home from college for the weekend, parked in front of my parents' house. It's dark out. Had 2 baskets full of laundry to do, of course. My parents' street has an island in the middle of it, and as I'm opening my back door to get my laundry, I see this guy like rapidly crossing the street and then the island towards the sidewalk right where I'm standing. Staring right at me, hood up, hands in his pockets. Didn't say a damn thing, but it was just one of those weird moments where my blood ran cold, got a really bad feeling, like this man is going to hurt me. It was at that moment my stepmom appeared at the front door, turned the light on, and offered for my dad to come out and help me as I was getting back into my car to pull into the driveway instead. Even she asked if I knew that man and said he seemed creepy. That's the only time in my life I've ever had such a feeling that intense. It was pre-COVID, like a month before. I was at a Panera district away from downtown, where my campus was, and it was starting to get dark. So I was gonna go take the bus home, because my friend was waiting at the dorms for me to hang out as I passed a bus stop for a different route, and there was an older man there. This older dude was in the same Panera an hour ago hitting up one of the workers, trying to get her to work for his restaurant. He was obviously homeless. He called out to me asking for when the bus will come, and I told him not sure and tried walking away, but he caught up to me saying, can't have a young girl like you walking alone with a group like them out, referencing to the other side of the street where the other bus stop had a big group of men hanging out. I laughed it off saying my friend is not too far and I'll be fine, but he was too persistent and I couldn't shake him off. So for at 5 blocks we walked together, and he talked at his past for quite a bit, how he was from Compton, and that he's here because his mom was dying. Then a big switch in the convo came up when he asked me how he looked, trying to be nice yet blunt. Because I'm a blunt person, I told him he looked like a hippie man. He got mad. He kept spewing a faking hippie, a faking hippie. Dude literally had one of those walking sticks, sandals, and backpack. Dude looked like a hippie. Once again I laughed it off, and thankfully my friend called, and I was like, hey, my friend is calling, hinting at him to leave, but he didn't. He literally walked with me for 2 more blocks while I was literally on the phone. My friend noticed and left the dorms to come find me. At one bus stop he stopped and tried to get me on the bus with him, and this time I wasn't having his sheet and told him, no, this is it for me, my destination is a block down, literally a turn at the corner ahead. He still tried to get me to follow him, but I kept turning him down. Only way to get him to stop was to allow him to give me his number. He had to watch me save it into my phone. You have to text me. We can always meet up later. I had a real nice time talking with you, young lady. I left right after that. The bus stop was right next to our Capitol building, which had police around all times. So I took a shortcut through the yard of it. There's pathways for pedestrians around the building. My friend wasn't too far, and we met up and walked back to the dorms. I have a lot more stories that happened during the first few years of college, but this one was one of the more creepy ones. So I got 2 stories. I accidentally dated the first one. I was single. Well, I had a meet. He seemed normal. We got along great. We planned a date. We went somewhere nice. I dressed up. He came in slacks and sweats. Date went great. He asked me if we could go to his place. I don't sleep on the first date, so I told him I see it going somewhere, like second date, and that I don't sleep with people on the first date. He looks me dead in the eye, like threatening look, and says, if you don't sleep with me, and I get you alone, I don't know what I'll do. Best believe I ran and left him with the checkpoint story too. So I met these people while working for pizza delivery at the age of 19. They seemed nice and invited me over to hang. They were nice people and I needed new friends, so I offered to hang. Well, come to find out they were looking for a third to play with. I wasn't into that. I was with my boyfriend. We were on and off. Breakup was pretty much imminent at that point. I told them I was looking for a friend. They seemed to understand. Well, fast forward, and my folks kicked me out, and I quit my job. They only gave me like 2 hours a week. What the fuck? They offered me a place to stay. I declined. Well, the woman tells me that I can get pregnant to get free housing, and her husband would be the one to do it. I reject the offer. Later, I get a pusher text from her, like, pretty please get preggo by my hubby, and I can tell she wasn't the one texting. You can tell if it's someone else texting on someone's profile by the way they talk, so I tell the wife on her cell. She blocks me. The husband continues to goad and beg for us to sleep together. I say no. He tells me he really wants a baby, and that he never got to experience the romp with others, and he wishes he'd met me first 8 years ago. This man is 11 years older than me. He wishes his daughter was mine and his. He even sends me poorly sung serenades. Serenaded. I block him. Fast forward a year and his wife unblocked me and said, why don't you setch with my husband? I give you permission. Obviously it ain't her. I tell her no. She begs and pleads. I block. Fast forward 3 months. They make new profiles and the wife reaches, and I can tell it's her. She goes, have sex with my husband and end this nightmare. Come to find out, hubby fell in love and was getting separated to be with me. Now thanks to pizza delivery place they knew what my car looked, and they also knew I was from other city. No actual address. Husband even tells me he left his wife for me. I tell him no and lie that I'm with ex-boyfriend and pregnant with his child. He don't give up. In fact, he drives to my city. Like I said, he don't have my address, so he literally drove an hour away to prowl the streets of my city to find me. Also, I have 2 more if anyone else wants them. I just don't have time due to work at the moment. I have many of these creepy situations from as young as 5 to the present time. Here are the ones that immediately were remembered. SHDN. I saw this question. I was 15. The last passenger on a city bus at the last stop at about 4 PM, still daytime. The 50-plus-year-old bus driver stops the bus, shuts the lights, and doesn't let me off the bus until I agree to be tongue-kissed while he runs his nasty hands up my uniform skirt. Cat calls at 11 years old while waking down the street with my mom. Guy is telling my mom to not be so protective and give me a chance. Those my virginity to him. Iron flat-chested and not even fully developed. Again, I'm 11. Moving guy came behind me while I was unpacking boxes in my new apartment and squeezed my behind so hard it left a bruise. I was 25. Taxi driver locked me in the car, said he would refuse to let me out unless I let him give me oral sex in the back seat. kicked him in the head while he was driving, and said if he did not unlock the door we were both dying in an accident. He pulls over, unlocks door, I fly out the car to the nearest 24-hour bodega and ask the guy to call the cops. I was 23. At 15 I was a punk rocker. I was being sexually abused at home since the age of 9 already, and so workouts of baggy clothes, leggings, underskirts, shaved punky hair, trying to not look appalling so the creep at home would lose interest. But I went to a revious school and we had a uniform, and apparently even wearing leggings under the skirt I had a nice legs, figure, etc. I also am someone who looked out for others being harmed. One of my male friends was very clearly homosexual. The kids would guy bash, beat, bully him. It was horrible and nobody, not even a teacher, ever helped him. So K started to step in. Because punk was a new thing and the dyed hair and combat boots were not common then as it was now, the guys often feared me and backed off my guy friend. He began to play as if I was his girlfriend to avoid being regularly bashed even by his own biological older basketball player as whole brother. I allowed it, but the friend was so flamboyant by nature, bless his heart, no one believed we were a couple. They instead decided I was lesbian or bisexual, when I'm strictly a cis female heterosexual, just a punk girl, not LGBT but an ally. Anyway, one day this guy's whole brother sees me alone in the hall outside of my English class. I had forgotten a book and had been given permission to run right outside the doors to class to get it from my locker. As I'm there, this utter piece of crap who would not accept or protect his own younger swing from being beaten up regularly comes over to me, pushes me into the lockers, says he is going to cure me of my non-existent lesbianism, shoves his nasty tongue in my mouth, and proceeds to put his hands up my skirt and down my leggings, go grab me by the bussy. That was when my Doc mugged and still toes got dug into his shin. WBDN, he moved back my knee in his groin. WBDN, he bent over my elbow on his head, then I turned and ended up behind him and slammed his head into my locker so hard it dented the door, which shook on the hinge. The class and teacher had to hear the ruckus, but he skipped out running down the stairs before the teacher got to the door. I told him to go tell his jock friends he just got beat up by a girl as he ran off. Came into class shaking and disheveled. Datchter resumed class. Friends leaned over asking what the fuck happened and if I was okay. I just nodded. It was the 80s and a religious school. People thought I was weird, and they thought LGBT kids deserved to be beat up for their alleged lifestyle choice, so I did not bother reporting it. That kid never bothered me again. I did not tell my friend what his brother had done, because I knew he would blame himself and his orientation on it. I continued to back him up whenever anyone bite him for being gay. To this day I never told him what his brother did. I was 15 or 16. At 21 I bumped into my old friend. We went out for lunch. He came out to me and I said to him, "Dude, I knew, and you were the last to know." He then said, "Well, I came out to you, are you coming out to me?" And I told him, "Brother, sincerely, I'm not gay, not lesbian, and not lying. I'm your friend. I don't have to be LGBT to love my friend." He was not sure what to make of that. Never saw him or talked to him again. I hope he is safe, well, and has a partner who loves him and brings him joy. I hope his brother catches a non-lethal but very uncomfortable chronic STD. Luke, maybe painful herpes. I had a guy at 45 try to convince me to cheat on my spouse. I refused and he said he was coming to my house to beat my ass for refusing to fuck him. I asked him what time and that I had a beer and a shovel, reminded him we went to high school together and I'm not from the suburbia we both now lived in, but from the inner city hood, and that he better be prepared to die or kill me if he is coming to my property to put his hands on me. I literally grabbed a brick, a bat, kitchen knife, a shovel and loosened the top of my mailbox, put 2 beers on ice, and sat with all that on the front porch and waited. Texted him that I was put in front waiting for my beating. He said he was turned on. I said, "Good, show up here to kick my ass so I can turn you on some more." He turned the car around WHD and he saw I was truly out there with a bat across my knees sipping beer on my front steps. At 48 I worked at the local mom and pop pharmacy at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in Nye, which was the world epicenter. People came in droves to get meds like hydroxychloroquine and albuterol, etc. A guy came in saying his mom was elderly and COVID positive and he needed tubing for a nebulizer so she could breathe. I was put up front to get coughed on by positive cases, while the on the books full-time staff worked in back not doing things for the patients. Cannon fodder. Anyway, I asked the guy in back, the pharmacist's assistant, to please bring the tube packet up front. He did. I rang the guy up. The guy came back a while after my shift changed, and a different cashier was in my place. I was removing any soon to be expired over-the-counter meds from the shelves before leaving to go home. The guy came up to me, not the cashier, saying he needed a second set of tubes for the nebulizer just in case. I asked the guys in the back to get them. They gave them to the other cashier and she rang the guy up. As he left, he went down the aisle I was removing any soon to expire meds from and grabbed me sudden by both handles, pushed my eyes into his crotch and grinded his bulge into me. I dropped what I was doing, and before I could say a word he ran out of the store. I was wearing slacks, a t-shirt, a mask, gloves and a damned lab coat with the pharmacy logo on it. Darn my job at a pharmacy, not a bar, etc. Point, a 48-year-old single mom. You saw my eyes. That's it. They're hazel, but what the fuck? I ran to the back and shouted that some creep just put his hands on me. Mind you, the whole place had cameras, and it was on camera too. My boss did not call the cops and asked where he touched me, and because it was my hips apparently it was no big deal. He said that I should take sexual assault as a compliment. Look at it this way, he said, you still got it. I guess because I was 48 I must not get such, and so I should be grateful a total COVID-19 exposed stranger rubbed his nasty crotch on me. I'm now 50. I'm not HKT. I'm chunky and a single mom of 3. I got a job at a grocery store. A customer kept coming to my cashier lane asking me my number and offering me a good time. I said no politely as I'm at work. He said he would be back at closing. Came behind the register to size my body up and ran a finger on the curve of my lower back, and my eyes are left 15 minutes early. Out the back door. I never reported it as it's a customer etc. The job moved me to another department in Nunga cashier, and I'm not in front, where I can be seen through the store windows. I want to remind readers I was sexually abused at home, at school, catcalled, touched, assaulted, from age 4 or 5, and I'm now 50 and the last incident was last month. There are women here taking about what they learn to do or not do after being sexually harassed and assaulted, as if that would change it, as if it was their fault. It's not their fault, and the only way to change it is to change rap culture, where men think we exist solely for their needs. The people who need to change their behaviors and thought process are men, not women. Even my friend being gay bashed is due to beliefs about sexuality and gender that were put in place by toxic men. I repeat, toxic men. Not all of them are toxic, but this shit is being glorified, and it's the other men who are decent people who have the power and responsibility to curb this crap. This shouldn't be the norm for us just for having vaginas and boobs. Men need to correct other men, and I thank the many who in so many cases throughout my life stepped in and helped me. I was at a very low point in my life emotionally. I was house sitting for family in my hometown and got onto a dating app about 5 to 6 years ago. My hometown is small enough that if you know of pretty much everyone from your age group +/-3 or 4 years. Stumbled on a guy who dated a really sweet girl years prior in early high school, had known of him because he was around my age range and figured he was safe. We hung out twice. I'm obviously older now and realize, like, why would I hang out again? But I was young and super depressed. The first time we were kissing in a hammock, and he grabbed my throat so hard I saw stars. He said that I obviously wanted it rough, because I had nibbled at his neck. I communicated my boundary, which he seemed to understand, and, unfortunately, gave him a second chance. The next time we hung out we were in a public downtown area. It was much lighter and felt safer. Drove separate cars. He was extremely respectful. Felt on the same page. He invited me to his house to have dinner. I only obliged because he lived with his mom and said she would hang with us naturally. Being a faking creep, he took me straight to his room. I realized I was in a dangerous setting immediately, and it only amplified when I rejected sexual advances and he took my shoes, so I couldn't leave. I started sobbing and made up an excuse. My family would be so worried. It was getting late, etc. His mom was in the living room the whole time. Somehow, thank you universe, I got out without doing anything to him or with him. I don't know how. I obviously cut off contact after that point. That's when the threatening calls, emails, messages, etc. happened. He sent me links to my mom's Facebook and told me he was going to tell her and my family what a hoe I was. It was faking nuts and lasted 3 months. He also, obviously, tried to gaslight the shit out of me after I cut him off. All of it was my fault. I wanted it, and so that's why he behaved like that. etc. Anyway, he's a local well-known and loved performer and I cannot wait to see his life inevitably collapse from a safe distance. I have too many of these, but I'll list the two that creeped me out the most. Okay, I worked at a shoe store for years and encountered a lot of weirdos, but this one really freaked me out. This really tall man, I'm super short, but he was a bit intimidatingly giant, kept asking for my help on cowboy boots. I never thought twice about this considering men usually want the same damn shoe they've worn for 80 years, so they always seem to ask for more opinions and assistance. Well, he was mostly normal until he walked up to the counter to check out. He started making comments about my long hair and my looks. It rolled off my shoulder because what the fuck ever buddy, I'm just here to get my check every 2 weeks and you're like 30 years older than me bruh. But then he put his hand under one of my braids, grazed his hand down it, and said, "Oh, I'd dress you up real nice." I didn't say another word, gave him the most disgusted look, and worked in the back with freight the rest of the day. Needless to say, I about shit my pants lol, so that wasn't fun at all. This next one was a short encounter, but there was 2 different times I saw this guy. I worked at the same shoe store and this guy came in, kinda ran around not really looking at shoes, just sort of looking at air and glancing at me randomly. It was strange, but he left, so whatever, right? Well, I don't remember the time frame because it was years ago, but shortly after that I saw him again one night after I got off work. It was about 9:30-10 at night because the store closed late. I decided to blow some money at Walmart because it was in the same plaza and I needed a few things anyways. I saw this same guy, his eyes locked onto me, and we made eye contact for a short few seconds, and he was kind of in a crowded area, but as soon as he saw me, he darted my way. I freaked the fuck out, knew I was dead. How quickly he moved made me panic so hard that I dropped what I had and literally started jogging away, then running kind of frantically looking behind me. I saw him move through an aisle with his eyes locked on like a faking starving eagle. I didn't know what to faking do. I had left my phone in the vehicle, so I was just running. I kept checking behind me, and I guess where I kept zigzagging I lost him. I was panicking pretty hard all the way to my truck, and didn't stop looking around for him until I started driving. I have more encounters, and had a couple of stalkers, which was just awful, but I haven't had anyone kidnap me or stab me yet, so that's good. Lol, my mother has had worse things happen to the point she has had to pull a gun a couple of times and shoot at one because he stalked her for months. To the point she called the police, but where it was the 80s there were no stalker laws to help, so they didn't do shit. So ladies, my advice is stay smart, stay paranoid, and stay legally armed, but only take extreme action when you feel your safety is at stake. Never ever be nice to these pricks. You say one nice word to them at any point and they think you're faking property or some shit. Never feel the need to be polite to anyone who makes you feel uncomfortable, especially like this, because they are already being rude by breaking these common boundaries that normal humans should always have. Don't go by yourself anywhere at night, even if you have another female with you. One day I went to Tim Hortons, on my motorcycle. I wasn't wearing anything uncommon for someone my age. Leggings, running shoes, my riding jacket which I unzipped revealing a crop top, my helmet, kept on because of COVID, and gloves which I ending taking off. I'm only 5'5" and 120 pounds. When I parked my motorcycle about 75 meters or so away from where the guy was sitting on a retaining wall near the exit of the Timmy's. One thing I instantly noticed is that he was wearing a red winter coat on a sunny 25°C day. I hopped off my bike, unzipped my jacket, took my gloves off, put my key in my pocket. The entire time I'm walking up to the Timmy's he's staring at me. I was inside the Timmy's for a good 10 to 15 minutes waiting. While I was inside he was staring at me constantly. About the 5 to 7 minute mark of me waiting in line, he got up on his bicycle. I thought he was just leaving, but nope. He rode his bicycle the 75 meters or so to park his bike next to my motorcycle in the middle of a semi-empty parking lot. After parking his bicycle next to my motorcycle, he walked back and sat on the retaining wall. I eventually got my bagel and donuts and had to leave through the door that he's sitting by. I leave and he follows about 5 to 10 seconds behind me. I get to my motorcycle and start putting my food in my backpack. While I'm doing so, he walks up, gets on his bicycle, does a circle around me while staring at me, not saying a thing, then proceeds to cycle back to the retaining wall and sit back on it. I left as quick as possible after that point. The next time I was at that Timmy's and saw him, I'll let a manager know that he's moving his bicycle next to women's vehicles and following them. I haven't seen him at that Timmy's since, thankfully. When I was in college, I had a guy stalk me for half a day. I was coming out of the main building and a car slowly drove by in front of me, and the driver was leaning over to look out the passenger window at me. It was super creepy. He then followed me to my car, where I was dropping off my textbooks, before heading to my on-campus job at the other end of the parking lot. He pulled up behind my car, blocking it in, got out and starts talking to me. I forgot exactly how the convo went, but he said he was a painter and could paint my bedroom. Someone I told this story to later said that was a euphemism for sex. I told him I had to go to work and walk to the other building. I told the staff and professors in the office what happened, and one of the scientists ran outside and got his license plate number, while the secretaries had me call campus security. Security told me to save their number in my phone, and if he was still out there when I left to go home, to put up the hood on my car, get inside, lock the doors, lay down so I couldn't be seen, and call them. Sure enough, he was still circling the parking lot when I left the building 3 hours later. I called security, they responded within minutes and allowed me to leave safely. As I left the parking lot, I saw the guy's car right outside. He had crashed into a curb and the police were with him. I called campus security again, and they went and spoke to the police. They called me back and told me he had just failed a field sobriety test. The car wasn't even his, it belonged to his cousin, and he had been banned from campus. I never heard what legal trouble he got in, but I never saw him again. I used to be on a site where you record your dreams. One dude became weirdly obsessed with my journal. He started insisting that we were dream sharing and claimed to be the characters I encountered in my dreams. I should have nipped that in the bud when he did it first, but I was feeling charitable and I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings by telling them no, that's not possible. But he kept doing it and seemed to get this weird notion that we were soulmates or something, having an astral love affair or some crap, and he kept saying oh, that was me when describing someone in a dream. I finally had enough, but I still wanted to be nice. So I messaged him privately and told him that his comments made me feel really uncomfortable, and well, instead of backing off and profusely apologizing, he faking went nuclear and he began harassing me. I had to contact the site owner, and they told me that I wasn't the only one complaining about him and that he was being a total dick to multiple other users. I was aware of one dude he was giving grief, accusing him of all kinds of wacky crap, like that he was using puppet accounts or some other stuff. He was eventually banned from the site, but I also barely used it anymore because that creep really ruined it for me. Imagine what a huge crap bag you have to be to get banned from a dream journal site. I was friends with a couple other users who I was connected with on other sites, and they would fill me in on his antics. This was just before he was banned, and that since he couldn't creep on me anymore, he found someone else to creep on, and it was a teenager, like. This dude was old enough to be her grandfather, and he was saying all these very inappropriate things to her, similar to the things he would reply to me in my journal. It was already bad enough for him to creep on me. I'm a full grown adult, but to creep on a kid is so much worse. Yeah, so, that is my huge creeper story. I was maybe 17 waiting for the train, so I could go grab some groceries, since the car wouldn't start. a guy sat real close to me and started talking to me, asking my name, my age, do I have a boyfriend, do I want him to be my boyfriend. He was old enough to be my father and twice as big as me in both height and weight, so I was just polite but short with my answers, giving a fake name and saying that I was 15, since I look way younger than I actually am. When the train finally arrived, he tried to follow me on only for me to switch cars at the last second. I hid behind a woman and saw that he was getting off at my station, so I waited until the next stop to get off. There, another guy was leering at me and getting uncomfortably close while I was on the verge of tears and shaking in anger and fear. My father ended up meeting me at the grocery store and I finally broke down and told him how often I had to deal with this shit and how much I hated men for constantly harassing me, even though I was clearly underage and looked like a middle schooler. Come to find out years later, my father is also a faking dirtbag who tried hooking up with some girls my age from our former church, so the fact that he even tried to offer to get me pepper spray and call the cops is absolutely sickening and insulting, seeing as how he's a part of the problem. Point. That incident is really only as high up on the list because it was just back to back and I was dressed like a child. There was no mistaking me for an adult, especially since I was pitching my voice to be higher than it naturally is, and the fact that those creeps refused to back off just absolutely killed my hope in the existence of good men. I wound up getting pepper spray and long hat pins after that incident, as well as learning how to look and walk angry in order to reduce the number of creeps willing to approach me. It just sucks that I can't even smile at people or faking make eye contact without some faker thinking I'm flirting. I can't even help people anymore, since I've had way too many try and use it as an excuse to ask for my number. It's just exhausting and I wish it would stop. I call people out on their shit now if they bother me or if I see them making other girls and women uncomfortable, but the fact that I'm usually the first to speak up when there's a large group of people just watching is infuriating and disheartening. Not me, but this happened once with my sister and I, so I'd hate to know what else she may have had to put up with. Point. About 15 years ago, I was about 15, she would have been 18 to 19. My sister was talking to this guy, and then, I dunno, something happened and she ghosted him / stopped talking to him, etc. Anyways, she picked me up from work, and we decided to go get pizza from the main street for dinner, but on the way, she notices a car behind her, and says let's just keep driving. She ended up driving all over town, and the same car just followed our every turn. So she eventually called my older brother. I have two, oldest is 9 years older than me, other one is a year younger than him, and they were both over for dinner with their wives at my parents that night, and he told her to drive to the police station, lock the doors and wait outside, and he will drive off. After about 5 minutes parked there, he drove off. So, sister takes me home, and my oldest brother, the one that my sister didn't talk to on the phone, asks me to come with him, and he grabs my sister's car keys, and we go for a drive, doing laps of the main street, and he asks me to look out for the car that was following us. After 2 or 3 laps, my brother decides to park at the top of the street and look at the cars driving around, because young men in this town like to laps of the main street. I see the car and point it out to my brother, so he pulls out of the park to block the car off, winds down his window, and tells him to park next to him. He does. My brother has them fighting words with the guy, basically tells him to F*** off back where he came from, number plates from another state on his car, and we never saw the guy again. I'm 19. I was on vacation in Vegas with both my parents. We got back to our hotel after a long day and got in the elevator to get to our floor. Once we got out of the elevator, there was a huge group of boys probably from the ages of 18 to 20 standing in the hall, and they were all staring at me and nudging each other, gesturing towards me. I felt like a warthog about to be eaten by lions. Then I tried to get in between my parents to hide myself. One guy starts following me asking me for my Snapchat, then got mad that I ignored him. My mom and I started walking faster, but my dad started to slow down, and so I turned around and asked, "Why are you slowing down?" He told us to not stop at the room and keep going as far down as we could because the boys were saying to follow me to my room to see which room I go into. I've dealt with creeps before but not ones that would go as far as to follow me. So we reached the end of the hall and there was only an emergency exit in someone's hotel room. We stood there for a full minute and the boys were still there at the other end of the hall staring at me to see which room I went into. My dad got annoyed, so we just went out through the emergency exit, not really caring if an alarm would have gone off because we had to get out. We went down 15 flights of stairs and left through the outside door. We circled around back to the front desk and got security to escort us. It was really annoying because it made me feel gross and I just wanted to spend some time with my family. They were talking about how they wanted to fight my dad too and stuff. I just think those guys need to get a life. My first year at college, I had moved across the country and during one of the first few weeks, I got dinner and went to a party with some new friends from my dorm. While we were eating, a boy about our age had been acting weird, staring at our table, taking fake phone calls, walking in and out of the restaurant. He didn't break eye contact if I looked at him either. Instantly unsettling. My friends were seated with their backs to him, so when he came over and introduced himself and invited himself to go to the party with us, they were super friendly and I didn't have a chance to tell them about his unusual behavior at the party. I refused to drink because it was a sketchy party and he was lurking. At one point, he tried to get me to drink some jungle juice. Later that night, I saw an older girl I didn't know fall face first down some stairs, so I'm very glad I wasn't drinking anything that night. He disappeared at some point after offering me a drink. For the next 3 to 4 months, if I ever saw him on campus, he would fix me with this level, unblinking, predatory stare, and he would not break it until I was out of sight. It was to the point that, if he was talking with a group of his friends, he would turn his back on them to keep eye contact with me. One time, I had a large male friend with me, and I had been telling him about this when we came across the creep, and the guy continued to stare me down even with my friend staring him down. I never talked to him again, and was very careful to never make eye contact with him. It was a small campus and I didn't have a car, so I had to walk everywhere, and I was paranoid, especially at night. Luckily, he never found me on social media, never seemed to follow me, and after a few months, the stares stopped. I'm sure he moved on to stalking another girl, but there wasn't really anything I could report. I told everyone I knew about him, but he'd introduced himself with the nickname Elmo, so I don't think that helped my believability factor. Catcalled since I was 7 by men in their 40s thinking it's cute to make a child blush. Would hide behind my dad. Point. When I was a pubescent teen of 11 or 12, I felt the changes in my breast and was not comfortable. I was walking besides my mum crossing my arms and Abido saw an opportunity to slip his hand on my barely developed breast. Point. I didn't notice until my mum freaked out at the same who smiled and said sorry. I was mortified, and even more so when my mum said, "Why didn't you say / do anything?" I was so embarrassed and felt like it was my fault that I could have done something. In hindsight, my mum must have reacted to the situation and was horrified what happened to her child. Point. I was about 15 when I was walking home with my mum after doing grocery shopping in the afternoon. Wore my high school uniform which consisted of a polo, jumper, and slacks. Beto leers and looks at me like I'm a delicious morsel of food. I stare at him like I had the hath of hell behind me. He was in his 50s. Point. When I was 19 at uni I realized I didn't attract people of my age but older men, at least 10 years older, because I look young and innocent. Naive, yes, innocent, debatable. Point. A few years ago in my late 20s a man in his 50s just wanted to talk when I was waiting for my friends in the city during nighttime. Hackles were raised as there were less people milling around. Messaged my friends that weirdo dude was chatting to me. When will you be here to save me from this creeper? 10 minimums. I really can't wait 10 minutes. Can be kidnapped. I'm tiny, 5 feet 1 inch tiny. This guy was twice my size and about 2 heads taller. Its dark. Point. Plan was to be blunt and respond in an uninterested tone. Dude realizes I don't really care. I can tell you're looking at me. I can tell you're trying to suss me out. You're acting sus, so fuck off. My friends arrived, and I run to them. Explain creeper trying to pick me up. Point oh. Wait. Between these stories I've been faked by 50 to 60-year-old men. Like fuck off. No one wants your inkly dung. If it's not a old white man, it's an old Chinese man. Point disclaimer. I'm an Aussie Chinese. Point fact these creeps